Also, yeah, welcome Glavius. Good to see you here. Smile already did take down Ozzy. Roxas Ozzy. Good on you for signing up, though. Ragnar. Good name. A good, strong name. This is, yeah, round of 32. Trigger Gerald into and Ryung Re-White. Those are both pretty good matches. All right. So, Iba playing PvP. Our man is embracing the madness. Doing this best of 3 PvP. Shameless. Or Iba. Zerg turned Protoss turned hero killer. Oh, we got a... Disable mouse scroll, lower drag scroll speed. All right.
Commander War's head looks like a fanny.
Let's get into game. On that very weird note. Here we go. It's time. Spawning down on the bottom right. It is the Stalny Balls Shameless. And his opponent spawning up at the top left. It is the Platinum Heroes. Iba. Are you drunk already? That's my secret. I'm always just a weird guy. Thank you for the follow. Hound of Baskerville. I feel like I've seen you in the chat many times before, no? Drunk on RTS? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, I feel like I've seen you in the chat many times before. Yes, sir? Well. Welcome, welcome. Welcome back, I should say. I did have to put on follower-only mode. Just because follower bots are not follower bots. I guess follower bots. The bots are very annoying. So just putting a follow thing, you don't even have to put a time setting on it. It solves itself. Look at Shameless being a nerd with his mineral harass. That's me sometimes. Me, unironically, sometimes I get so mad. I'm like, just piss off. It's obviously, you know, in my old age, my speed and reaction time are not what they used to be. But more so than anything, it's when you've got ping. It's when you've got ping, like 200 ping, and your opponent starts mineral harassing, and you're like, dog, I can't... There's no world in which I can respond to this in a reasonable way. But I mean, you should do it. You should do it. Kind of making fun of you with that? Oh, of course. I figured. I use my words to do what my hands can't. Which is really just a... Oh, God, I love the synchronized shot right there. That was beautiful. Really, that is just a... What's the word? Metaphor? Yeah, metaphor. For my StarCraft 2 career. I use my voice to do what my hands can't. Make a career out of it. Man, I was watching, old StarCraft Jeopardy. My God. It is, first of all, that's 10 years ago. So that was at Kings of the North. Kings of the North, the LAN, who competed there? Scarlet, Semper, Huck, Desro, No Regret, Neeb. That's 6. Masa, 7. Who is the 8th player? Was there another Zerg? No, I don't think so. Wait, maybe there was another Zerg. No. No Regret was the other Zerg. What am I talking about? Huck, Neeb, Masa, Scarlet, Semper. Was Jon Snow there? Oh, look at this. Look at this from Eba. Mana? No. It was Canadian and US players. Nice usage of the bushes there to get the adepts out. You mean professional league streamer? No. I mean professional Beyond All Reason streamer. We did say, by the way, this is... I call this the Hearthstone. Although Hearthstone, when he was doing this at the start of the patch, this was single sentry. He was not building the Stalker. He was canceling the second unit. But ultimately, the idea is the same. It's a quick third Nexus after Robo. 2-gate expand, very quick expand. Into the Robo, into the third Nexus. Oh, man, Eba is on point with the tracking on these Adepts. He is going to hunt them down, and he is going to get the kill. Lot of force fields for that. Was that worth it? Maybe not. But we killed him. We got him. The top 3 pretension. Nice. Eba, by the way, got an insanely fast +1 weapons. Oh, and he's going to be going Glaives. Is that good when your opponent's gone Immortal, no blink? I feel like this is honestly to undercut his opponent's Glaives. Look at this from Eba, already getting 3 probes right there. Great usage of the blink. No report on the left side telling us... Okay, so this is a weird bug. Why is this? Is it because I changed the settings of my game? Interesting. Energy is free. That's true. It's true. And he's got 3 sentries, so he's still charging up a ton of energy. Oh my goodness, Eba. Eba making Shameless look like the old man here. Now, Shameless is still up 4 workers. He got a nice start. The Immortal's Barrier is on cooldown. If there was no shield battery here, that would have been a dead Immortal, almost certainly. Eba is really just being a prick with these Stalkers, and I do mean that in the best way possible. Now, okay, we're going to be seeing Charge Lot Archon behind this. This feels like Shameless wants to hit a timing with +1 and charge. I am assuming we're going to see a... oh, that was a really dangerous blink, by the way. Holy crap. I'm assuming we're going to see a Prism, like now. Very surprised we actually haven't already seen it. He's actually adding an additional gateway instead. He's already on 10. That is kind of crazy to me. Eba already has his own Archon, his own Templar Archives, and his +2 weapons is so fast, relatively speaking. Now we're going to see a blink into the natural. This was a little bit crazy. Oh, but he's going to get into the main. Force field not coming through in time. Now, this is insane what we're doing here. How many Stalkers go down? Okay, he did target the low HP one. I think that was only 2 Stalkers for 9 probes and a Zealot. That's actually a great trade for Eba, especially since his opponent is going for this. Eba is playing so well. Sheesh. Has my man finally embraced Protoss in totality? He is cooking. Now, Shameless has still a good eco. The main problem right now is that Eba's got such a big +2 timing. Nice observer here. Does Eva have a robo? No, he still hasn't built one. That is a little bit insane. If Shameless had made a Dark Shrine, this game would have become a disaster for the Ibster. The Ibster. These are Glaive Adepts, by the way. They are going to cook probes if they get into a mineral line. Oh, that warp in not quite perfect, so it unfortunately does not block this. Where did... Oh, they went to the third. Very nice positioning from Eba, using the pylon against his opponent. He's killed 22 probes in this game. How did he just get another 9 probes? Sheesh. Is that the... That is almost the exact same looking battle report, except 2 Adepts died as well. Weird that we have 2 battle reports that are almost identical. I mean, it's a big difference. Honestly. Eba's still got to be very careful. Now the upgrades are even. He's building 4 cannons at home. He's prepared for DTs, or he's preparing for them. Stalkers are going to counterattack. There's a very small number of Stalkers. They won't actually do amazing if Zealots warp in at home. Ah, but if only one does, Guardian Shield's going to get popped. How many Archons? There's a ton of Archons for Shameless. There's a lot for Eba as well. Very good force fields, keeping a lot of the Zealots out of the fight. But that is kind of keeping them safe. This might be a backfire from Shameless. He actually kept them safe from the Archons. Oh, Shameless actually did some pretty elaborate anti-micro, it looks like. But is it going to matter? He had a lot of those Archons firing still. Zealots will warp in. Shameless can start juggling. Eba didn't have his Archons close enough to a shield batter to heal him up. That would have been the difference maker, I think. A lot of probes died on the other side of the map. Stalkers will come back home, but there's still Immortals here. Oh, can he blink it on top of the Prism? He's going to go for it. He will not get the kill, and the Immortals are going to go to town. Even now, the supplies are so close. 2 of the Immortals fall before they can get back to the safety of the Prism. If Eba had sniped that Prism, he would kind of be cooking. Oh, that Archon getting taken down is huge. Eba does have energy recharge just now. He can pop it to juice this one Archon back up, or he could run it to the natural. Oh, he just popped it. Nice job. Eba killed a ton of workers behind this. So even as he pulled some of his own and lost them, he is still technically in an okay position. What is the gas geyser count? They're both at 5. I think Eba still might have this here. Just the Archon count is such a big deal. And he's up by 1. Shameless does have more Zealots, more warping directly into the fight. Eba's actually floating a little bit of cash right now. He's got enough for an additional Archon. Very good positioning here on this one Archon. But Shameless keeps all of his Archons alive. It's going to come down to the Zealots. And there were too many of them for Eba to handle. Oh, man. That was crazy. But it is going to be the player with more experience who ends up taking that one down. Man, that was Yeah, I wonder if those force fields. So they kept the DPS of the army of Eba low for a lot of it, but they also kept all the zealots safe. Strange fight. I guess the zealots engaged on Archons for Eba. It's super, super weird because the zealot DPS is really important. I would have to like honestly look at that fight and like do, because my instinct is the zealots stay alive. That's a good thing, but keeping them out of the fight at the beginning is a good thing for Shameless. I don't know. I'd say it is a good thing for Shameless. I think it's so weird because like so much of it is random in terms of like how much the Archons hit the Zealots and how clumped they end up. Too much math? Honestly, yeah. And the part of it too is like a lot of it comes down to a little bit of randomness. There is a world where theoretically a fast enough player could set up their Archons such that they're target firing clumps of Zealots everywhere. But that's going to be tough to do. And even then, it's going to be tough to see it. But anyway, spawning up at the top right, it is Shameless for the Stalny Balls. He did take like 15 Zealots out of the fight there. And look at this, they're both doing the same thing. Spawning down in the bottom left for the Platinum Heroes, it's Eba. In the red. Yeah, I'm really curious if the force fields... Like, once again, I'd have to look at the fight. Instinctively, it feels like those force fields should be very good for Shameless. It feels like they should be. But yeah, look at this. They're both proxying. Proxy Stargate on both sides. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is PvP. PvP, tasteless. Oh my goodness, Eba. Oh, do we have... There we go. He's like, I know what's happening here. You didn't scout me, I didn't scout you. Now, double Adept versus double Stalker. Unless you find your opponent's base or proxy, I think the double Adept is better. Oh. Oh, wow. Shameless is going to find this. Iba's looking around. There is the proxy found. Both players starting the Oracle, but it is a much, much faster Oracle for Shameless. Iba missed some of his timings here, and the Stalkers, the fact that he went for so many Stalkers, he thinks this is proxy Robo. He was looking to contest a robotics facility, and it ate up a lot of his gas. He's also expanding, which is actually a good thing. It's a very, very good thing, but I think he might be dead. Actually, no, he is dead. He can't warp in. Even if he recalls, he's going to lose like 8 probes. The Adepts are getting tracked on the other side. Very quick probe pull. Well, I said he's going to lose like 8 probes, but not if you pull the probes that freaking fast. Only loses 3. Honestly, if he cancels the Robo on the other side of the map, oh no, he's going to lose this Oracle. Now, the fact that he has the recall is big, but it's too late. He won't be able to get it away. Even if he recalled instantly, I think that still dies. Oh, this is as bad as it could be for Eba. Actually, that's not true. If he doesn't pull the probes, it's much worse. It's still really bad, though. He's actually mining more? Huh? How is he mining so much? Okay, it was just for like a moment. A weird blip, maybe? I mean, I guess 2 probes extra mining in the main base is a little bit better. Man, that was confusing. That was confusing to look down at the probe count, see a 7-worker lead for Shameless, and then see Eba ahead. in the income for just a little bit. Now this is what I'm expecting. This is what I would expect. Shameless is about to have his Nexus done. Eba canceled his. And... I mean, he's 3-gate roboing, basically, off this. And I don't see a world where this can possibly work. I just really don't. There's a shield battery in the main. No energy for a stasis, and that's because he dropped it at the natural. Eba, of course, should be able to kind of perceive that. But it's easy to not be thinking of it. He could be thinking that the units were used defensively. We got a Phoenix here. That could lift the sentry. Oh. Okay. Was that me? Hit. There's already one Immortal out. The barrier will get triggered. Force Field's going to be good on that Immortal. He actually, wow, really nice job there from Eba. Shameless will try and Force Field out these units. He's got the theoretical blink with the Prism, but even being able to lift one unit at a time is kind of nice in the form of that Phoenix. And these units are trapped in the corner. Very good job with the probe goal. And GG will be called. And Shameless is going to take the 2-0. I mean, that one's kind of how we expected it to go. But I will say the game number 1, Eba put himself in a phenomenal position. Thank you very much, Zergburger007, member for 12 months, almost 2 years. Yeah. Closer to 2 years than 0 at this point. The moment you hit 1 year, you're closer to 2 years than 0. Actually, technically not the moment after. So it's 50% plus 1. Me being the most pedantic. Literally always. Literally always. Yeah, that one was kind of that was definitely a bit of a build order loss. It was a misread by Eba for sure. He kind of leaned a little bit too hard, I think, into blocking proxy robo. PvP has such a weird meta to it. Eba Protoss, what the fuck, beyond insane betrayal. I'm the betrayer because I'm encouraging it. It's me, Barry. It was me, Barry. I was the betrayer. All right, it's going to be Rogue versus Shameless. That is going to be fun. Rogue and I subscribe to the same kind of ZVP, which is to say... it's a little bit like a... Is it fair to say fish out of water? And I do mean that in a literal sense, where they're like flapping around on the land. Spellcaster's too hard, that ZVP? Oh, 100% that. Yeah, 100% that. By the way, I was rewatching the StarCraft Jeopardy. Bet I won, by the way. The StarCraft Jeopardy that I won at Kings of the North. And first of all, I didn't realize I was on 0 points after the first round. I was on 0 points, but I actually won it more for StarCraft or for Jeopardy type questions than for StarCraft type questions. And I got an insane daily double at the very end where I literally doubled up and made myself untouchable. Which is funny because I true daily doubled it before and lost everything. Scarlet was actually like absolutely dominating the first round. She had like 5,200 or 5,400 points, which is, you know, a lot. And I had 0 because, yeah, once again, I was just getting... I think I was getting outbuzzed a lot, actually. But there was a fair number that even rewatching it, I was like, I don't remember. What was the daily double question? At the very end? Oh, man, I actually have to look back and see because I can't remember off the top of my head. But the category that I was most proud of was Esports Manteau. And there was one, and it was like, this massive psionic unit is known for being able to... Or this massive psionic unit, when it makes noises like zap, bang, pow. And the answer was, it's 2 words combined, so it was Arcanomonopoeia. And that one, I was like, I felt so good about that. Gotta have that buzzer speed too. I do remember watching it. Sometimes the buzzer didn't react well, and I also got penalized a few times for buzzing in too early. Because he would unlock the buzzers partway through sometimes. Anyway, spawning up the top left, it is Rogue. He started doing an Overlord cancel 15 hatch if he needs to. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right for the Stalny balls. It is Shameless in the blue. If you are looking for I don't get hatch blocked methodology of ZVP, that is a way that I'm pretty sure on almost every map you can basically guarantee to not get hatch blocked. Because it's functionally an extractor trick 15 hatch. But it only works... Okay, I said every map. That's actually not true. It only works on maps where you can check the path to the natural with the Overlord. So, for example, on 10,000 feet, in order for it to work... Wait, by the way, is this west? Okay, this is west, so this is ping advantage to Rogue. In order for it to work, you need to see the probe far enough in advance to send your drone down to take what would be an extractor trick 15 hatch. So you need to see it by, what would the timing be? Like 25 seconds into the game. And even then, you might want to have a drone hotkeyed that's like at the edge of the mineral line. You don't want to pull it so early that it like kind of handicaps your economy. This... Oh, will he drop the pylon? He's got the adept coming. No. But he is going to try and potentially cut these lings off. Not going to be able to do so super well. It's a good start. GG Spray is a huge mental victory. Heh. Top tier. Top tier performance. You may not like it, but this is what top tier performance looks like. And look at that. Rogue was a little late with his Overlord. Maybe that GG Spray coming in clutch. Rogue started to drop a creep tumor and then thought, wait, no. I need to wait for my second queen. Yeah, he does not want to have that creep tumor sniped and won't now. It will be safe. Morning, what's cooking? We got the Kung Fu Cup. Kung Fu Cup is a very quick third Nexus coming in from Shameless. What is the timing on that? 3:17. Not the absolute fastest Nexus you can take in this matchup, but pretty damn close. I don't know that we'll ever see Protoss take a pre-3-minute Nexus, but this is pretty freaking fast. Wrong tournament and stream title, by the way. Oh, really? Did I not put Kung Fu Cup? Oh my goodness, why does it say Monday Night Weeklies for... Okay. You are right. I must not have updated it on the other thing. Good defense so far from Shameless. I feel like Shameless is a scary player for a player like Rogue. Or we went back in time. Oh, this is super, super unpleasant for Rogue here. He's going to lose 3 drones at least. Second Oracle does show up. It got... I think that was just the Ling kill on the other side of the map, no? Oh, but it is going to dart in. Oh, Shameless, no! No, 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 no! Almost loses that Oracle for free. Oi, oi, oi. He did get 4 drones. That was 1 hit away from being dead. Shameless building 3 additional gates. Starts up Blink, no Forge. This may be a very committed Blink Stalker attack. 3 Adepts crossing the map. The Lings are on the other side. And there's only 5 out to begin with. It is going to be +1 melee, which is, of course, the best thing you can have against a Blink play like this one. These Adepts are going to get surrounded, so it's actually not as good as it could have been, but it's still very good. Very nice positioning right there from Shameless. Doesn't get him too much, honestly. But the drone kills are still nice. That was only 3 drones, though. I mean, it's good lost mining time. Forced out. Yeah, Shameless is going to go up to the 6th gate now. But he is getting 2 additional gases, getting the Forge. Once again, it is a... That's actually not the craziest fast Blink. You can get a 6-minute Blink timing in this matchup. But it's a little ridiculous to do that. And you got to pour in a lot of Chrono Boost to make that happen. And realistically, I don't think the value is going to be there. That is a really nice little move right there from Rogue. Putting these on hold position means that the shield battery can't keep everything alive. Stalker going to get sniped. The other side of the map, we do have Lings trying to get in on top of the army. +1 melee will kick in a moment. Blink. Actually, Blink and +1 melee almost exactly the same moment within like 3-4 seconds of each other. Rogue, though, gets a kill on a Stalker. Gets one at home as well, I think. And now he's got 2 groups of +1 melee Lings mucking about, causing chaos. He also droned up nicely during this. Added 11 additional drones. Getting into 2 additional gases here. Huh. Is he going to go for a Lurker Den? He's got the Infestation Pit already, but no Lurker Den. That is very strange, honestly. He's got so much gas. Starts up a Hive. Yeah, he's missing the Lurker Den. He has forgotten it. No, no, no. Okay, he wanted to queue it up with the Hive. Okay, that honestly, that's fine. As long as you have the Lurker Den pretty close to the timing of the Hive, it is fine. So he didn't forget it. He was just spending his minerals on other stuff. How many Hydras do we have out? Not a whole hell of a lot. This is a weird little push from Shameless, adding the 2 Archons. I think he was anticipating Rogue, like, maybe going double upgraded Lings and trying to punish that. I mean, Rogue has done that. He will go for Ultralisk rushes. And this particular setup that we see from Shameless would have done very well against that if Rogue had skipped Hydras, but he doesn't here. Stasis Trap will get baited. Was a... I say baited. It catches a few Lings. This is going quite well for Rogue, though, I think. He did delay the 4th Nexus. He's on 5 bases himself. Not an overwhelming number of drones, but he's continued to add more and more on. Now starts up the Lurker upgrades. He's going to have the +1 missile in a moment. Oh, looks like those Lings actually escaped. Huh. Kind of surprised by that. Spine crawlers on the right side. Ooh, this is cute. Oh, this is very cute. I would actually maybe love like 2 more spines here. Can you put an Evo? An Evo chamber would be so sick. Where's what's Kindle Cloud Reader? That's for you. Lurkers, by the way, can hit the... Wait, what are they hitting? Oh, they're hitting a pylon. I was like, there's no way they can hit the mineral line without range yet. We honestly don't see this position utilized very often. Creep spread for Rogue is pretty nice here. Zealots are going to get caught. There's a couple of them trying to escape out and do some harassment. Storm has completed, of course. It completed a little while ago. It was initially delayed. There's that range now kicking in. Oh, he's going to be able to kill this gas. That's pretty nice. Revelation coming in. Oh, I like the respread right here on these lurkers, just splitting them up. Adaptive Talons on the way. We've got Adrenal Glands coming through. These 2 High Templar are taking some big hits from the spines. Creep now getting into the middle here. Look at this. Look at this. This is beautiful. Shameless now has his first Tempest out, though. And most Zerg players are going to tell you once Tempests are out, the game is over. Nah, it's not true. But it gets a lot harder. It does get a lot harder. By the way, Rogue added on a second Evo chamber. Oh, and he's going Ling Lurker drop. This is going to be nasty to deal with. There's a cannon in the main. It's being healed up by a shield battery, but not for long. That's going to mean detection will become a problem. Lings, Lurkers, Hydras keeping the army pinned at the 3rd base. Now the cannon does go down, and there is no detection. Revelation will get popped, so we will see this now. Oracle falls. There is a pylon backing up the one behind this, so the Stargate, Forge, and a couple of gateways are still powered. That one Zergling was not going to get the kill. Shameless is holding, but Rogue is really chipping away at him. And this can't feel good, because this feels like Shameless is being outspeeded a little bit. Rogue now maxed out. He's getting the Ultralisk upgrade, Chitinous Plating. And he adds on +1 Carapace before +3 Missile, which, yeah, I'm kind of fine with. I mean, Rogue loves Zerglings. Speaking of which, these Zerglings do catch 5 Zealots that were on move command. Wasn't the biggest deal, but still a little awkward. Oh, High Templar not in position immediately. That is a lot of Corruptors, 14 Corruptors. Rogue is really controlling the pacing of this map so freaking well. He's actually ahead in resources lost. That is not something you see every day. Especially when the player is, the Zerg player is playing as aggressively as this. How many drones went down? On the counterattack? 1 or 2? Maybe just 2, honestly. That was a fair bit of damage on those Corruptors. He hasn't killed the Tempest yet. Oh, the Archons are not super well positioned here. Finally, a storm coming in. It was not a great storm, honestly. And the Tempests kind of get melted. That was a little awkward. So did the Corruptors. But Rogue is enjoying a big eco lead now. Shameless is reeling here. I wonder if he was focused more so on the bottom side, and that's why we didn't see him storm in the middle. And that's why the storm was misplaced as well. That's a much better storm there. Funnily enough, almost in the same position. It's just that this time it was actually hitting Corruptors. Actually, maybe that was even where it was supposed to be. I wonder if Rogue is taking advantage of the fact that the high ground, low ground actually makes it harder to target your storms. Single Lurker harass being a huge nuisance here. Rogue somehow even slipping Lings into the main. The cannon was rebuilt here. There's probes actually not being rallied. Oh my god, if he kills this. If he kills this with 1 Zergling. Well, actually, it's not going to be just 1 Zergling. We've got a storm in the main. That is +3 weapons, by the way. Or sorry, not Storm in the main. Storm on the other front line. Okay, it is going to complete unless he targets the pylon and it dies right this instant. Oh my god, he could have killed that. That would have been a huge pick, getting +3 weapons. But I think Rogue is still getting the job done anyways. He does jump on the Tempest again. He is really playing this fast. Shameless now walking through his own Storm. Immortal's Barrier getting triggered. Rogue is just absolutely all over Shameless here. And this is why we call him the sexy boy. Lings even burrowing in the main base. They unburrow, pop out, and are going to murder some more probes. Oh, he reburrows again. Are there even any oracles on the map? No. 3 more overlords dropping into the main. Looks like Shameless is going to say, finally, enough is enough. How many lurkers do we have at home? Because this could still turn south. This could still turn into a victory for Shameless. He's actually got an army supply advantage. Okay, 6 more lurkers in production. Rogue probably should just give up this base. He really does not need it. Absolutely does not need it. Shameless has been trapped on 4 bases for a very, very long time. There's actually not a... Hang on, did he sniped the Observer? Oh my god, he sniped the Observer. There's no Oracle. There are Zealots on the right side, but they're not going to get any drones, I don't think. Forcing a bit of lost mining time. Man, Rogue is legit just all over Shameless right now. Like, he is not giving him a moment's peace. Mothership is away from the Archons. It is super exposed. Time Warp does get dropped. The Archons kind of close in on the Corruptors. Corruptors taking a very awkward route. And he's losing a lot of these Corruptors, but the Lurkers are going to find so much. There's no detection for either side, actually. So the Lurkers don't end up getting all the kills there, but it doesn't matter. Shameless's army has been routed and cleaned up. And this will be enough to close this one out. He's going to get the Mothership kill as well. It didn't really look that dicey, but for just a moment, I was starting to question, could he get something done? Man, Rogue actually just... You know that scene in Transformers 1, where it's Jazz versus Megatron? Megatron arrives like the first time and he's like, they're establishing his power level. And Jazz is like, oh, you want a piece of me? You want a piece of me? And he's like, no, I want 2. And he just rips him in half. Yeah, that's kind of what just happened right there. Rogue ripped him in twain. Torn asunder. He frickin' bopped him. Bibbity bobbity booped him. That was violent and unkind and very well played. There was multiple instances where Rogue sniped the detection. Rogue, not a big fan of the viewer experience. He doesn't care how many workers get killed. He says, you keep track of that yourself, fools. To which I say... Yeah, all right, fine. He just doesn't make with Game Hard or Observer ++. I'm sure he would if we harped on it. I feel like de facto I've become the player or the caster that does that. Remember when the Mothership was just a meme? Honestly, call me Mac. The Mothership has always been very strong. Just when it was abducted, when it could be abducted, it was obviously much, much, much easier to deal with and much harder to utilize. But it was still a very powerful tool. Now it is like, it is very easy to use. Personally, for me, the best version of the Mothership, the one that felt the most fair, and also the most, like, good on both sides. Because it felt like as long as it got the spells off, it was worthwhile. And it felt like it had a place in every matchup. Was the, I like to call it the pocket mothership. That was when they reduced the supply, reduced the cost, reduced the build time, but it could still be abducted. It was not quite as strong of a unit. I was just a big fan of that. Did you get out of Diamond with Protoss? Hehehe. Yeah, of course, I got all the way to Platinum. No, we haven't, I've only played 10 games, 15 games. And I certainly have not learned build orders. I remember you playing it some. Yeah, the only times I've played it are basically on stream. Basically the only times. What about the core with Nexus Overcharge? No. Mothership core was a very, very silly unit. It was... The thing... It was... I honestly thought it was cool. I honestly thought the Mothership core was cool. It was just so hard to balance. There were a few versions of it that I think were okay. By the way, this one is played on Central, so it will be much better ping for Shameless. Shameless is better than that, by the way. He's better than the showing we saw in the previous game, for sure. But when you're playing against a player that is as fast and in your face as Rogue, and you're playing with so much ping disadvantage, like Russia to West server is really, really bad. Like I whinge about ping a lot, but that is far worse. Like I want to say that's probably the equivalent of me playing Australia server, which is like 220 ping, give or take. Shameless's PVT is better than PVZ from what I've seen. It's hard to say, because PVZ is mostly measured by the players that you're able to beat. Oh, we are going to see an Adept Shade forward here. That was not a great shade, I don't think. 2 drones, and I guess he killed a couple Zerglings. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that. Probe died on the other side of the map. I think there were 2 Lings maybe that killed it. Okay, Oracle has 3 kills, so it was 3 Lings that died for that. So it was only 1 Ling dying at home and 2 drones. Small little probe kill, or probe pull, or drone pull, I should say. Now that's not so bad. 2 additional drones right there. Oh, Rogue targeting the Oracle, ignoring the one that turned back around. Oh, that's because he gets into the main with Lings, but it's actually very good probe micro there from Shameless. Keeps all of them alive. Yeah, Rogue was most definitely focused on these Lings that tried to run by into the main. And you can see already Shameless looks a lot sharper when the ping's a little bit lower there. The thing is, it's not just about the ping. It's about the experience with it, too. Like, there are many, many, many players out there that are just fine playing with ping. But that's because they've played, you know, hundreds of competitive games. Top tier, top level games. By the way, it is going to be charge and +1. Yeah. Yeah. 3 Oracle. Interesting. Rogue getting a Baneling Nest. No +1 melee just yet. Wants that Baneling Nest first. Adepts are going to shade forward here. That's a very good position. Only 1 Zergling can attack. Rogue is trying to stack them up so that more can. He tries to circle around the mineral line. Not able to do so. God, that is such a sick position. Finally, the Queen show up, add their DPS, and will be able to deal with this. But Shameless going to get into the natural as well. He might get 2 additional drones. Yes, he does. Oracles basically drain their energy trying to kill the hatchery. Not able to do it at the 4th. And they don't even get it particularly low, but still, that was good trades for Shameless, at the very least, against the Lings in particular. How many drones did he kill? 5 additional. Not bad. I think in that scenario, it's hard to say. I would have had to pay more attention during the fight because I'm not sure how many drones he sniped. Blame Rogue for that one. For not making with Game Heart. But really, honestly, blame me or the tournament organizers or whatever for not enforcing it. That is a lot of charge lots. That is a lot of charge lots. We're going to have +1. We've got Banelings on the way. A lot of Banelings morphing in. 10 Banes. Oracles. Shameless is going to have to split very nicely. These are really nice stasis traps. Oh, the first one. Second one. Both of them do go off. Only on a couple of Banes. And that means the Banes that were morphed at the end. Very nice connections. Even 2 or 3 more finishing up at a really, really opportune timing. And this is an excellent defense out of Rogue. He is now in a phenomenal position off of that. Storm is very far along. How many High Templar does he have? 4 High Templar that just warped in. Yeah, this is a really, really good position for Rogue now. He's getting Overlord speed. The only thing for Rogue that would have been better is if he had started his +1 melee faster, so he could also get +1 missile in time for this timing. Oh, but these High Templar, they have Storm, but no energy just yet. They're just now hitting the threshold. But Banelings, ooh, that's a nice kill. It gets the pylon, which depowers the shield battery. Means the cannon is kind of easy pickings, but enough units show up, and these Hydras don't have speed, so all of a sudden, now that the Lings and Banes are gone, these Zealots are kind of feasting. Just a small number of them are going to do a lot. Shameless turning around at a good moment there. It's tempting to try and continue the chase with 3 super low HP Hydras. All of them were 1 Zealot swipe away from dying. You might be saying, Steadfast, that Hydra had 18 HP. Well, the Zealot has +1. 9 damage per swipe. Also, it had regenerated a little bit. It actually feels like Hydras regenerate pretty fast because their HP is relatively low. Oh, it was a fake Bane drop into a Bane run by. Unfortunately, there was not that many probes at this base. Stasis trap on the bottom. It was a double fake Bane drop. That is super cute. Is this going to be enough to prevent the Banes from actually getting in? I think it will. We'll see in a moment. Yes. Yes, it was. Yeah, 2 cannons will kill Banelings, obviously very quick. Warp Prism on the right side. This is a pretty decent defensive setup, but it's a lot of Hydraling Bane. Storms are going to need to be really good here. Ooh, one of the High Templar dies. I think it had a Storm available. There's a lot of Archons, but this is so much DPS in this army out of Rogue. Prism is not across the map counterattacking yet. Most of the Lings on the right side have gone down. The Banes on the left will get cleaned up, and that means Zealots can start to feast. But there was enough Hydra Ling Bane on the right side to break through. And Rogue is going to get the kill on this Nexus almost assuredly. On the other side of the map, there's not enough Zealots yet. He's going to warp in more. Shameless needs to get insane damage done with this attack, but he is not going to have enough to fully break through. He will target down a couple drones, but a couple drones is not worth the loss of everything in the middle, including that 4th base. Shameless did save the majority of the probes, but that just means he's massively oversaturated on his 3rd base. God, Rogue really just hits you and doesn't stop hitting you. There you go, Kindle Cloud Reader again with the Spine Crawler positioning. Once again, I don't have issue with Spine Crawler positioning being good. I think it's Zerg Sim City is one of the most underutilized things. And even here, we have this one spine kind of misplaced. Stop hitting yourself. Anything done in the editor is property of Blizzard. Ah, true. Oh, that's a bit of a stasis trappy in the middle. We do have a hive very close to starting up, I'm sure. Mothership on 3 bases. Honestly, Mothership on 3 bases is fine. Mothership on 3 bases after you've lost your 4th and so much stuff, and your opponent has actually traded evenly throughout while having a better economy pretty much most of the game. That's where it becomes a problem. Stasis Trap will protect these units nicely, but a very nice Bane flank. That's going to bait out 2 Storms. They're good Storms. They take care of the Banes. But now these High Templar are in more and more duress. They're going to stay alive for now. It's actually going to end up being an amazing fight for Shameless. But still don't think it's going to be good enough. Oh, that Storm was very weird. I guess trying to zone out the army so that the units can stay alive. There's 3 Immortals very low on HP. One of them falls. Second one is also going to fall, as well as the Morphing Archon. And there's just too much DPS in these Hydras. Rogue is going to be able to blast through. Shameless really making him work for it. Where's the Mothership? Popped out, but not in time. If it was out in time for that fight goes drastically differently. There's no doubt about it. Even now, keeping an Archon alive that already has 26 kills. And even now, Rogue is actually down in army supply. He is winning this game, make no mistake. But, I mean, it doesn't... He might not be feeling good about the game. I'll say that. But this is a gigantic lead for Rogue. He's even going to have the high-yield gas mining in a moment. Drones being built and rallied directly into it. I think Rogue can just keep attacking and win. Even with the Mothership. Obviously, I think it's a good idea to continue teching. More than anything, probably getting Hydra Lunge might be the highest value upgrade he could get. Especially since he's going to have 2-1 on the Hydras pretty soon. Oh, that is a... No, it's not a slower pylon. I don't know why it looked like it. Cloaking Field was activated. It's going to be put on cooldown there just now. Yep. It's a 50-second cooldown, but it lasts for 20 seconds, so there's only 30 seconds of downtime. But there is a window there. Absolutely. Obviously, having an Overseer is also, in theory, a window. That is a lot of Stasis Traps getting stacked on top of each other. 5 Stasis Traps. The third one was very good, but the fourth one was a little redundant. The last one also getting triggered. There's one more behind. Oh my god, he made so many Stasis Traps. Rogue, though. Lurkers. Cloaking Field and Time Warp going to get activated here. There are Overseers for detection. God, Rogue is so freaking fast at readjusting his army movement. 2-2-1 upgrades now done. Archons are going to get cooked here by the Lurker Hydra. There's still 2 Archons alive. Somehow a Zealot kind of slipping to the right side. Rogue has continued to spread creep during this, by the way. Not in a massive way. He's been heavily focused on the attack, but he is doing a really good job at keeping this pressure dialed all the way up to 11 throughout. Shameless does hold the 4th for now. Like, this game can still get scary for Rogue. Are these... No, these don't have adrenal glands, but there's nothing in the wall. Shameless will get the warp in, though. Ooh, that was close. That was close. That would have almost certainly been the backbreaker if those Lings get in. Well, actually... maybe. Probably. Shameless wouldn't have even been able to afford enough warp-ins to clean them up. Would be nice to see Rogue go into adrenal glands, but he is spending all of his cash as he gets it. Adds on the Spire to deal with what is, well, maybe just with the Mothership, honestly. Uh-oh, this is actually not enough Lurkers, I think. And there's very little to support them. A couple of Lings do show up. That's a nice Stasis Trap on the backside. It's still going to be enough to hold the position. Finally, we do see a little breakthrough, but that was most of the Archons going down there on the tail end. And the 2 that are still alive, including the Immortal as well, all 3 of these big power units for the Protoss, very, very low on HP. These Archons will get, or pardon me, these Lurkers will get taken out. They got trapped earlier. Rogue is inevitably outmassing, out-punching his opponent. But my God, it has not been easy for him. Baneling's waking up from a stasis. That's the money shot right there. Mothership going down. Put it on the box art. And Rogue punches his ticket into the round of 16. But if that didn't tilt him off the face of the earth, I don't know what will. I mean, losing that game. What is the answer there? Rogue, though, he is an emotional player. There's no doubt of that. He feels strong negative emotions about Protoss. Who is Mopo? Who the hell is Mopo? They took a game off herO and 2-0'd Hacker as top. What the hell? Moppo? Oh, it's a player named Ghost Runner. Okay, they changed their name from something. What did they change their name from? Or were they just always Ghost Runner? So this is interesting. Ghost Runner is 100% a baseball reference. Major League Baseball. Chinese Terran player from Toho Project. Only 21 years old. Youngster. They were on Team Indomitable Will for a little while. Alternate IDs, Mopo. Okay. Moppo? Mopo, Moppo? Let's see. Ghost Walker. I do need to run, by the way, a minute and a half of ads. I do apologize. Actually, 2 minutes. It will be ByuN versus Rogue. Rogue versus ByuN. For the next one, which is kind of why we signed up for this bracket. Man, Rogue is like so in your face. So in your face. He just does not give you time to ever really catch your breath. That being said, Shameless kind of forced that time. Like there were a few moments in that game number 2 where I was starting to wonder, like, is this starting to slip away just a little bit? It never got past starting to slip away, though. Important to note. Oh my God. I am... Should I even put this in the thing? I mean, I shouldn't. But I just want you guys in chat. If you want to, you can punch this through Google Translate to find out what it says. This guy is a kid. Liquipedia probably should take this off. Just it's not even that big of a deal. It's just very silly, very like juvenile, very goofy. All right, so once again, just to be clear, this is, you can punch this into Google Translate if you want to figure out what it says. It's just silly. This is just goofy as hell. So this is apparently the player that took a game off of herO. This is their one of their alternate IDs. Ghost Runner is actually... I like that name. I like that name a lot. But I'm a baseball guy, so... feel like that's Google being terrible at translating. Maybe, but it wouldn't surprise me if that were a thing. Gamers can be a wee bit, a smidge toxic sometimes, you know? We're we're not always perfect. All right, spawning up at the top left, it is Rogue in the blue. I'm overselling it like this is some dramatically terrible thing. It's just not the best, you know? Like, we can be a little better. But anyway, spawning down on the bottom right for the Shopify Rebellion, it is ByuN. And he is going for the 2 Racks Reaper. Here on 10,000 feet, Rogue did open up Extractor Trick 15 herO. You know, I have not really experimented with this build basically at all. But I should. It's a really good build. Really, really good build. A lot of things you can do with it. Honestly, in ZVT more than anything, it is super, super strong for just kind of setting yourself up into these 2-base roach plays that can be just ironclad, just rock solid. And that's not to say they're necessarily going to win you a crap ton of games, but they're going to keep you from losing the vast majority of games. Now, ByuN is not a 3 Racks Reaper player. He is a 2 Racks Reaper player. He will very occasionally play a 3 Racks Reaper, but I think he loves what you can do with 2 Racks Reaper, macroing behind it. For me, the build I fear most is Roach into Ultra Infestor. Oh, 100%. I think most Terrans are the most annoyed, frustrated, and filled with hate by that style of play. Now, ByuN, it's not a guarantee, but he almost always opens up with 3 Reapers with this. For a while, players were tinkering around with how many Reapers do I need to cancel a 3rd base. ByuN says, I don't care. I want to find damage with these Reapers. Now, what is so good, by the way, about the Extractor Trick 15 hatch? 10-second faster queens. Oh, that drone! It's in the pocket. It's going to get sniped. Terran players don't use this enough. They don't use this drastically obnoxious cliff. Oh, the Reaper does go down. Oh, no. Oh, no. ByuN got a little greedy. Rogue getting a big pick. That is a huge kill on one of these early Reapers after losing a drone. More than anything, that's just kind of like, you can't do that. You're not allowed. Terran players get out of there not even 9 out of 10 times. They get out of there 97, 98 out of 100 times. So the fact that Rogue punishes it, it's got to feel really, really good. It's going to make it a lot easier to get his creep tumors down, but still not easy. Oh, ByuN gets the kill, but oh, no way, no way, no way. And there's the mistake. That is a big punish. ByuN kills something. Rogue instantly answers back. He's done it twice now. And we got 3 more gases coming in. Very quick layer. This feels like Muta. This feels exactly like Muta. Rogue did scout the 3rd CC and the factory. So he knows that this isn't one of these weird 3cc into 3 racks plays that is kind of started to become a lot more common. ByuN he hasn't seen enough. He's building a tank. If he knew what this was, he would almost certainly not be building a tank. There's just no benefit. But there's not even a Roach Warren built. The thing is, because of the loss of that first Overlord, or first Overlord, I was looking at Overseer. Because of the loss of that first Reaper, he's not able to get in and get the very important scouting information to tell him that there was a Roach Warren or not. So now he's building even a 2nd tank. Rogue should be ecstatic right now upon seeing that is still producing a unit. The Spire is as far back as it can possibly be. Lane speed just now started. How many mutas are there going to be on the map? Rogue on 53 drones, by the way. This is a really, really nice benchmark. Oh, that was a really great grab there on that. Scan comes in, sees the Spire. Okay. And ByuN is going to start to move out. This is going to be weird. This might actually punish what we're seeing very, very hard here. That is a lot of Marines. They don't have combat shields, but they will have stim. And, oh man, was this ByuN's plan from the get-go? This could be very scary. Rogue droned up to 62. He might have been in the same boat I was, which is thinking that you can't really do this. But you can if your opponent is playing this exact way. Oh my god, this is so much damage already. So many kills on these Marines, getting 2 queens, 3 queens. Baneling's gonna try and get on top of this. That should not have connected. Banelings did, or rather, ByuN did target the far back Baneling. This will get cleaned up. 18 drones, though, gonna go down. Oh, wow, somehow that siege tank not firing again. Oh, man, that was so much damage. ByuN finds the timing. He loses a lot, though. And now he's got to build Vikings. That's actually really smart, I think. The mutas have a huge amount of potential. Big kill on that SCB trying to finish off this turret. Rogue's setup was so greedy that if ByuN didn't do this, I think he's kind of dead. Just from a macro perspective. As it is, this is still playable for Rogue because of how greedy his setup was. I don't like Rogue's position, to be clear. I think it's not a good position that he's in. But, well, yeah, combat shields is done. There's only... No. We're up to 4 and 5 barracks now for ByuN. Very nice contaminate, by the way. Love that. Gonna block the first 2 medevacs from actually hitting the field. Is this playable for Rogue? No, not really. He needs to find more damage. Mutas are good, but on a map this size, it is pretty tough to get the value out of these mutas when your opponent is kind of set up for against them as well as ByuN is. Missile turret will get sniped. Oh, killing the Widow Mines would be big. He gets 1. You can get the starport. That'd be amazing, too. ByuN is so desperately trying to bait Rogue back into the Widow Mines. Oh, that's a huge mine shot. Double drop on the other side of the map. Is there enough at home to deal with it? Yes, actually. Baneling speed is getting close to completing. ByuN does not have an armory. He's been so under the gun by this. Oh, somehow that Widow Mine not triggering. That one does, though. Without these couple of mines, ByuN might have actually just died straight up to the mutas. Rogue is super all in right now with the mutas. 41 Marines on the field. And counting. Rogue just now starting up as 1-1. He did get supply blocked. ByuN has done an immaculate job of defending against the mutas. Very nice Widow Mine shot again. Really nice bait. He hit it on at the starport, knowing that Rogue's been targeting that basically the whole time. I've been here the whole time. I really think that with the number of mutas that we had, even without +1 weapons, with basically no medevacs on the field and a very small number of Marines pumping out at once, I really genuinely think Rogue could have just won the game with this. Oh, this drop going to get into the main base. Rogue, the Banes needed to be manually controlled right there. Unfortunately, these Marines will get out. How many mutas go down? 2? 3 mutas. That is big value. 3 mutas, 3 Banes. Rogue still ultimately does clean this up, and that's a good thing. But considering that was a dead drop, getting any value at all is big. Oh, Oh, the Widow Mine getting the Bane hit. Getting the hit on those Banes, I should say. Now, the fact that ByuN didn't go for an Armory, hasn't gotten Drilling Claws, hasn't started 2-2 yet, is troubling. Because it does kind of let Rogue get back into the game from an upgrade perspective. The thing is, he's still behind in workers. Rogue, that is. But, man, ByuN's actually floating a lot of cash right now. He was floating a lot of gas. Never took the gases at his third, and he doesn't need to be frank. Will Rogue go for 2-2? He's heavily pressured right now. Oh, no, the Zerg Nightmare. Blocking your own base with a creep tumor there. It looks like it shouldn't, but it's right on the corner. Now, there's like no creep spread on the map. ByuN gonna go into an 8 racks off of this. That is quite funny. There's a Widow Mine here.
Mineral field depleted.
Oh, Widow Mine's just now reburrowing. One of them does get taken down, but Muta falling for it on the other side. Good pullback from Rogue. You gotta be so fast with the Mutas. I love that there's just a couple mines just scattered around. I love even more that I'm not the one that has to deal with them. Rogue has done a good job of really keeping ByuN on the back foot with the Mutas, but they once again have not won this game. Not even close. Burrow now completing. Let's see how long it takes Rogue to burrow this Zergling. Obviously, he's going to be focusing on the Mutas. Does not take him long at all. God damn, he is good. Now Burrowed Banes. Burrowed Banes are Rogue's potential salvation. How many Mutas are there on the field? 23. Lings and Bane's going to try and get in. Oh, he wants Drilling Claws. He will get it. That was a lot of Banelings for that, though. Oh, my God. He was one Bane away from killing the CC. 37 HP. Technically, that's not even half a Baneling when it's attacking a building. What is that? How many +1 melee Zergling attacks is that? 7? ByuN is almost maxed out, by the way. Oh, I really thought that Widow Mine was going to go off. Oh, there's another Crouching Tiger hidden Widow Mine. My God. No Banelings, no Burrowed Banes on this attack path. Rogue, though, has a Changeling in the army. ByuN turning around for a moment. He's looking for his 2-2 timing, but Rogue is going to have his own 2-2 in time. Counterattack trying to come through. Couple of Marauders are going to get hit. No concussive shells. Concussive shells is actually so valuable here. Look at that 2-2 timing. It is identical. Absolutely identical right there. Oh, the Thor's going to make it so difficult to get value with the Mutas and keep this from being a drop position. There's the concussive shells. I think ByuN realizing basically as the attack started getting forward, this is going to be a fight off creep, and that is not a fun fight for the Zerg. Big Widow Mine shot on the Banelings. So many Marines behind this. Oh, the Burrowed Bane trap. Oh my God. He almost got him with that. And this is one of those scenarios where less creep is actually better for the Zerg. Oh, he's going to move them forward.
We could use some help here.
Oh, on the right side. Surprise, motherfucker. Huge Baneling bomb. Monster Baneling bomb. And it's all of a sudden a supply lead for Rogue. I got baited by the Banelings that were reburrowing. There's still a mine here, by the way. Oh. Oh my God. Rogue has been playing this so freaking well. He's got a hive behind this. Oh, that's a lot of Zerglings. You don't want to lose those for free. Even now, Rogue cannot just lose stuff. Oh, that actually hit a couple of Banelings. Jesus. 9 Lings and a Bane. The Burrowed Lings, though. They are really, really nice. There's so much vision for Rogue off those Burrowed Banes. Oh, these actually kill a gas and a decent number of Marines. Now the Mutas, even without +1. I know I've been harping on the lack of attack upgrades for the Mutas, but normally, in a situation like this, you would have attack upgrades. Rogue did start as 3-3. It is much later than ByuN's. There is going to be a big timing for ByuN where he is an upgrade, a full upgrade ahead. Full upgrade set ahead. Nice split against this Widow Mine. Missile turrets. Oh, the Banelings. He wanted that missile turret. He turned around after seeing the SCVs go back home and ends up keeping this missile turret alive. Oh, man, these SCVs and bio units really messing with the command center. Finally, it's going to be able to re-land. Banelings once again looking for something. There are burrowed Banes behind this. Oh, jump on top of the army on the bottom side. It's enough Lings to help the Mutas win the fight. Thor and some bio getting taken out. ByuN getting up to the 5th base. Rogue now has an Ultralisk Cavern. Dunn starts up Chitinous Plating. ByuN wants to get across the map and fight now and try and get something done with this 3-3 timing, but it is closing quickly. Only 50 seconds left. Not to mention the fact that Chitinous Plating is going to be finishing up soon. ByuN is not thinking about a late game yet. And by that, I mean adding ghosts. And I don't think this is... I think this is a scenario where you don't want to go late game yet. Oh, Rogue... Oh my god, that Thor shot. What is the upgrade? He doesn't even have attack upgrades on it. It just hit the Widow Mine, I think, hit the Mutas, and then the Thor absolutely blasted them. Didn't kill any additional ones, but so much damage. I like the personal pain you feel from the mines. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the Terran players would be feeling the personal pain from the Baneling bombs. Oh, good job from ByuN. He finds this army on the bottom. 3-3 now completes, though, for Rogue. He's getting the Ultralisk off-speed creep upgrade. Off-creep speed upgrade? Anabolic Synthesis. You know the name. It's a fast upgrade. It's going to complete in a moment. Oh, good splitties against these Banes. How many Banes do we have on the field? That was most of them. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ultralisk going to get cooked here on their own. Rogue is in some trouble. There is a weird scenario where if you clear up all the Marines, the Mutas can actually just kill everything. The problem is, without attack upgrades, armor on Marauders, they have 4 armor. The Mutas are doing 5 damage per attack. Just disregard the bounce damage, because it's nothing at that point. I mean, I guess the second bounce is doing, what, 1.66? And then the third one is whatever 1.66 divided by 3 is. Oh, these Bane bombs on the right side, not going to work, but there's 3 Ultralisks and a couple of Banelings. We have +1 flyer attacks finally completing. Lane's getting into the main of ByuN. Widow Mines will hit them hard. Muta's on the left side. Oh, it's actually the Banelings that find 15 SCVs. Doesn't kill the command center. Ultralisks on the right side got killed. Hello? Bonjour, bonsoir. This command center is going to get taken out, though. Lings pulling and drone. Can he Baneling this down before the hatchery dies? No! The Marauders able to take that down, but the lack of anti-air. Uh-oh. On the bottom, there's barely anything. However, the Widow Mines, one of them gets sniped, but it baits him into the other one. 3 Widow Mines in the middle of the map. Good splitties from Rogue. Still going to be some decent shots. At least one of them getting a few kills. However, 3 mines going down for that. As long as Rogue finishes the kill, that will be worth it for Rogue. Losing, what, 11 Lings? Oh, he only gets 2 of the mines. Still, not bad. Losing that hatchery on the top right did hurt, but Rogue just has so much momentum and control in this game. God, this is actually the sickest game right now. Mutas, they're actually going to be able to win the fight right now. More Marines do show up. There's so many Marauders. The Banelings cannot get through. And ByuN taking a supply lead. Rogue with 3,000 minerals in the bank there for a minute. Trying to keep your injects up during all this is so challenging. And you can see the Queens kind of scattering around here. Oh, one Widow Mine will get taken down. Another one trying to burrow up. Not in time. How many of the missile turrets did Rogue kill in the main? All but 1. 4s in the mineral line here. +1 vehicle armor is done. Rogue will lose this middle base on the left, trying to take it. Obviously, you can forgive the lack of a cancel there. This is a highly chaotic game. Does get one Widowmine before it can fire. The second one able to go off. The Widowmine is still here on this starport. It's been here for so long. It will be here after we're all dead and gone. That Widowmine is timeless. Oh, but that's a friendly fire mine a little bit. However, without an infestor or anything to lock this down, the bio, there's so much of it at this point. It is now a 50 army supply advantage here for Rogue. Marauder's going to get taken out on the front line, but there's just so much bio. And the Ultras are getting cooked. Drone's going to pull away from this base. Oh, the mule drop to block him in. Oh, my God. ByuN, you're so cool. 3 dead Ultralisks. Unbelievable. He does it again. Widowmine burrowing at the front line. Rogue has been broken in spirit and in practice. ByuN, you can't keep getting away with it, but I love that you do. In a game that was filled with so many superstar plays, ByuN says it's time for one of my own. Rogue gonna lose the base. Mutas fight. There is enough to give the Marines a run for their money, but it's 1-0 Mutas against 3-3 Marines. And even with overwhelming numbers, you're going to struggle to trade efficiently. And this was not overwhelming numbers. GG gets called. What a game, number 1. My goodness. Damn. What the game? Is that the Terran equivalent of Changelings blocking the ramp? Yeah. It is indeed. All right, we got to run a minute and a half of ads, or we are going to get ads during the game, and we don't want that. Oh my God, that was actually so sick. That is a clip it and ship it moment if ever there was one. Welcome to the folks watching on YouTube, by the way. YouTube chat's a little quiet, but I've seen him try that so many times, and that's the first time I've seen it work. He did it versus Christianer in a match I cast not too long ago. And I made the mistake of not using the clip. But Loco cast that series later and then clip farmed it. We're not going to let that happen this time, Loco. Not this time. It's going to be the day of Steadfast, or maybe Roddy, or I don't know. We'll see. We'll see who if Roddy gets to it. I feel like Roddy and I are cut from a similar cloth, which is to say we really focus more on the live content. God damn, what a game that was. What a game. All right, here we go. Spawning down in the bottom middle of Mothership. It is the Red Zerg player, Rogue. And his opponent spawning up at the top left. It is the Shopify Rebellion's ByuN. In the blue. Yeah, that game is most definitely going on YouTube as a separate upload. Holy guacamole, what a game. What a freaking game. It's so funny. I was thinking that when he was making those tanks, that he was getting baited by Rogue, but that was ByuN's plan all along. The initial push. And I really can't overstate, if ByuN doesn't get that push going and doesn't do the damage that he did, I think Rogue runs away with that game. And I think the fact that even with the crazy amount of damage that he did, what he was able to do with the mutas from that position, I think it shows that, yes, Rogue would have run away with that game. What a cool build order from ByuN. The thing is, if he scans and doesn't see the Spire, I don't think we see that same push. Hey, welcome Muppo007. Mupo? Muppo. Is it Mupo or Muppo? This is going to be Rogue getting a little bit fortunate with the scouting. I think ByuN checked for the Overlord here. But he didn't see it. He didn't see it. Oh, little oopsie lift maybe? Oh, no, not an oopsie lift. He was looking for the Overlord again. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that is so cool. ByuN is smart, man. He is not smart once, but smart twice. Very unfortunate that he didn't get the actual scout on it. He had the timing down. It's just that the Overlord stayed out of range of the lifted barracks. Very fortunate for Rogue. Well, very good from Rogue. I'm telling ByuN a genius. Rogue's a genius too. Now, we do see the third barracks being produced here from ByuN. Once again, he loves the 2-Rax Reaper because of its versatility. It is only 2 Reapers, by the way. And that means this hatchery is comfortably going to stay alive. Oh. Oh my god, does he not see the Overlord? Did it actually stay hidden here? Look at it. Look at this idiot. Oh, there's the idiot. It got spotted. By cutting the second Reaper, or sorry, third Reaper, you can get the combat shields a lot quicker. Rogue finally going to pull this back, but it is way too late. 5 Marines are going to easily kill that. Oh, did he kill the Reapers, though? No, they escaped. I don't believe that Overlord scouted the third barracks either. ByuN putting it in a super clever position. God, he's so freaking smart. Overlords are the dumbest of the units. Honestly, you put any air unit there and it's going to do the same thing on this map. It's just that Overlords are doing it in slow motion, so you get to see every little idiot tentacle flopping around against the force field that it absolutely can't move through. No. No, that's the SCV. Always builds on the outside so the probe can't hit it. My favorite is when a Terran player will micro their SCV, like they'll build cancel to try and reset the RNG, and they'll get like 4 times in a row. It just stays in the same spot. And then the SCV dies, and you're like, wow. All right. I mean, I guess. Rogue is going to cut workers early, obviously, because he has seen this move out. And even though he didn't scout the third barracks, I think he knows what this is now. Grenades are potentially going to be a problem. ByuN going to want to time his stim nicely. He's getting very far in without having to use it. Finally will pop it. Gets the kill on the one. Queen gets the second one. Third one is in trouble as well. Lings are not going to be able to clean this up. Oh, no. Rogue is maybe just straight up dead. Nope. No, maybe about it. He is going to lose so much. Pulling drones from the third. That is a... Oh, that is a misclick and is not going to do anything for him. GG, ByuN absolutely blasts him in game number 2 with the stim combat shields timing. Damn. Well done from ByuN. Ooh la la. Oh, man. And out is going to be Clem ByuN. By the way, Gerald took down Trigger, and then White took down Gerald. The Chinese Protoss player up against herO. Very, very cool. My points. Oh, nobody bet on the other side. We can pretend this never happened. Just slide the gifted subs under the desk. My points. Oops, I misclicked and accidentally hit delete. Oh well. What can you do? I'll gamble even more next time. Alex did end up beating Percival. Oh, he did. Very well done. Good. No, you're right. You're right. Yep. 100%. Upset win for Rewhite. Oh, massive upset. Very, very big. Oh, thank you so much, ENM7, for the 5 gifted subbies. I appreciate it. I was kidding, but I appreciate it very, very much. Thank you. All right, it is going to be Clem versus ByuN. It's actually been a hot minute since we've casted a Clem game. 07's in the chat for ENM7. We do appreciate it, my man. We the purple. Thank you for the follow. Endurstone. Welcome, welcome. Howdy, howdy. Oh, that's weird. It doesn't show first-time chat. Did Twitch remove that? Thorn getting a gifted subby, by the way. Damn, 339 subs gifted in the channel. Holy guacamole. Now that is big-time support. How much does that cup of coffee cost at Timmy's now? Former Canadian. This one's an extra large. So after tax, I want to say it's like is it 240 or 252? Either way, I used my points to get this one free. That's the trick, is you use the points on the extra large. Me saying that's the trick, like it's not designed that way to give me the endorphins and keep me buying their coffee. Is there more games today? Oh, hell yeah. We've got at least 2 more series. Probably 3 more. Probably 3 more. I do have to run a quick 2 minutes of ads to make sure we don't get any mid-rolls during the game. I always get thrown off. Actually, not always, but in recent history, I've been getting thrown off a little bit more. We'll win this best of 3 PPT semifinals. Let's see if we can take a look at the standings, actually. For Kung Fu Cup. '26 standings. Oh, wow. Is there going to be 30 weeks of Kung Fu Cup? That's amazing. That is freaking awesome if true. And I do believe it's true. Zaun has been quietly collecting a few points. What gets you 5 points? Is it top 4 or top 8? Okay, top 8 gets you 5 points. White is going to put himself on the board, actually. Oh, and then we've also got... Who is this? Estrella? A Chinese Terran player. Couple Chinese Terran players kind of popping off a little bit. Doing a big tourney at the end? Yes, they will be. All right, Winter Madness. Going to be the map is... Oh, for a second I thought Clem was playing Terran, and I was like... Oh, really? No. Does Casterman get pennies for Twitch Turbo ads? Absolutely I do. Absolutely I do. I would actually say... And I would say Twitch Turbo is like probably the best value you can get, I think. Gonna set it up to take a look at the standings. But we will keep the projector on the correct scene for now. As a Star Wars collector specializing in Luke X-Wing pilots and also a Team Liquid fan, kudos on Blue and Black Series helm combo. Hell yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I will say that's one thing that I actually really enjoyed about this sequel trilogy. I really liked the design of like Poe Dameron's X-Wing. I thought that looked so cool and so clean. All right, we got something cheeky right out the gate. This is becoming more and more common recently. Spawning down to the bottom right, it is Team Liquid's Clem. Malem. And his opponent spawning up at the top left. Will he sniff this out? It is the Shopify Rebellion's ByuN. Black or creamsicle? Mostly black and some orange, I believe, right? Really big fan. Glad to hear you like it, Smoogie Face. He had two? True. I think... Yeah, I'd have to take a look. I'll take a look after this series, maybe. ByuN is a player that is very well known for not SCB scouting. But Clem is a player that is not well known for going for this kind of aggression. Black was better? Yeah. I prefer the one that's mostly black. I think. But once again, I have to take a look because I can't... I think it's the one in Last Jedi. But I've got to double check that. It is going to be a Chrono on the Zealot. This is 1 Rax expand. This is worst case scenario for ByuN. He might just get run over. He might just get straight up run over. Clem is going to expand behind this, but this will do damage. Oh, and it's Marine Reactor. Marine's moving out very far. I mean, he'll have advanced warning of this in theory. But I think this is going to be disastrous. He's going to need to cancel the command center immediately. Actually, he may leave it alive for a little while to try and buy time. Marine already taking 2 swipes. This is West server. So it's a good decision. Oh, the surround. Very nice SCV surround. He actually doesn't lose an SCV. He might be able to save the command center now. No. Surely not. No, the Stalker's out. Well, he shouldn't die at the very least. Oh, nice pullback on this SCV. Marine, though. Uh-oh. He's got to be careful. It is one-shottable by this Stalker. He does lose this SCV here. There's the Marine going down. Reactor is going to take some damage. ByuN... Oh, he is going to try and save this CC. Second Stalker is going to pop out in a moment. I think Clem kind of underestimated the power of the SCV here. Oh, ByuN almost got this around. That really felt like he had that wraparound. Command Center will survive and will complete. Bunker getting canceled. That's still 5 SCVs for this. This was still very expensive. ByuN was all in on defending this. But he did successfully do so. I still think Clem comes out ahead, though. Cyclone will get its lock-on broken. Good job from Clem. Second lock-on getting broken as well. But Clem will be forced off the high ground. And with all these Stalkers out of shields and pretty heavily damaged, he's got to be very, very careful now. I do love sitting in the bushes here. I think that's a good choice. Warp Gate just now completing. How many gateway units were produced off this warp gate just normally? This one warped in, but I believe that's 6 gateway units. And the 7th one just now being warped in, but 6 pre-warp gate. Oh, that is a very well-placed tank on the high ground. Clem, fortunately for him, though, will be able to just easily get out of range. Oh, he goes back in, tries to snipe the Cyclone. He'll get it, but at the cost of 3 Stalkers. Ay, that was a big overcommitment. Now, all of a sudden, I feel like this game... I wouldn't say it resets. But that's a lot of the advantage Clem had. Feels like it kind of just got blasted a little bit there. The thing is, it still feels like ByuN can't really move out He's going to try, though. Well, actually, yeah, no. There's, like, no stalkers on the field. Never mind. No, he can totally move out. 2 tanks. That is... Huh. Stalkers are going to try and find this army. There is an observer, but he has to be careful. I do like the SCV pull. Charge starts up. 3rd tank is going to pop out, and I'm quite sure it will rally forward. Now, ByuN is going up the gut as opposed to going for a cancel on this 3rd. He doesn't know about the 3rd base yet.
Go, go, go.
Nice repair on this 1 tank. They are scooching, inching their way forward. No immortal being produced. Shield battery is going to get started up in the natural. 2nd one. 1st one just completed. Blink forward coming in on top of the tank. He will get it, but he gets a good set of shots. Very good shots right there. Oh, this is a single pylon powering both batteries. He's going to blink forward in on top of the tank. Will take it down, but now that there's a Viking here and so many Marines, a ton of Stalkers fall for that. And I could not have been more wrong. ByuN was very right to move out. Clem under-respected this push, didn't slow it down. And it has taken this game. Clem needed to crush this, and he did not. And now ByuN, he's going to take game 1. Charge will complete, but we don't have any Zealots on the field. Just a singular one. Now, ByuN still has to be careful. Oh, he doesn't want to lose this 1 tank. Zealots will engage a little prematurely. We do see a couple of tanks getting taken down. These are stimless Marines. But even just the Vikings are going to be very, very powerful. Oh, the scan killing 2 observers right there. Guardian Shield going to get popped. Can Clem manage to micro his way through this? This is big ping disadvantage, but he's starting to make some really nice moves with the Blink Stalkers. However, Siege Tank shows up, kills 3 Stalkers before being taken out. The thing is, if Clem holds, he's still on 3 Nexus. And ByuN doesn't have Stim or Shields. Just now starting Stim. Double NG Bay on the way. I may have spoken too soon. ByuN kind of let his army get separated a little bit. The thing is, even now, Zealots are going to struggle. Force Field not going to be the most amazing. Oh, but it will help the probes kind of fight this. However, now it's actually protecting the Marines on the back end. ByuN is going to get cleaned up here. Can he get any additional probes right here? No. Wow. Wow. Clem actually holds. Insane. ByuN, is he going to start his +3 or +1 armor? I cannot believe he actually holds that. Incredible usage of the Blink Stalkers at the tail end. That should have been a wipeout. But Clem just did not let it end the game. He refused to bow down, and you got to give him props for that one. And he's going to be able to chrono boost probes quite heavily. Now, ByuN is going to have an insanely strong counterattack. Well, not counterattack, follow-up attack. But there's a decent bit of time before that. Oh, I forgot about the Robo. No, Robo is not the right call. You need to go Templar Archives for sure. That is the only choice. Templar Archives and hope to buy enough time for Storm. I genuinely think that's the only chance he's got. He's going to try and smash in here. Zealots are going to get on top of one of the tanks. 2nd one as well. This drop coming, getting moved out, kind of created this little opening. That actually went better for Clem than I kind of thought it would, but that's mostly because the units moved out. One of the tanks did get hit hard by friendly fire as well. And that's, of course, good by Clem to get 3 Zealots on top of that. Clem is taking a 4th Nexus. If Clem can somehow find a way to hold this push, this is where the game truly resets. But that is a big, big ask. He's going to be down 2 upgrades. A ton of Marines. Oh, the jump on top of one of those sentries is big. Gets the second one as well. That's no Guardian Shield. There's one behind it now, finally. But that is after most of the Zealots have been melted. Tanks get taken out, but there is too many man with gun. ByuN sprinting into the natural. He wants to gun down probes. A little bit surprising that he didn't kind of stand and fight and wait for more reinforcements, but it's still going to end up being an ultimately good enough decision. More than good enough. Nice micro at the end, targeting down even a couple of additional probes, and gets away with the 2 medevacs. Can Clem possibly intercept? He's going to probably try, but I don't think he can. And behind all this, ByuN's got a 3rd CC. He's chilling. Now, drilling claws being researched is... I mean, this is the Terran's dream. If Terran gets to research drilling claws in a PvT, all of a sudden, these are old Widow Mines again. They've got their perma-cloak. You can't clear them out with anything other than observers, disruptors, oracles. Actually, Storm is a lot better against them now because they will die in 1 Storm duration. But, I mean, Clem is not going to be getting Storm. Another scan kills another observer. How many observers have died? I think it's... Yeah, 3 observers. So 2 scans for 3 observers. That's a bit of a dream right there. Clem is going to complete +1 weapons. He's once again alive when I really didn't think he would be. He's got a Colossus out, but almost no front line to protect it. And there's a lot of Marauders in this army. Force fields will need to be very, very good. And they honestly weren't amazing to start out. Guardian Shield is going to help a lot. Clem's doing a really good job so far. Hold the phone. He's got himself another cheeky hold. And the Marauders are not high enough in HP to dive this Colossus. Clem once again making a hold that just doesn't feel possible. But these units are getting slowly but surely whittled down. And because of the drilling claws, these mines are still here. And there's no way to clear them. Oh god, one of them is going to hit the Colossus. Oh! Clem is just baiting out the mines to try and survive. Widow Mine on the 4th base. Shield battery being produced. That will not detect. That is not a cannon. 3 probes go down. ByuN just going to sneak right by into the natural. It feels like he has been inches away from winning this game for the last 8 minutes at this point. And think about how this game started. 2-2 is going to complete. Not even necessary. Clem doesn't have any more miracles in him, and ByuN will take the game at 13-13. Going up 1-0 in the series. You can only perform a miracle so many times before you just run out of magic. That was genuinely impressive, though, out of Clément Desplanches. Sucks that he lost his obs. Yeah, because he needed to continue to build the Colossus. I mean, he just honestly couldn't even afford 25 minerals, 75 gas to replace it. It's weird to say that when you're on 4 bases, but like, he was so budget at that point. All right, 30 seconds of ads, and we'll get into game number 2. Welcome, Thorn. All right, 10,000 feet. This one will be central server, so this will be better ping. Man, that was a very impressive display out of Clem to stay alive there. The thing is, even as he survived, he was still... It felt like he was still one good fight away from actually coming back in the game. But at the same time, he was only one good fight away from coming back in the game. Spawning down on the bottom right, it is Team Liquid's Clem in the blue. And his opponent spawning up the top left, Micro Jackson. It is ByuN for the Shopify Rebellion. I really feel like it all comes down to that first surround on the first Zealot, where not only did he not lose an SCV for it, but he kills that first Zealot, and it allows him to keep the dream of keeping that command center alive. And even with the loss of 5 SCVs for that, it ends up being a very nice little move. And then Clem overextends with the Stalkers, loses 3 of them to the siege tank. And from that point on, I mean, the game, it kind of spiraled for Clem. Got the triple P coming in. The all P printer. Ba-ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. I love it. The WTL Obs just says, "What up?"
Game resumed.
It is worth noting once again that even though Clem let that Zell get surrounded, West server is pretty rough for EU players. I don't know what the exact ping amount is. I think it varies from player to player. France is obviously a little bit closer to, you know, the west coast of US than, let's say, Poland or Ukraine or Russia. But it's still a lot of ping. I actually don't know where exactly Clem lives in France geographically. Wouldn't make more than like 5 ping of difference probably. Although I guess it would depend a little bit on the routing. I mean, to be honest, I understand so little of networking, and most of it is vibes. Which I should maybe learn a little bit more. Welcome, a little bit dicey. And Brendan Reimer, Geek Zord. Waffle Star as well. Waffly Star. You guys missed a game of the year, by the way, between ByuN and Rogue. That was legit one of the best games of StarCraft I've seen in months. It felt so much like old school TVZ. Proper old school TVZ, you know? Oh, you saw it? You saw the muted one? Yeah. Now, I'm a little biased. I love Mutiling Bane versus Bio, you know? I love the tension of 2 well-matched players. You're here from the start? Oh, okay. You don't have to apologize for not saying hi. Nice snipe, by the way, on a Marine. There's no bunkers, so a little bit of bullying coming in from Clement. What of mine is like, I have other things to do. I have to block off this passage. Oh, Hellions actually going to get into the natural. Warp Gate just now completing good probe pull. Very nice probe pull right there from Clem. If you don't get even a single probe for this with this Hellion, you're going to feel bad, but he will get at least one. Huge splash on a bunch of others, but not going to be able to get more than 1 kill. Excellent probe micro from Clem. ByuN is going to move across the map with a cure type drop, and someone is lagging. Please, not me. Oh, who is that? Oh, no. Saber, no. No, Sabre. You're a fellow no hi, sir. Welcome, Meal Solutions. Oh, of course I take attendance. But I use AI to do it. So... that would be funny. it just like automatically sends a notification being like, you haven't been to this stream in a while. Oh God, I hope Twitch doesn't start doing that. Actually, I feel like Twitch is already doing that. Like, you haven't been to this stream in a while. Me. Sad face. Twitch is weird. Oh, Stalker getting killed for a Widow Mine. That's obviously nice for ByuN. Nice for Clem, though. Pushes this drop away. Some AI hallucinated names would be pretty funny. Exactly. That's honestly that. Yeah. Okay, you're picking up what I was putting down there in Meal Solutions. I was thinking of that. I was like, what would AI generate? What weird, dumb BS would it come up with? And I think it'd be pretty funny. Observer will get into the main base, wrapping back around. Oh, nice job from Clem. Sees the army as it's crossing the map. There is a Robo Bay on the way. Clem is going to be on 8 gates pretty soon. He just finished up his charge upgrade. Doing a decent additional amount of teching, though. Clem is very, very good at knowing what you need to do in a PvT. And, of course, part of that comes from, well, so much Terran play. Nice job right there from ByuN. Scans, kills the Observer. This drop on the right side is still just chilling here. Clem doesn't have anything in the main base yet, or anymore. But he is moving some Stalkers back in position. ByuN was kind of feigning an earlier move out than he's actually gone for, but Clem has recognized the potential of this. However, it's such a short map that he actually doesn't see it right away. Raven going to do a little bit of distracting on the right side. Here comes the drop finally into the main base. There's actually a lot of Chrono Boost energy. Okay. Clem engaging a little bit prematurely. Colossus will pop out in a moment, but it's instantly gunned down. Siege Tank and Bio taking care of business. Widowmine's getting some of the Zealots, allowing that Siege Tank to stay alive for a little bit longer. Medevacs have been targeted. Zealots will clean up everything, but in the main base, Probe Massacre Raven, also Probe Massacre. That pylon goes down to no effect, but the drop in the main, that is where the real damage was done. How many kills does the Raven have? 8 kills, so we got 6 during this. Yeah, he maybe got some at the front too. He must have. Clem is on 45 probes, but that is not ideal. Now, ByuN's third CC just started. Good scan out of ByuN. Gets another kill with the Raven. Clem doesn't know about the third CC. He's got Guardian Shield. It's going to be very handy here. Force Field could be nice. He just warped in a sentry. Colossus. Number 2 does pop out. The fact that the first Colossus died so fast, very, very uncomfortable. ByuN is kind of cooking here. Oh, he's going to drop to the low ground and will just kill this Cyber Core. That is quite nice getting the kill on that. Got to be careful about the Marines getting hit by the Colossus. Clem looking to bait ByuN into a pickup and hopefully getting a snipe. Not able to do that, though. ByuN, meanwhile, moving in with a secondary attack. Gets a lot of damage done to this Nexus, but won't kill it. Widowmines get some good shots on the Zells, but won't be able to be kept alive. ByuN does have this drop from earlier, and it will run into the main base. Going to use the SimCity a little bit against Clément Desplanches. And these Zealots, they're warping in, but they're not enough to deal with this. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, oh, it's a dive on top of Colossus. He will get it. Force Field not able to keep it alive, and with that, GG is going to get called. ByuN on fire. Wowie zowie. My man is absolutely looking prime today. Holy moly. That was so slick. Very, very well done. I feel like the big moment was Clem kind of not expecting the move out and letting ByuN get across the map for free, which meant that Clem couldn't get his Colossus out in time and couldn't protect it. If he has that Colossus at the top of a ramp, like literally, I think maybe a 10 or 15 second difference, and I think Clem's totally fine, and that game never spirals out of control. But ByuN was able to misdirect enough and get the job done. We might see a TVT from Clem. Would have been interesting, but unfortunately not this time. All right, it is going to be herO versus Classic on the other side. Winner of that will go on to face Clem. herO losing a map to Mappo, also known as Ghost Runner, and a map to ReWhite. ReWhite kind of having himself a bit of a day as well. ReYoung no-showed, which meant that, herO played Terran. Really? That's kind of fun. In both game ones? Ah, okay. Okay. So he was being a little cheeky. herO in Classic has quietly become a fantastic match. I mean, it's kind of always been a good, fun matchup, but herO is finding more and more outlandish ways to steal one games away from Classic. Game 3 versus ReWhite was uncomfortably close. Really? Oh. I appreciate the updates. And it's good to see, as always, herO. Thank you very much, Jinkai Shi, for the Prime resub at 38 months. I do have to run a quick 30 seconds of ads, and we'll get into the game. What is ByuN's positioning right now in the Kung Fu Cup? In the rankings. Oh, what did I say I was going to take a look at? Oh, right. X-Wing, Poe Dameron, X-Wing. There's a creamsicle one. Oh, yeah, no, definitely not that one. No. No, yeah, for sure, the black and orange. 100%, 100%. Yeah, the black and orange, and it's not close. Yeah, no. No, I was thinking there might have been two that were kind of black. One that was like more black and one that was more black and orange. But no, definitely the one that's black and orange. No, that one looks so slick. That is such a clean design as far as I'm concerned. All right, here we go. Spawning down on the bottom right. It is Classic. In the blue. And his opponent spawning up the top left for T1. It is herO. In the red. Man, herO is so good at the wild shenanigans of PvP. Oh my goodness, I think Dark just tweeted a picture of his daughter. Saying only 6 months till he's back. All right. Classic with a fake proxy pylon. Will herO... Oh, of course he's going to scout it. No, he's not! Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, that is so pain. You're beyond ready for more herO versus Dark? It is the best matchup in StarCraft 2. It just is. It just is. herO is looking to counter a proxy robo from Classic. He missed the pylon by so little. Oh. Nice job right there with the probe. Does a good job of just kind of holding it in place. Oh my god, I can't believe he missed the pylon. That doesn't feel like a pylon should be there. It's funny because I think in my head, I think of the pylon as having a bigger kind of showing. Oh, pro. 2 stalkers will pop out. We do see an adept and a sentry into double stalker. That is a super weird opening, but is going to be decent. Now we got a prism on the way out of herO. With this being herO, he could add a 3rd gate and he could go all in, or he could just not. 2 more adepts are going to pop out, but the adept of Classic, oh, does it get chased down? Oh. Well, it'll get chased down, but it won't get killed. Chrono boost on Warp Gate. Good job right here from Classic. Oh, can he get the kill on that probe? He does. That's really nice. He's done so much to be disruptive with this. Classic doesn't yet know. Prism is going to be a little bit of bait. He could have canceled 2 of the shades. A little bit of weird force fields from Classic. I think he was trying to fully block these adepts in. Oh, wow. herO somehow keeps all 4 adepts alive? What? He does only get one probe kill. Nexus is on the way. We don't yet have Classic building probes. He's in fact building a Stargate right now.
I'm here.
Oh, good job from Classic. Does prevent these 2 adepts from getting back into the natural. Classic has not yet used a hallucination to find out what's going on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, we've got Immortals being produced. 2 more adepts joining up from the original setup. The quality of Classic's army is so much higher right now, but he does need to keep on top of the defense. Now, surely this will just be like a Phoenix, right? If you built an Oracle, that would be so cool, but okay, it is going to be Phoenix. Oh, the Adepts do shade forward. He gets 5 probes. Wow, they... Okay. That actually is going to put herO ahead. And since he's already pumping Immortals... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Stalkers. Oh, they're so close to a kill. Barely going to escape, and there is no blink. In fact, it is herO that went into blink while building Immortals. God, I love herO's brain. Another Adept warping in because he's kept one alive. Well, gonna go for it. Phoenix is gonna go hunting. Oh my goodness, if they actually miss this. Oh. herO, just wait a minute. Let me chill.
Engaging the enemy.
Did he see the hallucinated Phoenix? Or the real Phoenix? He saw Oh, he saw the Stargate.
I'm here.
Did it maybe just click in for him that that's a Stargate? This is such a funny little situation. This is... Well, this is a battleship passing a transport ship in the night. This is not 2 ships passing in the night in a traditional sense. An oil tanker. Actually, no. This is a drug smuggler or a gun smuggler. Oh, he's just going to recall. Okay. He thinks he's been found. Oh, speaking of being found, Observer will find the Observer of herO, and that's going to be a freebie for Classic. He'll take that, obviously, every day of the week. 4 probes do get taken down. herO is going to move out. He's got a strong army. Classic doesn't even have a Twilight yet. It's just now being produced. And a lot of his army supply is in those Phoenixes. Oh, herO's got the potential to recall or to blink into the main base, force field the ramp. Oh, he's going to go for exactly that, and that's the play. That's going to be the dagger. There's no energy for a recall in the main. Phoenix is going to try and jump on top of this. Big blink forward, wants the Immortal. That's going to sacrifice the Prism. And that will mean that this shouldn't be able to end the game. He may not have looked at the Nexus energy. Now we see Classic able to actually get into the main. Into his own main, I should say. herO blinking to the bottom. This was super, super messy. I don't think he expected that Classic wouldn't have blink by this point. Sentries are going to try and walk away. And they're actually just going to be able to leave. Classic, of course, is far more focused on cleaning up the army of herO, the Stalkers. But herO can blink away. The sentries walk home. I cannot overstate how much that shouldn't have been possible, but there's no blink. There's no blink for Classic. He's gone straight into Glaives. herO now building a third Nexus behind this. He did actually get ahead from that. He killed a lot. God, what a weird, weird setup. herO is so cool and so unhinged. I feel like if herO completes Glaives, Classic... I don't want to say he can't win this game. Because if he takes the right fight, you know, almost anything is possible. But it is going to be so difficult. Oh, Observer trying to sneak around. Is herO's going to be the one moving out. But Classic will also be moving out. They're both going to be on 6+ gateways. Classic going to be on 7, whereas herO is going to be on 3 bases. Now, this double Adept... Oh, this could be nasty. This could be really, really nasty. Okay, herO is going to warp in at home. How many probes can Classic kill? A lot, because these are machine gun Adepts. herO wants to... Oh, wait, threatens to shade forward. Force field's getting dropped. Very clumpy force fields from herO, but they will do the job of keeping the Immortals out of the fight. herO wants to move in for the kill during all this. Classic did find damage on the other side of the map. It's still finding damage, but I think it is going to be too much. These Phoenixes will lift 2 of these Immortals out of the fight. That's obviously very nice. herO now finally going to be targeting them down. Now, that will let these Immortals join the fight. It's late. Very nice hot pickup on that one Immortal by Classic. Nah, herO's just got way too much. herO's got way too much. And there it is. Classic is going to tap out. GG. They both lose a lot of workers, but it is herO that just has so much more. Man, what a weird game. At this point, if the PvP isn't weird, that's the weird part. For herO specifically, I should say. If herO plays a normal PvP, that's the outlier. That's the thing to, like, watch out for, to look for. Dark leaving and Raynor going part-time has been tough for Zerg fans. Yeah, a little bit. But we have seen Lambo doing a lot better recently. Rogue has really started to cook. All right, quick minute of ads before we get into game 2. That was a classic herO game. It was. Those 2 sentries that walked home won the game. They actually did help a lot. Like, being able to force field as much as he did, even though the force fields were, like, very stacked up, they did the job of keeping the Immortals out of the fight. And they let herO have the biggest concave, even as herO was getting force fielded as well, by, I would say, better placed force fields. There was just so much more surface area to cover. All right, game numero dos. Unironically, it did matter that those sentries stayed alive. I think it's adorable that they made it home. I think it's fantastic. La 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 la. Bum, 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 bum. Like two little lost puppies finding their way back. Yeah. If Homeward Bound was fought during the like Vietnam War, if Homeward Bound was set during the Vietnam War, but like they just kind of don't acknowledge it. It's just happening in the background. All right, here we go. Spawning down to the bottom left. It is. Oh, got to update the scores. It is Classic. And his opponent spawning up at the top right. It is T1's herO. In the red. Bum 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 bum. It's kind of wild that even with the proxy being unscouted like that, it was, and by proxy, I mean the fake proxy pylon. It was just kind of weird. And it was still just completely fine for herO. Now, Classic, he wants to 1-gate expand. He wants to 1-gate expand. herO doesn't want to let him. Zealot was canceled, by the way. Oh, Classic's faking. Classic is faking, and herO doesn't fall for it. He says, nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. You tried to get greedy and cancel your Zealot, and I'm not buying it, brother. I'm not buying what you're selling. You hear me? Now, is he going to let this finish? Seeing the Adept, I think you should. 100%. Classic will be able to prevent herO from getting down a Cyber Core block. But this, I still like this for herO. Both players are going Stargate. Now, herO will start his expansion faster. Oh, Classic doesn't have a... Okay, no, he does. He does. Oh, but he's going to lose potentially 2 probes. Yeah, he will. Sorry, 3 probes. Oi, oi, oi. The Adept shaded away? Classic is going to kill one of these Adepts. Oracle pops out. That's a scout, though. That's a scout, and Classic doesn't know that his opponent has opened Phoenix. Classic has no information. herO... Hang on, is this going to go into a semi-Phoenix war? If it does, it is herO's to lose, basically. herO is in a very, very good position if it does go mass Phoenix. Classic, though, will start up a second Stargate. Ooh. How does he know? Is this just a blind hard read? I think it is. I honestly think this is a blind hard read out of Classic. But if herO recognizes this, I think he can actually warp in Stalkers and kind of continue to commit with the Phoenix and maybe just win this game. Oh, Adept is going to be able to get a kill on a probe. It almost got saved by the shield battery, but the Phoenixes weren't able to keep it alive. Oracle will try and drop a stasis trappy in the main. Now, can he... Okay, he's... Oh, he actually cancels it with a recall. Okay, this might be an overwhelming enough number of... Two more Phoenixes just now popping out. This is going to get weird. Good drop there on that Stalker. And herO will be able to kill one of his opponent's Phoenixes while keeping all of his alive for the moment. Now he's cornering his opponent's Phoenixes. Yeah, this is going to be too much. Oracle going to add DPS to the Stalkers on the ground, but it's not going to matter. GG is called. herO gets it done and makes me feel like a genius, I gotta say. I said what I said, and I was like, man, I do not feel the most confident about this. But now I feel so smart. Want coffee but recovering from tummy bug? Quite the conundrum. That is a conundrum. Thank you, herO, for making me feel real smart there. At first, I thought that somehow it was Classic that had 6 Phoenixes and herO only had 3. I was like, what? But I just misread the production tab. I had it backwards. It is going to be herO versus ByuN in the grand finals here. Make sure to get those predictions in for this one. This is such a fast tournament. Since it's single elim. Man, I really have to go pee. All right, we're going to run 3 minutes of ads. Meal Solutions, I would recommend Tums, by the way. I just chow down Tums at this point. I just go ham with them. All right, I'm gonna zoom. Oh, okay, we're back. Woo. That was a zoom. Yeah, that was a pretty insane hard read, and it's unfortunate that he ended up still losing there. I mean, I would say he was quite far behind trying to go for that Phoenix play after going Oracle and having his Nexus delayed for so long. Oh, I put best of 3 finals, but this is a best of 5. This is a best of 5. All right. Here we go. Spawning down in the bottom left for the Shopify Rebellion. It's ByuN in the blue. And his opponent, the master of mind games. It is herO for T1. There can only be ByuN. He was so sharp in his series versus Clem. It is going to be a double gas opener. I do think it's important to open up double gas against herO often. Otherwise, he's just going to do what Clem did. Quite often. And you're going to have a bad time. That's, of course, assuming you don't SCV scout, which at this point, Terrans just don't. They just don't SCV scout against Protoss. Some still will. But ByuN in particular is... Nope. He's anti-probe scout. Or SCV scout. herO will escape on out before the Marine can pop out. We know it's a Reaper. Technically could have been a Marine. Now, with double gas, pretty unlikely. Especially since it's ByuN. Am I a joke to you? You do not know the way. All right, it's going to be Reaper Reactor, which is actually a little bit greedy in this matchup. Honestly, it's maybe more greedy in TVT. Yeah, I would say it is more greedy in TVT. It's just a little greedy in general. Adept into Sentry. That's a classic herO type opener. It makes sense, but only to herO. You know what I'm saying? Now, the cool thing about the Reactor is, of course, you have a Reactor very early, and you still get 3 Reaper, 2 Hellion if you want it. And it fast. It fast. Yeah, exactly, Kindle Cloud Reader. It's good in the sense that you can stay alive, but it does pigeonhole you into kind of having to find damage. And Protoss players have gotten really good at not taking damage. And honestly, I think you can comfortably against double gas go double battery every time. I think that's totally fine. I think it's good to build a battery in the front and then, depending on the situation, build one in the main. But a very nice wall here from herO. The units try and run by. They can't. That is an easy defense to start things off. Nothing dies, but it's a 9-worker lead now for herO. And, of course, he's got Blink. He's got a Robo on the way. Didn't full wall, so he doesn't have to cancel the gateway. Yeah, this is very good for herO right now. What if they one base you? That's the only problem with double battery. Yeah, the opportunity cost is big early on. We've got a fake cloak. Very cute. Like that. But it's not even a Banshee or a Raven. It's a medevac. That is very cute. herO didn't even energy recharge, did he? He is building batteries. One at the third. No, sorry. Oh, wow. Okay, so the fake cloak is paid off huge. Forces 2 batteries. And, oh, no. He's forced his opponent into making a battery that will help keep workers alive. Oh, that's so sad for ByuN. And it is perfectly timed for this particular drop. Still gets 2 probes. That's nice. But that, oh, man. Actually suffering from success right here.
Research complete.
It's going to be like, wait a minute. Where's your Banshee? Where's your Raven? I feel like this is one of those situations where you have to... there's an intangible aspect to it, which is you have to recognize basically as the Protoss. Okay, my opponent faked this. It can't be a, I'm going to spend the next minute and a half and a ton of my attention and effort looking for the Raven or the Banshee. It has to be, I got bamboozled. Let's move on. Oh, that's a bait. That is a bait, but herO sees it. He's just not going to blink in. ByuN popping off again. He might be. Looks like ByuN's popping off again. Really good job with the Marines right here. He's keeping them so they can't get shot at from the low ground, but also going to be able to prevent the units from blinking in. Good micro here from herO. Stim, combat shields, +1 weapons, all going to be completing. And Stim being a little bit earlier than the others is quite nice. herO will show up with more Stalkers. He now knows with where the medevacs are what is going on. Oh, how many Stalkers go down? At least one. ByuN targeting the low HP one in the back, even as Blink was off cooldown. herO took the forward base. And he's going to try and defend it. Okay. Charge is going to complete momentarily. Guardian Shield is available. We've only got 2 mines here. herO did bait out the mine. One in the back, though. Well, this is going to be a defense. This gets shoved away. And I think ByuN kind of had no choice but to back away there. Would a mine will get taken down on the chase. That's a big stim getting forced out. There's a lot of medevac energy, but you don't want to get forced into stims over and over and over again. The first 1 or 2, not a big deal. The 4th or 5th, that is where you start actually having a problem. herO during all this already got up into a Colossus. Would a mines will burrow. ByuN, this is a big stim, but he is going to get some value out of it this time. This wasn't so much a bait as it was killing 6 Zealots and an Observer for a single Widow Mine. So, that's pretty good. That's really good. Oh. Fourth base Nexus finished same time as the 3rd CC. And the 3rd CC isn't landed yet. It is an orbital. Oh, Zealot's getting into the natural. They're going to be a bit of a nuisance here. We will see a recall coming through to try and save those. Saves 3 of the 4. Nice job from herO. He does have double forge up and running, and already is going to be taking an upgrade timing lead, if ever so slight, on the armor. But more importantly, he has the 2nd forge already spinning. Whereas ByuN is just now going to get his armory completing. He will be able to go straight into 2-2. He's got the cash for it. ByuN, that is. Oh, Siege Tank on the high ground. Very funny to attack into this, but it's actually going to work out pretty well. Tank was not fired on top of the Colossus, so they stay alive. Good value right there from those Colossi. Wouldn't mind getting baited out by herO. There's no detection. I believe the Observer was sniped. Vikings have hit the field. There's only 4 of them, though. One of them getting sniped down by herO. Nice job. Fifth Nexus is very close to completing. +2 armor starts up for herO. It's late, but so is ByuN's. Fifth gas up and running for ByuN. He's just now taking his 6th. Meanwhile, herO taking now his opponent's high-yield gas base. Maybe that was his plan with taking the center Nexus. Already on 77 probes. And can transfer some over to that newest base. We'll do exactly that. Oh, and even getting set up to take this gas already. herO is setting up a pretty significant contain. And look at these pylons. God, these are so good. These are so nasty. herO's already maxed out, by the way. And is starting to build his gateway bank. Second robo being produced as well. It just completes. We've got the +3 weapon starting up. herO does have the opportunity with the +2 timing on the Colossus to trade very well against the Bio. 7 Vikings is a decent number. But those Colossus benefit massively from an upgrade advantage versus the armor. Decent Widowmine shots right there. Oh, Widowmine, singular. herO doesn't need to force the issue, though. Not by any means. Now, the thing is, if Terran gets up a 4th base, the game gets a lot more difficult for herO. But that is not a given. What is this little setup? Yeah, and accidentally loading up some units, landed a Viking. Starting to show a little bit of awkwardness, I guess. EMP mostly getting dodged. I think it hits like 1 Stalker. 4 Colossus are here. Vikings are a little bit too far back to contribute initially. 1 or 2 ghosts going down. You heard the screams. 3 ghosts, 4 Vikings, and 5 Marauders. Never mind. That was an extremely good trade for ByuN. 3 ghosts for herO, obviously. Ay. That was with the late +2 armor. Really hurting ByuN. And herO, God, he is just taking base after base after base. He's going to be on 8 Nexus pretty soon. Well, 7, but... building his 8th and 9th. 3 in production at once there. While ByuN is not yet able to land his 4th. This is what Terrans are complaining about right now. Blink forward going to come in. We do have the Guardian Shields getting popped. ByuN just can't take the base. hero's got too much control of this center. ByuN will get into Caduceus Reactor for the medevacs. +2 ship weapons. He's close to maxing out himself. herO going to take the fight here. Guardian Shield is going to be handy. herO just sniping units with the Stalkers every time ByuN tries to engage in. And the Colossus, of course, still able to get incredible value. Not a single Colossus has fallen. 6 Stalkers and 3 Observers. The only gas units to die for herO here. Oh, and now we see a little bit of a blink forward, sniping in some of the SCBs that are trying to take this base. herO! People talk about creep. Look at the vision herO has right now. He sees like 80% of the map. ByuN has possession of approximately 10 to 15% of this map right now. Vikings are going to get a decent little jump. herO blinking to the right side. That was... Oh. herO just sniped his own Colossus. That... I think that might have actually been on purpose, but... if it was, that's weird. herO now going to try and contest the right side base that ByuN's going to try and take as his 4th. Blink to the side, looking for the Vikings Colossus. Oh, getting juggled. Very nice job Vikings will get one of them. Second one. Oh, that was a very bold blink forward, but there's enough Zealots. There's enough Zealots to cover it. Not enough Marines in this army to gun down Zealots in any quick fashion. This is just going to be an instant GG once this next wave of Zealots shows up. Unless, of course, it gets blocked forever from actually joining the fight. But this is almost pure Marauder against Mass Zealot. Now, because the Zealots were a little bit late to join the party, it actually ends up going way better for ByuN than it probably should have. But all the Vikings went down, and 4 Colossus are now being produced. ByuN will not be able to build Vikings. These 4 Colossus are the end of the game. Honestly, these Zealots, this big warp-in right here is already a big problem. herO hasn't even fully spent his bank. Oh, and he's still trading efficiently. Now he's actually going to start mining not just the high-yield gas, but the actual base itself. ByuN, he's going to be kiting for dear life. Finally has a good number of Marines in here in this army, and will be able to clear out Zealots quickly, even with a Guardian Shield. But not quickly enough. And now the Colossus show up, and there it is. I was wrong about the instant GG timing in one sense, but right about it in another. And herO. I mean, that just... Yeah, that game. Petition to change the name of the ability to swim. Swimming Marauders. The cleanest PvT I've seen this patch. It was really well done from herO. He did not give ByuN a freaking chance there. Because it had like 5 HP? I think so. I think so. So did double gas cost ByuN this game? No, I think the fact that it's that map and herO has gotten so good at deconstructing Terrans, I think that's the biggest thing. I honestly, at this point, maybe just proxy 1-1-1 on Old Republic against herO. But herO's going to scout you most of the time really quickly. But ByuN didn't get damage and he was behind. Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, you can also say that it's really hard to get damage on that map. Think that map is unplayable? Not necessarily, but I feel like it's in the current meta against herO, it feels pretty bad to try and play a macro game on it. All right, here we go. Spawning up in the top left for the Shopify Rebellion on a much more shorter map. It is ByuN. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right. For T1, it is herO. In the red. Maru or Clem, the only one that can pull it off. I mean, if you saw Maru versus Classic in recent... I think it was RSL. It looked bad. It looked really, really bad. For Terran in general. It's kind of funny that I feel like more so almost than ZVT at this point, it feels like TVP. Bigger maps are just brutal for the Terran. That's probably my own bias showing through. But I'm just going by vibes, kind of. ByuN is going to open up 1 Rax Expand. Much shorter map, obviously, as I've already mentioned. I wonder what ByuN's vetoes would have been, such that he lets Old Republic through. Oh, he's going to do a Marauder opening.
Whoa. Okay.
Marine into Tech Lab. Mario got smoked by Classic. Yeah, and it like... It felt bad to watch, honestly. Like, it felt hopeless. And it's not like Classic didn't play well. Classic played very, very well. By far the smartest toss? I actually disagree. I disagree with that one. I think he's one of the cleanest, but I think he's very, very good. I think all of the the top players are very, very intelligent at the game, especially like that. You have to have an incredible understanding. I think I would prefer Armory Cloak. I think I personally do prefer Armory Cloak at this point. All right, we are going to see a push across the map, but there's already a shield battery. There's already a sentry. Doesn't feel... Without clone mines, you have no map control? Yeah. I tend to agree. It just makes Protoss feel like there's nothing to really stop them from moving onto the map. They are still very, very good against her. We are going to be seeing a quick third and fourth gas. Is herO thinking maybe a quick Templar Archives? Concussive done yet? Yes. He did finish it. Okay. Double Forge, baby. Very cool. Very cool. That was, oh man, that was freaking awesome. Robo Bay behind us from herO. I really appreciate Euthermal's perspective on a recent video he had talking about upgrade rushes. Do you think they should get Drilling Claws versus Protoss? It just takes so long. It's such a huge investment. If you can get it, it's so freaking good. But it's really tough to do that. Oh. Roddy? Maybe just a misclick? Did he get like a leg spike, perhaps? I don't know. By the time you have it, they have three Colossus? Yeah, exactly. I know Olivero was trying to make it work before. Stim is done. Ooh, scan snipes the Observer. That's very nice. God, this is so funny. herO right now is he is dancing so hardcore with this very good snipe on the Observer to buy a little bit of space for the Medivacs to sneak out. Part of what makes herO so good. Oh my God. Oh, wow. He knew what to look for, but he misses it by a hair. Now he's okay. He sees nothing there. Zealots don't yet have charge. It's just started, in fact. Oh my goodness. If ByuN can get the kill on these forges, that would be gigantic. It's a recall of the sentries and Zealots. Colossus does get here. herO scrambles, but he gets back in time. Now this will leave a bit of an opening on the left side. Stalker's going to try and rotate back in. ByuN dropping to the low ground. 1-1 not quite done yet. It is +1 attack for ByuN. ByuN really finding an opening here, creating it. Finds a crack in the defense and widens. Oh my God. Every time I think of that and remember it, I just cannot help myself. I'm so sorry, chat. herO survives it, though. herO survives it, and he is closing the crack. No, I'm specifically talking about Old Republic. I'm talking about playing Old Republic versus Protoss right now for Terran. It feels pretty brutal. Extend Thermal Lance will complete. Charge is finishing in a moment. It's a dive on top of this Colossus, but it's not able to get sniped here. ByuN will be able to take down this core. herO hasn't been able to feel like he can afford his 2-2 just yet. Core will be rebuilt. ByuN does have a 3rd CC done. Oh, I was going to say, I want to morph that into an orbital as soon as possible, but it's going to be a command center canceled and just lifted. Or sorry, SCB canceled and just lifted. 5th and 6th gates in production, and the +2 armor now starting up for herO, as well as the +2 attack. Oh wait, Chrono's the +2 attack. That's weird. He started that early, and ideally you want to close the gap between the two upgrades, not increase it. Unless he's like, I really want +2 weapons as soon as possible. Kind of surprising, though. Now it's like, what was an 8-second gap is now an 18-second gap. I'm curious if he keeps chronoing the +2 attack. Oh, it is going to be Templar Archives. Okay, there we go. Now he adds it to armor. ByuN did start his +1 ship weapons and +2 attack. Oh, he's going to get the Ghost Academy as well. 5th and 6th gases at the 3rd. You will need that, of course. You will need those gases in order to advance your tech and still be able to produce units. Oh, nice job right there from ByuN, but it's still a Marauder for a Stalker, which is, I think you're going to be okay with that. Hello? There we go. Yeah, I think you're okay with that as herO, as long as it's not happening constantly. herO's looking for a 2-2 timing right now. He's about to have his 7th and 8th gateways completing. 4th base is done and fully mining. And this is where we go attack mode. There are 4 very well-placed tanks. First couple ghosts are going to try and hit the field. The Archon will be able to get in before that point. That's a big blink forward. Siege tanks are going to get jumped on. One of them very well-placed. It takes a while to kill, though. That's a pretty decent start to this fight, but with not a lot of Vikings, the tanks are super important. Vikings do start to come out. One of them will get sniped, but they get the first Colossus. This is actually a pretty decent defense so far from ByuN, but mostly Marines on the front line means that the 2 Colossus remaining still do well. Oh, nice hot pickup there from herO, juggling the Colossus out of harm's way. ByuN holds, and he holds pretty well. But right now, trades favor the Protoss. That being said, this is not a normal runaway eco game. This is ByuN landing his 4th CC before herO has taken his 5th Nexus. That's a really good defense in that context. Normally, it's the remax potential of Protoss that is causing Terran so many problems. Oh, herO didn't have money for +3 armor, so he's actually not going to be able to maintain his upgrade advantage. And it will kind of go up in smoke. +2 ship weapons was started for ByuN quite a bit ago. Oh, he can lift this barracks onto the tech lab over here, but he's not going to do so. Just going to build it. I think a little bit of muscle memory kicking in there, and that's totally fine, honestly. Gravitic Drive. Oh, that was an answer in StarCraft Jeopardy. What is the... Actually, that might have been the daily double that I got correct. It was. Yeah. That was the one that won me StarCraft Jeopardy. It's what is the prefix to the 2 speed upgrades in... I think it was for the War Prism and the Observer. I don't remember exactly how it was phrased. But it was basically, what are the 2 speed upgrades? And what is the prefix for both of them? And I knew it was gravitic. Because it's gravitic drive and gravitic... It's not gravitic drive and gravitic pulse, is it? I know gravitic drive is the one for the prism. And the other one is for the observer. Oh, herO shooting his own zealot. Wanted to start up an additional disruptor. He's going to pop Guardian Shield. That is a huge EMP on the zealots and hitting one of the Colossus. Vikings finding a really good spot. Taking down that first Colossus with ease. Second and third will fall, but it's going to be a lot of... Oh, actually, he doesn't stick around to get the final shots. And he still loses 3 of the Vikings anyways. He should have just fired and killed that last Colossus. But there is a Prism in the main base that manages to drop some zealots in thanks to that speedy Prism. 2 more Robos on the way. herO getting a proxy gate and a slow warp pylon. Completes the warp in literally just before the gateway completes. Disruptor did just walk in, kill 5 SCVs and die. ByuN is on 70 SCVs. Like, he's mining a reasonable amount. Unfortunately, herO is mining a bit more. Now, that's a good jump on top of one of these disruptors. The other one gets a decent shot. 2 more flanking in. herO is so good at finding new and separate win conditions. ByuN does snipe that last disruptor. How many Nexus are there for herO now? He's on 5, but he's about to be on 6. Four Robos at once. Quadrobo. ByuN is up to the dangerous point, though. 3-3-2. No range for the Liberator started up just yet. He is under the gun right here. Stalkers are going to blink it on top of the Vikings. There's no Colossus being produced. Disruptors. Oh! Most of them get sniped, but 2 of them land a big Nova. Big set of Novas on the middle of ByuN's army. Huge warp in coming in from herO. He's got 12 gates. It's not the craziest amount, but that is 24 supply of Zealots instantly reinforcing into this off of what is now an aggressive Nexus. He's mining off of it, yes, but it is also a strong point from which he can warp in. Disruptor will get a shot off, but it does get taken down. Good split from ByuN. During all this, though, 5th CC dies. Actually, I guess that's the 6th CC, because ByuN has secured a 5th on the left. herO might not be expecting that to be up and running. Blink forward coming in. Sentries getting EMP. Disruptors force the lift. And that is very uncomfortable. Another disruptor shot firing out on the landing zone. herO loses a lot there. And ByuN saves a lot. But I still feel like in the balance of it, this is still going well for herO. Mostly because his economy is starting to take over. That was some very good crisis management from ByuN, though. He was kind of surrounded, and the disruptors would have landed monster shots. So the fact that he was able to get out of there with the hot pickups was really nice. 3 prisms. herO, maybe a little bit of rapid fire coming in there. ByuN is doing a very good job of keeping himself in this. herO going to start to mine from both contested bases. Finally, advanced ballistics coming through. Really needs those Liberators to deal with the disruptors. One of the disruptors trying to get... Well, 2 of them trying to get targeted down. Not going to be able to. Huge shots there, killing 2 ghosts. And a couple of other units. Oh, these are not going to be able to get through. Wow, that was very optimistic from herO, and sometimes optimism is good. That was an example of where it wasn't. And now a 3rd prism dies. herO not having the best time there. Liberators do have range, though, now. They are fully powered up. They've hit their power spike. Observer being put in its anti-F2 mode. ByuN shooting his own Marauder for a moment. ByuN even getting the building armor and high-sec auto-tracking. That's going to make it easier to defend his planetaries. Missile turrets are going to be better at shooting down prisms as well. How many Liberators do we have? We're up to 10. That is very nice. ByuN also getting the orbital command bank. 4 command centers in production. Blink forward coming in from herO. He does find the 2 Liberators. It is tough to cover everywhere with 10 Liberators. Even with 20 Liberators. Actually, with 20 Liberators, you can cover everywhere. But that means you won't have enough bio. Blink forward going to come through. Will snipe one of those Liberators that had tried to reposition. Second one as well. Disruptor gets a decent shot. herO trying to force his way forward. Said he can snipe this 5th base. He is going to put a lot of DPS into this planetary. The building armor is helping, but is it going to be enough? The answer is just barely not. Immortal added a lot of DPS there as well with its +3 weapons. herO does lose a lot for that, but ByuN lost a lot on the defense as well. It's not like he just wiped herO's army and barely lost the base. Like, he lost a lot while herO lost a lot, and ByuN still barely lost the base. herO doing a good job of making sure that he takes his pound of flesh. ByuN looking for those disruptors, but herO's doing a great job of making sure to always have disruptor shots available. That is one thing where the disruptor, in that sense, was actually buffed. Shorter cooldown means you need less disruptors to always have a shot available. I believe it was 21 point something seconds to 17.4. Not a huge difference, but it means you can carry 2 less disruptors and still be available to shoot them most of the time. And now, as the Vikings have been wiped out, herO goes back into 4 Colossus again. And that is the power of that quad robo. 1 round of production, and you can instantly make it so that if your opponent doesn't have Vikings, they are fighting a brutal situation. Now, base in the middle does get taken out. Oh, recall. Oh, that's so cool. There wasn't enough room to recall everything, but herO recalls the vast majority of his army. I was wondering why he wasn't rotating to the top right with the Colossus. The Liberators are going to be they're going to take a while to reposition, and the answer was he wanted to do it all in one. However, ByuN is going to be able to mass repair this. Zell's getting it on top of this base on the top left. It's an orbital now. I think that's the lifted main. herO will get defended there. He's getting defended on the top middle and counterattacking, killing one of his opponent's Nexus and a lot of probes. herO, after seeing that, will say, okay, it's go time. And he is going to jump the Liberators, take them down. Second planetary that tried to just reinforce this position will also get taken out. I think this has to be a full base trade. Recall is on cooldown for herO. He opened up the base trade with a recall. That is not what you want. herO has no gas bank. There's still a lot of Liberators here. There's even a tank from earlier. That's going to be very handy for ByuN. I think ByuN's doing it here. He's up 50 army supply. A lot of probes going down to a ranged Liberator in the middle. And the Colossus, as good as they can be, Liberators can still deal with them. They just lack the mobility of the Vikings. However, on a map like 10,000 feet, where it doesn't take super long to rotate from here to here, especially as the Crow flies or as the Liberator flies, ByuN is going to try and hit the top right as herO is looking to trap this army on the bottom left. He blinks forward very aggressively. ByuN is going to try and cut his way through the left by killing those Stalkers. He will be able to get every single one of them. And he will even save a good number. Well, he'll save the medevacs and a handful of bio units. Oh, and now ByuN repositioning the Liberators to the left side. Good job. Wasn't content with where they were positioned. Scans, sees his opponent's army. Oh, those are big Ruptor shots. One of these Ruptors has 17 kills, 11 kills, 5 kills. Now recall back off cooldown, but it gets canceled. Great job from ByuN. He snipes down the Nexus. Just getting the kill in time. Holy moly. Oh, this army does feel a little bit trapped. That's another kill on the Nexus. And now ByuN is going for it into the main, but herO's able to warp in. He's going to be able to snipe 1, 2, 3 medevacs. Oh, no. That was looking so good for ByuN. And all of a sudden, it's gone. The lead that he worked so hard for in this game. herO warps in the Stalkers and takes it out. Now, ByuN still has Liberators. He is out mining herO in a big, big, big way. If ByuN recognizes he just needs to chill, well, he's chilling. herO's got a huge bank, but it is going, it is disappearing, and we're going to see a Prism getting taken out in the main. Prism on the top side will find a few Zealots. Or, well, we'll find a few SCBs with the Zealot warping. herO does have the ability to play around these Liberators a little bit. ByuN still 3... At one point, he was 5 arrows. Yeah, there it is. 5 arrows again. herO, though, reestablishing bases. 2 more bases back up and running. And herO's solution to everything is attack. This is why the man has a 99 in attack, as rated by his compatriots. It's because he just doesn't ever stop. He never gives you a chance to catch your breath. And now he's moving into the middle with a big army. Liberators were not set up. Vikings gonna get taken out here. Landed and in the air. And herO is gonna be able to snipe this orbital command if he wants it. And of course he wants it. It's got full energy too. That hurts for ByuN. He's still got how many orbitals? 5 orbitals. Oh, but we see herO blinking past one of them. Snipes down 2 Liberators. Gonna find another orbital if he wants it, but no, he's focused on retreating out. Warp Prism in the main base does get taken down. An absolute banger of a game. ByuN is now getting outmined. herO is completely back in the driver's seat. He ripped this game out of ByuN's hands. Fully ripped it. Another recall. Going to save some probes in the top right. ByuN, Liberators, and a lot of Marauders here. I'm talking like this game is over. It's not over. Army supplies are even. There's still a lot of Liberators. Disruptor shooting around a corner is not what you want as herO. Vikings looking for the army. Once again, good Guardian Shield. herO's so diligent about popping those Guardian Shields. Recall, not available. That means that base on the right side will get taken down. Oh, Disruptor. Okay, it is going to get found by ByuN. Nice EMP instantly reacting. But Orbital Command on the left side is going to get found and should get taken out. That last blink, make sure. And now ByuN, he has to go for it. Cannot let herO mine more. Unless, of course, he can trap the army. But who's really trapped? herO just walks up to the top side, recognizing very quickly that there's nothing to stop him from doing so. Now, though, he might be getting himself a little bit cornered. He does take down the Planetary. Liberators are closing in. They're trapping this army. Is this the fight for ByuN? He takes down all the Colossus. Stalkers are going to be forced to blink away, abandoning the Immortal. ByuN says, I want more. I'm taking yo Stalkers with me. Few of them do escape out, but what a fight from ByuN. Viking does get taken down. ByuN loses a lot, though. He loses a lot, and replenishing is a huge problem. This base, this last mining base for ByuN is down to just 4 mineral patches. Sorry, 2 mineral patches. He's mining 20 out of 4. Now 1. Now just a singular mineral patch. He needs a new base. herO has already closed the supply gap in army to just 20. And herO is still mining off of a proper economy. Not an amazing one, but a proper one. 1 Liberator will get taken out. There's still a lot of Liberators, but the Zealots are... What? They're actually going to get cleaned up. herO should not have taken that fight. Oh, he overestimated his army big time. All of a sudden, Oh my goodness, GG is going to get called. herO is going to tap out. ByuN gets it done. Wow. herO had no gas in the bank, no way to shoot down the Liberators, and he said, I guess I can't win a base trade anymore. Oh, man, he did not want to let ByuN secure that center base at the 9 o'clock position, and ultimately ByuN outlasts him by the skin of his teeth. As close gets. Oh, man. How could this happen? That game went for a while after herO went for a 2-2 semi all-in. Yeah. Little bit. I feel like that's kind of underselling it a little bit, but I get what you're saying. All right, quick minute and a half of ads. We'll get into game number 3. ByuN, he had to bust his booty for that one. And busted he did. Straight bussin'. Super hard to have the read on that. I'm not going to make any hot takes about someone definitely winning anymore. I mean, hey, I kind of thought at multiple times the game was like couldn't be lost, couldn't be won. But that's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it. These players make plays that we can only dream of. I think both players are feeling unflappable, and as such, anything could happen. Yeah. Even up to the point where herO kind of walked up. I was wondering if that might still be fine, but it took a long time, but he finally got punished for not having his recall available. Like if he has recall when he kind of gets trapped there, and after like blinking up, I mean, honestly, if he just blinks up and then recalls instantly, he can just get out and he's fine. He's chilling. Yeah, exactly, Brandon Reimer. It's so difficult. You can't possibly know what the exact game state is, because even if you've played that game before in a very similar way, it is unlikely that you've played it exactly the same. It is really, really difficult to maintain composure, and I got to give a huge tip of the cap to ByuN for doing so, because there was a lot of moments where I know most Terran players would have tilted off the face of the earth, but ByuN kept it together. And even after his eco got kind of completely gutted after having a big lead, he still didn't panic. And it would have been very, very easy to just panic. All right, here we go. Spawning down in the bottom right, it is the Shopify Rebellion's ByuN in the blue. And his opponent taking out a very early probe. It is herO for T1 in the red. That was a phenomenal game. Oh, look at this. We've got a weirdly placed depot. But you can still just build the barracks. Wait, what? I mean, I guess you can build an add-on. What? I'm so confused. I'm trying to figure out what the... Is there something to this? Because I feel like ByuN... So if this was herO, I would just say this is just a herO wall. But ByuN is, I feel like, very particular about a lot of what he does. Like, he micros his macro very precisely. Obviously, you can put an add-on and you can put, like, a depot. Maybe he wants it so that he could put a bunker here. That's the only thing that really makes sense to me. I feel like it's gotta be that you can put a bunker here in a pinch. That has to be it. And then you can make it a normal wall behind it with no real penalty. That has to be it. That has to be it. It is going to be a high ground, 1 racks expand. And will be a reactor. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, he was building the factory. This still is a little bit of like a brain breaky moment. Oh, probe going to get baited to the high ground. Interesting that he bypasses the Marine to zap the SCB. I wouldn't have minded zapping the SCB, well, Marine first once, and then the SCB. Just because that makes it so that you can 2-shot with the Adept. It's for Stalkers. Like to prevent... Nah, I get... Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yep. I see it. Yeah, it limits the surface area that Stalkers can blink in. Yeah. I wonder if there's a 1 base punish you could do against this. I've only ever seen Nice open up with a 1 base Blink Stalker into expand against Terran specifically. The add-on is less shootable from down the ramp too. That's fair point too. There's a lot of virtues to it. I just hadn't seen it before on this map, I think. Less exposed add-on versus Zealot? Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess so. It only works on the bottom position, though, I think, because otherwise you can't put the add-on where you want it. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I think it might be the same surface area for the add-on, but it can be split over the other units or other structures. We're going to be seeing... I think more than anything, it's an anti-blink Stalker. Well, I think Kindle Cloud Reader is the most correct. It's only 2 hex because of the depot. I would have to test this. I feel like... you could be right. I can't say definitively one way or another. It doesn't look like it's less surface area, but maybe it is. All right. I have been so distracted by this. It was a charge lot opening, by the way. Raven plus Cyclone will get a kill on that first observer. He did put it into siege mode behind this in order to get as much vision as possible. It is going to be a Robo Bay behind this as well. Now, with no stim, bunker plus siege tank plus this number of Marines, he should be fine, even if herO does get aggressive. I love the observers crossing each other's paths. Yeah, that's not enough Zealot to actually make a run at this. And he'll see that, okay. Okay, well, he thought about it. He threatened it. I'm actually more than okay with him threatening it to kind of freak ByuN out and then just backing away. If you commit in, I'm not a big fan of that. I think that's very, very bad if he commits in. But I think faking it is totally fine. Just to kind of give ByuN a little bit of stress. Raven did get 1 kill at the third, forced a lot of lost mining time. There's a shield battery in the main and the natural, so no No single missile turret is going to get a kill, but he can drop double. Oh, never mind. This shield battery doesn't protect this particular mineral patch.
Oh.
Well, color me surprised. That is a lot of Marines. 2 tanks. Did herO see this? Kind of feels like he didn't. He's got nothing. ByuN might just be able to walk up and kill him. He can kill him right in the face. Energy recharge and Guardian Shield. Yeah, this army got completely missed. Oh my goodness, ByuN might just get a free win here in this game. herO missed it. Robo Facility is going to get taken out before the second Colossus can hit the field, and ByuN all of a sudden is going to find himself up 2-1. Probes are going to pull and get absolutely massacred. Zealot's going to try and drop on top of this, but there's no way to hold at this point. herO's lost way too much. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. ByuN got that dog in him. He says, I don't care what people say about TVP. They don't know about TVB. BVP. ByuN versus Protoss. Man, that would have been such a good line if I didn't flub it. Very well done by ByuN. I need to watch this build order. I don't think it was anything super crazy. I think more than anything, herO just didn't see him. And ByuN gets across the map for free. And that's, honestly, that is kind of all that it takes. How to get replay for that? Good Lord. I don't think that, once again, I don't think that was anything like crazy out of the ordinary in terms of the build. Like that was a relatively standard 2-tank push. It was a little bit more Marine heavy, but like the biggest deal about that, did ByuN walk a specific path to hide it? Not particularly. I think herO just once again completely missed it. Like I can go over that replay and see if there's something I missed. If y'all want me to remember to do so, because like that is totally a thing. But that is definitely a good example of the game is a lot harder, or can be a lot harder, especially for Protoss, than people kind of think. Like, all it takes is a free walk across the map in certain scenarios, and the game can just be over. Hope you'll go over the Old Republic game, actually. Oh, why? I feel like that one's super self-explanatory. It was a double gas opener that did no damage. ByuN got behind, and then herO just mass expanded like crazy. I feel like that one requires very, very little explanation. But I mean, if you got a good reason, like, yeah, sure, we can take a look at it. All right, spawning up at the top right, it is the Shopify Rebellion's ByuN in the blue, and his opponent spawning down on the bottom left. It is T1's herO in the red. Yeah, no, I think the fact that it was only one battery, the fact that, like, he did build 2 batteries after that, but he already got a really good start. Welcome, CJ. Oh, ByuN wants the NG Bay block. Okay. He's going to get it down, and the SCB is staying in the center for a long time there. Wow, that was actually some incredibly fortuitous RNG from ByuN. That stayed dead center for like 10 seconds. That is kind of nutty, actually. Does somebody have the timer on how long that stayed in the center? I don't think it was actually 10 seconds. It was like 7 or 8. That was a long time. and herO builds the Zealot. It is not going to be helpful in time for this. He still ends up floating 100 minerals. 3 probe pull only works, I think, if you get a ton of damage on the SCV very, very early. Now, because he doesn't show the Zealot, it could get a little bit awkward on the other side of the map. Welcome, Ialimo. It is going to be Marine Reactor out of ByuN. I think it is very, very situation dependent, Kindle Cloud Reader. In this situation, I think it's good for ByuN. Because the Zealot was built, because he went 1 Rax expand. Now, if herO gets even 1 SCV, the math changes, obviously. But he's not going to get 1 SCV, is he? Oh, but he will get 1 Marine. 2... Ah, this is actually quite awkward. Zealot's still alive. That's quite annoying. Here's doing a good job of keeping that Zealot alive. Oh, no, ByuN. Ah, the Marine was rallied to the wrong side. He loses the 5th Marine that popped out. Ay, ay, ay. Not the worst thing in the world, but very uncomfortable. And now herO is on 2 Nexi. Did ByuN, he just finished his orbital command, so he's got the 2nd Mule. I feel like ByuN should still be happy with how this went overall. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. But it's not... If herO doesn't get the counter poke, it's nowhere near as good, obviously, for herO. Now he is going to be going up to 4-gate blink. And this is something herO very rarely does in this matchup. More than he used to. He used to basically never do it. Like maybe once every 20 games. Now he does it maybe once every like 8 or 10, I feel like. And you might still be saying, hey, that's very rare. But that's a lot more common. That's more than a double increase. Those are numbers I kind of pulled out of the air. I could be wrong about that. But doing something twice as often, I mean, that's big. It's a big difference. Fortunately, with ByuN saving those couple of Marines from earlier, I think he had 3 that were at 1 HP. Medevac pops out and is able to save them. So that's pretty nice. Do we have a bunker at home? We got one in production. We got 2 very well-placed tanks. Decent SimCity for ByuN, but he's stopped building tanks now. This actually feels like a very similar... Is this the same build order as the previous game? Maybe. Oh, are we going to see a blink forward? We sure are. Adepts force out the fire. Cyclone did get lifted up, but it will get dropped back down. Medevac gets sniped. Then the Cyclone gets sniped. Bunker will hold for the moment. But now that 1 tank is already down... Oh, do we see the depot fall? We will. We're also going to see the tank getting taken out. herO's got a big amount of potential to just continue to bully. And it feels like this might be an adjustment, perhaps, to the previous game. Maybe this was the same build order, and it is a little bit of a sharper build order than I was thinking. But if it is, then we're seeing the same... We're seeing the weakness exposed. And that is 4-gate blink. The weakness of the build, I should say. Zealot's going to drop in here. We are seeing still no stim yet. herO could blink to the right and snipe it. And, well, he was gearing up to do exactly that. But ByuN will tap out, and herO is going to force a game number 5. herO, he stuck around in the game. I wanted to see if he would do it, and he did snipe stim. He did snipe stim, even with the couple extra seconds. Bunker in main probably necessary. I mean, I think you need to see the 4-gate blink coming, but it's challenging. Good job from herO to make the adjustment and kind of shove ByuN off that build. I'm going to take a look at YouTube and see, was it the same build order? I think it was. Obviously, the engineering bay block adds a wrinkle, but I do think it was actually the same build order. Yeah, he built the Cyclone. Nope, ByuN made a Raven in this one, in the previous game. This one, he made the Medevac. When does he move out? Actually, let me see when he starts stim. Starts it at 5:04. And then jumping forward to the next game. I'm just looking at the YouTube stream. We got game 5, baby. Yeah, it's almost the exact same. He started at a 5:07. Almost the exact same setup. All right, here we go. Spawning up at the top left for the Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN, and he has sent out an early SCV here on Winter Madness. Spawning down on the bottom right, it is T1's herO in the red. The Adept bait was good, but why didn't he do it onto the Marines? That is a good question. He stopped at 2 tanks. That was a problem, in my opinion. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely, that was the problem. It is going to be a second SCV. Okay. This feels like a later second barracks. I think this is a much more macro-oriented Proxy 2-Rax Marauder. That is what it feels like. With continuous SCV production. herO cancels his Nexus much more frequently against this than before. This is very, very cool out of ByuN. I love this, actually, as like a meta adjustment to herO personally. Oh, this is super, super cool. It was Gate Nexus. There is always the chance that if herO doesn't scout, he just dies anyways. How do you hold this with an expand? That's the neat part. You don't. The answer is you kind of can't unless you know it's coming. And if you do know it's coming, Skilless has the sickest build I've ever seen, where you just go Adepts and you build a Robo in the natural and you just keep building shield batteries. And because the Adepts don't take bonus damage, the shield batteries never drain. You actually build more energy than your opponent can drain. And if they don't kite back, the Adepts will get whittle damage down. Oh, herO does see this. Concussive Shells is not done. That is the most optimistic shield battery. Yeah, he can't. He started a Robo on the low ground, I think. No, that was a Twilight. Yeah, ByuN's already thinking about the next steps of this. He's continuing to build SCVs. Normally, I feel like you'd be on like 19 SCVs as Terran right now. But he has so many more workers. He's already mining more than herO. And that is going to become a much bigger problem for herO. Now, ByuN should know that he's forced out a Sentry and a Shield Battery. I think he's even seen the Sentry. ByuN is going to build Marine. The factory is not super fast. I'll say that. Oh, I love this Stalker. Oh, my good. Oh, the barracks. That's so cool. Oh, that is super, super cool. herO's actually supply blocked with the loss of the Nexus. That means he can't build the Void Ray. This gets depowered and means he still can't build this. He needs to wait for another pylon. Oh, this is disastrous for herO. in every sense of the word. This is such a smart setup from ByuN. He is going for the high ground CC. He knows that will do very well. Finally, the Void Ray can start producing. He was not expecting the pylon snipe. Neither was I. I don't know that anyone was. Oh, man. This is just beyond brutal. And by the time the Void Ray can actually get across the map, Cyclone's out. Hallucinated Stalkers here. Oh, he wanted to kill on the probe. He will get it, potentially. No, it does get saved. Good job from herO. Oh, man, this Void Ray is going to be so useless. Magfield Accelerator. ByuN starts this and cancels this so often. In this matchup specifically, I think this might be a decent time to actually commit to it. Just because he is going to be limited on anti-air. Like, he has no barracks that are producing. And is Prismatic Alignment available? No, it was used earlier. This should be savable for ByuN. He's got an SCV here. Hallucination did provide high ground vision, but there's also an Oracle and that Void Ray. Oh, Viking going to intercept. Uh-oh. Please tell me there's a recall. Oh, he just turns around. Good job from herO. He just kind of gets out of there. There was a recall, but not having to use it is big, important. herO going to try and double expand. Magfield does get canceled. He does elect to cancel that upgrade. ByuN will land his orbital. And he's even in workers, which is so good for the Terran at this stage in the game. Third CC going to start up here for ByuN. I hope that he's not showing this to herO. Okay, he kind of was and could have initially, but he adjusted the positioning, and the Revelation expired anyways. herO is going to go for Phoenix. He's going to add on charge, but he is in a world of trouble right now. Oh, that hallucination, though. Oh, my goodness. That's going to let me know he can... That is such a big scout. That is so big. Without that, he doesn't know that he can free chrono probes for a while. Now he knows. That singular scout actually turns this game around and makes it go from horrible for herO to kind of like his position now. That's a huge difference. Scan comes in from ByuN. The thing is, if he just pushes... Oh, that's a big stasis. Well, this push is going to get significantly delayed. I was going to say, if ByuN just pushes, even without stim, herO's going to have a tough time dealing with it. But with this, that is a very big stasis. That buys a lot of time. Losing the Oracle, very painful. But this will buy time for charge. And herO is teching during all this. He's going to be on Robo Bay. Without the scout on that third CC, with the hallucination, this is a completely different game. herO cannot play the level of greed that he's been able to get away with. Not safely. He could roll the dice, but as wild as herO is, he does not like to do that. Cyclone will get taken down by the Phoenixes. Make no mistake, ByuN is certainly still in a decent position. But it could have been... It could have been potentially an untouchable one. Widowmine, I think, was trying to burrow. Does get taken down. herO really doesn't want to lose these Phoenixes. For a moment, both players were at 109 of 125 supply. herO, first Colossus is, well, halfway done. Extended Thermal Lance, +1 weapons, Blink. Once again, I still like this position for ByuN. Oh, those Zealots, a couple of them going to get caught. Concussive Shell is going to be very handy. With Phoenix is on the third base. We'll be able to find a couple of SCVs. There's not a crazy amount of energy here, though. That first Colossus is going to be out just in time. Scan. Will it expire before the Colossus reveals itself? No. He will see this. But tanks are going to try and siege Widowmine. Oh, very nice snipe from herO. Caught ByuN just a little bit too far back to protect that mine. And ByuN was a little bit antsy about sieging the tanks as far forward as he was. herO barely got this Colossus out in time, but it has joined the fight at the opportune moment. Scan comes in, finds the Observer. Oh, these Marines, they were looking for a stim past. But instead, they're at a stim pass. Oh, that's so clever. Phoenix is in the middle of the map. Will intercept the Widowmine. Gonna force some of the Marines back. Find a Marauder as well. He does lose 2 of those Phoenixes. That's kind of painful, but still buying a lot of time. Now he's gonna take the fight. Hallucinating 2 Colossus into the fight. Prismatic alignment will get popped. These Marines very overstimmed, and this looks very good for herO. Blink is now done. He's got +2 weapons on the way. ByuN does not have +1 armor. Does not have an armory, a second energy bay. He starts them up now. But herO strategically gets himself back into the game and is now in a phenomenal position, taking his 5th and 6th gases. He never took the 2 at the natural. The hallucinated Colossus, obviously very funny. They do force a scan, though. Vikings will get repaired up. When did they take damage? Honestly, not even sure. Good blink micro right there. Snipes down a Marine. herO taking a 5th Nexus. ByuN is still in a playable position. Make no mistake. And we saw from game number 2 of this series that if ByuN gets to the late game on even footing, he is strong. Will he be able to do so, though? Will he be able to do so? That is what Terran players are struggling to do these days. 2-1 upgrade starting now for ByuN. herO, though, very close to +2 weapons. Ooh, nice blink forward. Snipes down a medevac. Gets a Marauder as well. And even forces out a little stim, which is not nothing. Only 3 medevacs on the field. ByuN having to build a lot of Vikings. He does need to go back into some of these medevacs, though. Fortunately, he does finish off the command center before the army of herO rotates, before that +2 weapons completes. herO immediately firing up +1 armor behind this. Widowmine's trying to be baited out by the Phoenix. Maybe a little bit of scouting as well. But there were no Widowmines to drag on top of the army. herO now going to be on a high-yield gas in just a moment. That's going to make him functionally on 8 gases. Obviously, this is a double gas, basically. Oh, ByuN kind of letting herO walk up on this base. Planetary Fortress will complete behind the army, but herO can just pivot hard towards that position. He doesn't want to let ByuN take a good spot on him, though. There is not a lot of Marauders here. This army is mostly Marines, and that's why there's such a necessity of Vikings. The command center now is just sniped, and herO will start to run away with the eco in this game. This is the Terran nightmare. This is hell for the Terran. Did I do it right, Roddy? 2-1 upgrades will complete for ByuN in a moment. But, I mean, it's still going to be an upgrade advantage for the Colossus attacking the bio, which is a big deal. Disruptor hitting a Zealot and a Marauder. Zealot gets killed. Marauder does survive, so kind of funny there. +2 armor starts up immediately for ByuN. He's on point in that regard. Good job. That is a lot of Marines here. They're trying to avoid the Colossus. Colossus are hunting them, but the Vikings do take them down. Now there's a lot of Marines left over. Disruptor, can he get the kill? No, it gets a huge shot. That is 9 Marines dead at a pivotal moment. Vikings land, but it is herO just retreating out. Losing all those Marines may not seem like the biggest deal, but now there's nothing that deals with Zealots particularly well in this army. Not until the Marine count is rebuilt, and ByuN doesn't have the cash. He is so broke. And now we've got a Prism warping in more Zealots. It is going to be herO. 6 arrows in his favor in the income. And a monster comeback in this game. herO saying, don't call it a comeback. I was fine the whole time. And he will take game number 5 and a banger series. Holy moly. Let's review this game, please. Yeah, we can absolutely review this one. This series has a lot of very neat stuff. Very well done from herO. Very, very well done. Looking at game state, I think Terran just taking a 3rd CC was fine, though. Yes, but I think that being scouted really, really hurt. I think that is what cost ByuN the most. Could ByuN have canceled the 3rd Nexus? I think probably. Let's turn on the old webcam for this one, since we're going to do a little bit of post-game analysis. I think without the stasis trap, he might be able to. $5:30, is that when? No, it was after that. The thing is, ByuN doesn't know about the 3rd base, and since he's taking his own 3rd CC. So, honestly, what probably lost ByuN this game, no vision over here. No vision here. If he sees this hallucination coming and denies this, herO cannot chrono probes. It doesn't matter that he's built the 3rd Nexus. Yeah, literally just a depot over here. The Vikings, I think, and the Cyclone can get in position to prevent the scout on this 3rd Nexus, or on this 3rd command center. And like, look at what happens immediately afterwards. Look at the worker count, and then look at what herO does. God, that's fast. Right after. Scouts it. Chrono. And it's nothing but workers.
Teleport successful.
But let's take a look at what the army supplies are right now. You're asking, can ByuN cancel herO's 3rd Nexus? I think herO's going to have a hell of a time preventing that. Because we talk about armies getting across the map for free. This army gets across the map as free as a bird. Yes, there's no amazing tank positions around the 3rd. But even just tanks around the 3rd at all. Yeah, no, for sure he can cancel the Nexus with this army. herO does have 3 gates. Charge is not super close. He could add a battery. I don't think 1 battery cuts it. I don't think 1 battery cuts it with how hard herO's chronoing probes. He's getting gases at the 3rd. How many Phoenixes are there on the map right now? Only 2. Yeah, I think without this stasis trap... Remember, he can land the Vikings, too. He can land the Vikings, or he can use them to just zone out the Phoenix. He can't. herO could chrono an immortal in theory, and he could chrono charge, but charge is still 50 seconds away from completing. ByuN will get across the map in 20. There is only one Zealot on the field. I mean, maybe. The thing is, ByuN's doing this blind at this point. So... ByuN should have been hitting like 630 in theory if he knew third Nexus. If he knows that. If he knows that. The problem is he doesn't know that. herO took a massive informational advantage. I do think with what's here, even with 2 rounds of warp in, maybe. There's not a crazy number of Marines. You could set up a bunker contain at the third. This would be tough. Because charge lots, like, they do really, really well. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Informational advantage? Yeah, no, herO knows that there's a third CC. ByuN has no idea about the third Nexus. You think the double expand was illegal? Look at the armies when herO is chasing the barracks across the map. I mean, that's kind of just a good understanding from herO about the game state. And, like, how uncomfortable Terran will feel. Are you talking about right now? The thing is, though, so often the Protoss player feels like they have to get something done aggressively on the other side of the map. Yeah, exactly, Ialimo. Yeah. In ByuN's mind, he took a big eco lead after killing the Nexus, so it's kind of natural to go into defensive posture after that. Exactly, because Protoss so often feels like they have to get something done on the counterattack. But that's why the third Nexus is a really smart move. Like, he's kind of bullying ByuN off the map. He has already killed the barracks. That's not nothing. Like, I know it's not a lot in terms of resources lost, but it's a lot in terms of potential production. He also knows that this one won't be getting anything done. Now, can ByuN just counterattack right now? Honestly, maybe. Like, he can actually push this back very aggressively. Yeah, actually, for sure he can. Maybe he is thinking, like, herO's for sure going to have a third Stargate unit, but he knows how long herO is supply blocked. This might be one of those, a little bit of brain fart. Like, he'll go back in time and he'll say, I really wish I'd pushed right now, or a minute from now, or even a minute and a half from now. Yeah, even just the additional Viking. Like, he's pretty hard defending against this. Oh, the loss of that Cyclone is actually really big. I didn't even realize he lost the Cyclone here. Oh, that is huge. I didn't even realize he lost the Cyclone here. That is gigantic. Yeah. Without that, yeah, no. Oh, man, that actually takes so much of the confidence out of this for ByuN. Yeah, because now you don't have anything that can deal with the Void Ray super, super well. Obviously, the Viking can, but it's the Cyclone that... Oh, okay. That is actually a huge, huge, huge moment, losing this one Cyclone. I think that's when he cancels Magfield. Yeah. Yeah, and... Oh, man. That is actually a really big moment, killing that Cyclone. That... Oh, okay. If that Cyclone stays alive, ByuN can poke and punish the third Nexus if it's being made. He has a second Cyclone, for sure. But the difference between one Cyclone and two is pretty significant if your opponent continues to build air units. I think it's because of that ByuN was like, so, okay, here's my theory. ByuN in this scenario otherwise pushes the third to make sure herO's not going for this. Instead, he now has to guess that herO won't. And he just says, okay, you're just not doing that. Yeah, look at this. herO's even moving across the map with 2 additional sentries. I think herO just straight up dies if ByuN doesn't lose that Cyclone. Keeps the Viking to push back the Oracle. And then pushes the third. At the very least, the Nexus has to be canceled at the third. And then ByuN gets away with ludicrous greed behind this. Yeah, I think that's I think that's kind of what it was. It's funny, this is the same moment that Roddy said the game ended when the Cyclone died. Yeah. I missed it happening because I was so focused on the Oracle. But that is a huge, huge, huge deal, losing that Cyclone. Huh. Whenever my analysis is similar to Roddy's, I feel good about myself. I had to go back and look for it, to be fair. And I think that's what makes Roddy, like, the GOAT caster. Like, by a lot. Is he, like, recognizes it in the moment most of the time. And that's not easy to do. Okay, let's take a look at the... Actually, I'm going to use my own YouTube stream for this. Let's take a look at the... Now we want to close chat. You did good, kid. Thank you. Yeah, let's take a look at the 2 builds and just kind of compare them side by side. Cheeky ladder game? Maybe. All right, so. You folks were chomping at the bit for some of what this build order was. And I'll be honest, I was super distracted. I'll admit that. I'll own it. I was totally distracted by the wall of ByuN. So I didn't focus super, super hard on the build order. But I don't think it's anything super, super crazy. He goes factory straight tech lab. The thing is, I think this is totally fine to play this way as ByuN, but I think you do need a way to find out that it's 4-gate blank. And it's pretty tough to do so. Because if it is 4-gate blank, then... pardon me. Then you need to keep building tanks. Now, in this case, we know that it's charge, and also charge is kind of the worst against this specifically, I feel like. Yeah, I'm pretty sure ByuN just builds 2 tanks. So it's not quite the exact same. He builds a Raven before his second tank, which is actually even theoretically worse against Blink Stalker, but is actually better against charge, I think, because it gives him harass potential. When does he build the second barracks? 409 and third racks. Engineering bay. Oh, okay, engineering bay before third racks. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so that is notable. Engineering bay before third racks. I was like still so fixated on this. He did only build the 2 tanks, right? Yeah, I'm pretty certain. I'm also going to pop into the replay for this one so we can kind of look at things a little bit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure herO just straight up misses the move out. I don't even think ByuN does anything particularly fancy. herO just doesn't have anything in position. He had 2 observers. How does he miss it? That is a really great question, honestly. Yeah, looking at the minimap, he just literally doesn't see it. Yeah, we're going to pop into the game. Yeah, I'm pretty certain he just like straight up misses the move out. Nothing particularly like weird about that. Or like nothing particularly special about it, I should say. We're just so used to herO having like really, really good map vision and prep for this kind of thing. And he just didn't this time. And that's what sticks out more than anything. It's a strong push, don't get me wrong. But yeah, there's an observer on the right side, an observer on the bottom.
Our pylon is under attack.
And then herO. This adept is just kind of misplaced. And ByuN gets the freest move out of all time. herO's got what he needs to deal with this push. No problem. Even right now, okay. 1 zealot drops out of this prism, just sits here. This is a completely different game.
Your probes are
Yeah, and there's literally nothing that sees this army. It's going to be right here by now? No. Doesn't matter. It's still just being uncontested. Now, granted, herO doesn't have an amazing setup to contest an army, but at the very least, he can have his units together. He can have a Colossus. This is the first vision. The army moved out, like... Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, of course, force fields. Force fields on the ramp right here, for sure. But, like, just... There's so many things that he could do here. So, okay, we'll watch herO's vision. The move out is around 620, 625. And kudos to ByuN. I mean, I'm acting like herO, nothing happened and he missed the whole army. But he did get a little unlucky because the prism moved over where the army was going. Like 10 seconds early.
Your probes are under
Yeah. Yeah, the army is literally passing where the prism is going to be.
attack.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a blunder. That's it. So he could have been contesting the army at 620. And by contesting, I mean just literally like kind of just looking at it and being like, hey, what's going on here? Yeah, there was nothing particularly special about this build or push other than the fact that it got across the army for free, got across the map for free. And also going up against like a really, like the worst thing, or the best thing it could go up against, which I would say, yeah, is like a charge lot opening that's hoping to kind of hard counter a siege tank push. Yeah, like this is herO. herO basically sees this army almost 40 seconds after, well, let's say 35 seconds after he could have, and realistically 35 seconds after he should have, and I would say at least 30 seconds after he needs to. No, honestly, even now, like look at his army. If this army is just at home, force fields the ramp. Like he could see the army here, and he would still have time to recall to this base. He's got the energy. He's got the cooldown. 55 energy. He's got the cooldown. Force field on the ramp. Splits the army in half. Colossus gets a bunch of Marines. Like, this is a very vulnerable army to Colossus. Doesn't yet have the combat shields either. Like these are gonna shred this. Yeah. I don't think we need to go crazy with the analysis, which I kind of already did. It's just we're so unused to it at this level of play, especially from a player like herO. Yeah. There's no excuse at this late. No, go deeper. We need to find out. We need to really dig in. You're learning a lot. I mean, I sure I can do that kind of thing in general. There's always more to be gleaned from games than what happens, because a lot of it is what doesn't happen. You're mostly kidding? That's the thing. It is mostly kidding, but there is some value to be gained from like looking way below the surface. Even with force field at the ramp, it's not like Terran can't just sit there with the siege tanks until force field expire. Yes, but they can also... They can also, wow, brain. Cut off the army with a force field at the ramp and kill like 5 Marines. Yeah, no, more warpins, more potentially a second Colossus. I don't think Extended Thermal Lance was particularly close there. But still, like there's a lot of reasons to be happy as the Protoss player, even just with a force field on the ramp. But like ByuN, I think ByuN might have known he wasn't spotted. Because like, honestly, it was a pretty risky move from ByuN to just blindly go up the ramp. Actually, no, it wasn't blindly. He scanned. What am I saying? Forcing a stint before they get to your base is good as well. Yeah. Yeah, no, ByuN doesn't... Actually, honestly, if herO's army is there, ByuN doesn't even go up the ramp. Because he scanned there. He scanned. He'll see force fields available. He'll know that herO's ready, and he just won't go for it. That game goes on for quite a bit longer. Under almost every circumstance. All right, I'm going to run a few minutes of ads. Ooh. Oh, I've got something. I've got something you guys might enjoy. This is a replay. Oops, he started a sick comeback. We got two. We got two that are pretty good. Oh no, not Adobe. Why would we put that in Adobe? Oh, by the way, when Pigasaur finished, Pig investigated Perceive, and he also included that guy was sus as hell. Yeah, no, I think at this point, I think he should just be banned from tournaments. And I think at this point, there's enough evidence that there needs to be a response. And I think he needs to prove his innocence at this point. Personally, that's just me. I don't make the calls on this kind of thing. But if I did, he wouldn't be playing in any tournaments. Unless he can legitimately prove his innocence. Already alone, it doesn't make sense for a whatever MMR player to be losing games to players that are sub 4K consistently, and also being able to take... Even taking one map off of a pro is already something that is crazy. The fact that it happens constantly is nothing short of insane. Like, it's absolutely insane. And it just shouldn't be happening. Straight up. Oh, God. Oh, this game was so bad from us. Oh, man. We... Okay, I played this off stream the other day. Oh, God. We were so goofy. I think Pig said that he can't say for sure, but he's very sus. Perceive, not Percival. No. Definitely not Percival. Percival is absolutely above board. Percival is 100% above board. Got a question. There is a ZVT Roach build that you learned from sort of. 15 hatch, triple hatch, don't make anything except queens and drones till 50 supply. What drone count do you stop droning and start pumping out roaches? I definitely didn't learn that from sort of. Yeah, no, Percival is completely above board. No. Percival, 0.000 all the way to the end suspicion as far as almost, basically, realistically, every pro. The biggest sus was that he somehow can make camera hotkeys super fast, but he like never uses it after. Oh, that's not sus at all, I don't think. For me, the biggest sus is... So Harston made a video where he went about... Oh, he makes them. Oh, Okay, okay, okay. Well, that's interesting. Huh. That's super weird. Yeah, no. Perceive is a player that we don't necessarily know who they are super well. By the way, welcome, Miro. I will... I'd have to kind of see what you're talking about there, Sweetness, but I don't really have a lot of super tight Roach builds, if I'm being honest. That's why he doesn't go to offline tourneys. It's actually just Serral, straight up. Where's the replay for the sus thing? Euthermal posted one just a few days ago. Harstem posted one where he goes over it. Harstem doesn't do anything. He doesn't accuse him. But for me, I was able to look at that and say what he was doing was so beyond insane. Yeah, honestly, it was crazy. Okay, what Harstem? I'll link the 2 videos that I'm talking about. Okay, it was this game. Or this... No. Okay, yeah, it was. Share, but not... So this is... Yeah, it's hard to say, Vile, but like it's... Honestly, there's been suspicion around this player for quite a while. From multiple different sources. But like it just doesn't... Like nothing that he's doing makes sense for it to be above board. Euthermal. It's funny because it's kind of a clickbait title from Thermi, but it's like it's pretty accurate. The funniest thing is also actually I think Euthermals might be more damning than I think Euthermals might be more damning than Harstem's. Because Harstem's requires you to understand PvP like really, really thoroughly. You know, maybe we'll take a look at those 2 videos afterwards. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads. I'm also going to stretch my legs and put on this replay where we played so bad at the beginning as a response to a cannon rush. But, yeah, got it done. Well, you'll see. You'll see what happens. Maybe we got it done. Maybe we didn't. All right, we'll be right back.
Good luck, have fun, and beat him, probably. base is under attack. You made another queen. Nice. Our army be scrapping. Your forces are under attack. Our army be scrapping. Wait! They're attacking our base! Evolution. A new queen has emerged! Your forces are under attack! You made another queen. Nice. Our army be scrapping. A new queen has emerged! We evolved! Stuff got better. Evolution complete. The minerals have up and gone. We evolved! Stuff got better. Your forces are under attack. Our army be scrapping. We hulked this out! Your forces are under attack! Depleted. The minerals have up and gone. Base is under attack. Unacceptable command. Our drones are in need of a hero. Mineral field depleted. Your forces are under attack. Mutation complete. Our army be scrapping. We evolved. Stuff got better. Unacceptable command. We are at maximum supply. The minerals have up and gone. Mineral field depleted. The minerals have up and gone. Our army be scrapping. We hoped this out! Nice. Your forces are under attack. We evolved. Mineral field depleted. Our army be scrapping. A creep tumor is under attack. Oh my gosh, they're attacking our creep tumors. Your forces are under attack. A creep tumor is under attack. Evolution, mineral. Oh my gosh, they're attacking our creep tumors. Well, there's no more gas with this one. A creep tumor is under attack. Oh my gosh, they're attacking our creep tumors. The minerals have up and gone. A creep tumor mutation is under attack. Complete. Your forces are under attack. Vespene Geyser exhausted. Mineral field depleted. The minerals have up and gone. We hulked this out! Mineral field depleted. The minerals have up and gone. Our army be scrapping. Hey, they're attacking our base. Oh my gosh, your forces are under attack. Mutation complete. Our army be scrapping. Your forces are under attack. Base is under attack. Our army be scrapping. Your forces are under attack. Our army be scrapping. Your forces are under attack. Our army be scrapping. Your forces are under attack. Hey, they're attacking our base. Our army be scrapping. Your forces are under attack. Base is under attack. Our army be scrapping. Your forces are under attack. Is under attack. Hey, our army be attacking our base. Our army be scrapping. Our drones are under attack. Hey! They're attacking our base! Your forces are under attack! Base is under attack! And they're out of here.
Heh. Oh. That one was God, that one was such an awkward start. I that was like the worst response I could have ever had to a cannon rush, but we the corruptors popped off super hard, and that was a cool one. That was a cool one. I don't think he really had any idea what to do after getting that first Void Ray out. Yeah, I mean, there's usually players in this scenario play Sky Toss, right? So I think from that scenario, yeah, we definitely had we outplayed pretty hard from that point on. Why can't we see mouse cursor? I think I just had it in the bottom right. That was a replay though. That was a replay. You can't, I don't think you can see cursor on replay, right? You can see like what's selected usually.
Awesome.
Oh, okay. Pig took a look at it. Oh, okay. I'm complete noob. But isn't the Protoss usually behind after the opponent defends the cannon rush? Not when you did as poor of a job defending it as I did. Why did the Corruptors win that fight so badly? I had a big advantage, upgrade advantage. Was that the hacker? No. That was a ladder game. That was a ladder game that I played. No, we're gonna take a look at a couple of YouTube videos. Protoss needed Storm. Storm or Archons. Archons will do the job as long as you keep them well positioned. I'm going to put on another replay from the other day. And then... So this is for all the people that say that I can't play against mech. That are right a lot of the time. But every so often. Wait, was this... This might not be the game that I was thinking of. But either way, I think we did pretty well. Either way, I need to eat some food, and then we'll take a look at the stuff with Perceive, because yeah, I wanna dive into that a little bit. But I need to eat some food. I need to chill a little bit. Yeah, we've got cursor in the bottom right.
Good luck and have fun. You're gonna need it. A new queen has emerged. You made another queen. Nice. Evolution complete. A new queen has emerged. Our army be scrapping. You made another queen. Nice. Your forces are under attack. Oh my gosh, they're attacking our creep tumors. A new queen has emerged. Your forces are under attack. Our army be scrapping. We evolved. Stuff got better. We hulked this out. Evolution complete. The minerals have up and gone. Hey! They're attacking our base! It can't do that. We evolved! Stuff got better. Mutation complete. Your forces are under attack. Evolution complete. Mineral field depleted. The minerals have up and gone. Mineral field depleted. We evolved! Stuff got better. A creep tumor is under attack. Unacceptable command. It can't. You're gonna need a tad bit more energy. Command. It can't do that. Stuff got better. Our army be scrapped. Oh my gosh, they're attacking our creep tumors. A creep tumor is under attack. Your forces are under attack. Mutation complete. We hulked this. Oh my gosh, they're attacking our creep tumors. The minerals have. A creep tumor is under attack. Mineral field depleted. The minerals have up and gone. Mutation complete. Mineral field depleted. Oh my gosh, they're attacking our creep tumors. Yeah, you need to put that on the purple stuff. A creep tumor is under attack. We hulked this out! Our army be scrapping. Evolution complete. Your forces are under attack. Stuff got better. Mutation complete. Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted. Oh my gosh, drones they're
are under
attacking our
attack.
creep tumors. The minerals have up and gone. Our army be scrapping. Evolution complete. A creep tumor is under attack. We evolved. Stuff got better. We hulked this out. Mineral field evolution complete. Our army be scrapping. Oh my gosh, they're attacking. The minerals have up and gone. Your forces are under attack. We evolved. Stuff got better. Evolution complete. A creep tumor is under attack. Mutation complete. Mineral field depleted. Base is under attack. Oh my gosh, they're attacking our creep tumors. Our army be scrapping. The minerals have we evolved. Stuff got better. Mineral field depleted. We hulked this out. Your mutation complete. Our army be scrapping. Your forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. The minerals have up and gone. Vespine Geyser exhausted. Our army be scrapping. Your forces are under attack. A creep tumor is under attack. Oh my gosh, they're attacking our creep tumors. There's no more gas with this. Your forces are under attack. Vespene Geyser exhausted. Mineral field depleted. A creep tumor is under attack. Well, there's no more gas with this one. Vespene Geyser exhausted. Our army be scrapped. Your forces are under attack. Well, there's no more gas with this one. The minerals have up and gone. Our army be scrapped.
I've successfully consumed some food. We can do a little bit of commentary now. This trade... I think I overestimated the power of the Hydra here a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. But we're still trading well. We're still trading against mech. Like, this is really good, obviously. As you can see, I'm actually over mining gas right now, but I think I correct that a little bit.
Our creep tumors.
No swarm hosts. I don't really like swarm hosts against mech, and especially against net mech. He goes so heavy. Oh, this was cool. This was cool. Heh.
We hulked this out.
we screwed it up a little bit, but still worked. You got to make sure you're dropping it when the siege tank shots are off cooldown. Yeah, we had a lurker den. Here, this was bad. This was, I took an engagement looking away. I mean, yeah, it is super easy to lose. Look at this. We have full 3-3-3, 3-3 upgrades. That was an oopsie. That was a big oopsie. We lost control of our infestors. In a perfect world, I'm like spamming changeling still. Oh yeah, here I'm like, I want to take this base now.
Mineral field depleted. Well, there's no more gas with this one.
Yeah, it's wild that with the resource loss as it is, opponent basically just now barely getting a 5th base, that the game still feels kind of dicey. This was obviously really nice. Intercept a few reinforcements. The creep spread. The creep spread was so good from us this game.
The minerals have... Oh my gosh, they're attacking our creep tumors. Mineral field
A
depleted.
fifth after first 4 on Mind Out, pretty much. But Mule Hammer, that'll go hard.
The minerals have up and gone. A creep tumor is under attack.
Throwing the proverbial kitchen sink of Zerg at him, pretty much. The accidental kill on our own creep tumor. It's kind of funny. I'm always surprised at how well Blue Flame Hellbats do against Hydras. Like, way better than you would expect. Just missing Lurker, Broodlord, and Swarmhost. I have the Lurker Den and both Lurker upgrades. I have the Greater Spire. I just haven't made them yet.
Oh my gosh, they're attacking
At this
our creep
point,
tumors.
like, look at the supplies. It's actually a little awkward. Oh, yeah. Blue Flame Hellbats have a huge bonus versus light, for sure.
A creep tumor is under
Especially with
attack.
+3. It just feels goofy. Because you're like, oh, this is a tier 1 unit. Tier 1.5 if you're being generous for the in the form of the
Oh my
Hellion.
gosh, they're
I guess you can
attacking
say
our
tier
creep
1.5. This was
Mineral field depleted our base.
this was nice.
Our drones the minerals have up and gone. Mineral field depleted. Base is under attack. A creep
This would have been a good instance where
have up and
like
gone.
I really need to see his army, you know?
Your
Me
forces are
microing
under
one
attack.
Zergling away.
Our drones are in need of a hero. Our army be scrapped. A creep tumor is under attack. They're attacking our base.
Need more larva? We're pretty good on
forces are
larva,
under
honestly.
attack.
I have... So, I could have built a third hatch in the main. And that would have been a third macro hatch in the main, I should say. My Krogo Shroud was really nice here. Honestly, might not have even been necessary, but was still a good move.
Your
This is what I
forces
was
are
waiting
under
for.
attack.
This right here. Yoink, 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 yoink. Mine! Mine!
Mineral field depleted. Our army be scrapped. Mineral field depleted.
And then he inexplicably doesn't leave.
Out of here.
Mine! Mine! Gib! Gib! That one felt good. There does come a point where, yeah, it might have been the play. The moment you destroyed NetMech, yeah, it feels good. It is frustrating how much I need to lock in against that. I take it back. Larva was fine. Honestly, the moment where I'm at like 150 supply, that was not a larva problem. That was a I'm thinking about what I want here moment. And I wasn't 100% sure what I wanted. Because I'd been playing Hydraling Bane for a lot of that game. And I had the gas to make Broodlords. And Broodlords can work. But they also... Yeah, I kind of agree with that one, Lithanos MD. But at the same time, it also makes tactically using it as like one stealing. It forces the opponent to kill their own unit if the infestor's safe. Oh, 100% Nature Boy. 100%. Yeah, it's hard not to get, like, just insanely frustrated. Because the way he plays, like, being fast almost doesn't matter, which is, like, such a core aspect of Zerg. Like, obviously, there was big benefit there for me having creep in the middle. Like, huge benefit. But it's not a given, like, it's not a guarantee that I'll win the game after that or off of that. Okay. Now, what do we think? Should we take a look at... So Harstem has a video where he kind of goes into his games versus perceive, but doesn't really talk too much about, like, why... Harstem is very... He's not accusatory at all. He does not even do the slightest accusation. Thank you very much. By the way, I think I already said thanks, but still, nonetheless, thank you very much. It's Tink, I tell you, for the tier 1 resub at 19 months. Wow, reacting now? Reaching a low, huh? No, it's more like I want to take a look at... I mean, I know you're memeing. Actually, yes. Yeah, I'm a React streamer. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Harstem is very polite. And he doesn't say what to me was basically a definitive... It was basically a definitive bit of proof. Almost. It's weird to say a bit of definitive proof almost, but pretty convincing stuff, in my opinion. Hey, Juanito. Who's the hacker? Well, we are gonna see. I'm pretty sure you know who it's gonna be, most likely. But well, there's one game in particular that is basically, I mean, it basically tells us. It basically, like, completely, as far as I'm concerned, like, there's no possibility it's not, pretty much. Is it me? Yes, no, known strong world championship player. Oh. Let's see it. Yeah. So this is a euthermal video on YouTube. So we're overlaying ourselves. We'll watch this with the volume.
It's honestly gonna tell us a whole lot, because keep in mind, this guy doesn't scout and plays sentry first. Both games, including on a two-player map. So let's see if we can do a little bit of
this game
here,
Oh,
okay?
have you seen this one?
What would be the best proxy to do against sentry first? I think, I mean, Reaper is incredibly tempting, of course.
You've seen it? Yeah. So then you know exactly.
Actually, I think I know it. I think the best proxy is, excuse me, one barracks proxy marauder.
There's nothing sus about this, but I will explain why. No. No.
Is a little bit out of fashion, to be
I'm going to
honest,
show
but
you
I-
exactly...
Doesn't matter for me, of course.
I'm going to show you exactly why this is the most egregious, and it's something that Uthermal
which is a pretty difficult build to defend.
actually doesn't even
What I'm gonna do is
address, and it's right at minute 34. But we'll build into it.
One barracks proxy marauder. Usual. Sorry guys, no proof. Go for the one does kind of take ultra defense.
So okay, so what he does
if
is
you
he
think it's
opens up with a proxy single racks
you usually
marauder.
Go for like an ultra defense because you think it's too racks. If you think
Perceive scouts, but he doesn't.
it's proxy reaper, you play like it's proxy reaper. This guy is not making an expansion, which is also very crazy. Let's see, what is he actually up
So there's
to
a
here?
second
Gateway
pylon
all
on
way
the high ground. That's already
second
weird.
gas. Yeah, okay. I mean, we'll see. It's
The thing is, seeing double gas is, it shouldn't be proxy 2 racks marauder. It shouldn't. This could be proxy 111 all in. So keep all of this in mind with no one addresses that. If you knew anything about this, though, you would stick around on the other side of the map to check for a factory. You have a question that might sound stupid? Go for it. This guy is not a pro. Okay, one, keep all of this in mind, and I want you to remember everything that you're saying, and then there's one moment that will completely change your opinion on it. But as Protoss, if in this situation, in this position, you scout around your base 99% of the time, why doesn't he? That's a really good question. Why doesn't he? Also, why doesn't he look at the probe when he sends it into his opponent's main?
it's not looking promising for our guy over here, I'm saying. And not in terms of him winning the game, but in terms of my sus levels. Because what he's doing is, once again, a little bit absurd, especially for a
So he builds a zealot.
Protoss. Let's see. Chrono boosting that. If he did this again, yeah, okay. I'm sorry.
He builds a
guys.
robo.
It's in my mind, he is 75% cheating, and everything he does is just too sus. This.
If it was so Juan, once again, if this was the only game he'd done this in, it would be not that notable. He has done this in. This is his default. This is his default. This is what he does. His builds just simply don't make sense. And there's something very important about it. Like if all of these were individual instances, no one would actually bat an eye. They'd say, wow, this guy got really lucky at the casino. But every time you guess a 50-50 correctly, the chance of doing that the next time decreases. What he is doing is not guessing a 50-50. What he is doing is guessing a 1 out of maybe 10. And he's doing it over and over and over and over again. Pig checked replay from this guy and said no sign of cheating. I don't understand how both he and Uthermal missed the one super important point.
And I'm not kidding.
Because it actually
knows this.
appears
like a proxy reaper.
on
the
the replay.
Because I have 2 gases fast. I have a lot of SCVs, so it's only 1 barracks proxied, and I have a factory at home. Okay. There is absolutely no world in which this looks like a build against which
You also have a
for
point.
one-base
They missing
robo.
everyone.
So yeah, you know, it's not 100%, but this guy is. Let's just say I'll look out for him in my own tournaments because it's a little.
Clem
bit
said that this guy
crazy.
looks like a very good player
It's
trying to
a
play
little
very
much.
bad.
No, I probably should stop. Oops. Probably should stop building Marauders at some point. I guess I need at least 4. At least I will have like a little bit of a soon. Ourselves in a pretty probably the right play here for sure. Okay, let's pull this one back. He's buying time for his robo units. That's pretty much what he's trying to do. Okay, so a very difficult drop.
We're just actually gonna brush past all this because I don't actually think this part matters too much. I want to see Euthermal's response to stuff.
Okay, let me move these. That should be a kill on the Immortal drop there. It is. Try to. Wait, it's even.
Okay.
And then he decides
So.
to Pilot Scout, right? And then he decides to Pilot Scout.
Okay,
right?
here's one of my points.
Wait, it's even.
Please go back a bit when he dies.
Targeted.
Okay. What do you mean?
I'm gonna be able to kill.
See what? Sorry. So 29 probes natural and a RoboBay. If he knows he's all in, one base all in, why is he doing that? Full probes and a RoboBay? Because he's that bad. And that tells you, Juanito, that tells you right there that he is so bad at the game that he should not ever be able to take a single game off of any pro. No. Explain that to me. Explain that to me how he is possibly taking any single game off of even one pro player, let alone at this point, dozens? Who is he beaten? All right, we're gonna have to look at his Iligulac. You're raising a really, really good point against this individual. All right, who is he beating? He took a game off Rex. He dropped a game to Roxas. Roxas is below 4K. He took a game off Young Yakov. He took a game off Harstem. He took a game off Euthermal. He 2-0'd Fiant. He took a game off Shameless. He took a game off Railgan. He's beaten Prome 2-0. He's dropped a game to Patches. He's taken a game off of herO. He's taken a game off of Solar. He's dropped a game to Ponyo. He's dropped a game to Bulmy. Taking a game off of Teshi. That's not the craziest. He's taken a game off Rebellion. Taking a game off Milky Cow. Taking a game off Percival. Taking a game off GG Machine. Taking a game off of Rogue. How is this possible? How is this possible? I buy way more the shared part. Then that's still like not allowed. You can't do that. Also, The thing is, that's the confusing bit, is like, if this is someone sharing an account, like, that's not allowed. You need better proof than this? We're gonna get to the part of the euthermal replay that will basically confirm it. So okay, let's look at the vision.
A little bit of a check. Now I want to see one thing over here, mostly.
So
SCB
funny thing
goes
is,
out.
euthermal kind of focuses on what I would consider to be not like, it's sus, but it's not the craziest thing. It is weird, but it's weird within acceptable bounds. But it is, once again, very weird.
And then he decides to pylon scout, right?
Okay, so this is interesting. So he builds the probe. He builds the pylon, then sends it back to work. Then pylon scouts when he realizes that there's a proxy.
Wait, it's even... Okay, that just made it more suspicious. I don't know if you guys saw that, but look...
This is weird, but to me, I wouldn't
after the pylon, but it looks like he built the pylon,
be that blown away. Yeah, he could change his mind. Exactly.
Okay, I mean that's
weird, but happens. Exactly.
Yeah, that is for sure. Now he's not stupid enough to click on the proxy. That's what I would expect, of course. Well, let's see. I'm extremely curious about what he's actually going to scout.
Okay, so this is actually very suspicious. This is honestly very suspicious. He scouts and doesn't look at his probe. He doesn't look at the base.
So, look at my base. There's a pylon on the ramp. That I'm not quite sure what that is about.
If you are like this is just a really weird way to go about things. You see minimap 2 gas.
He doesn't actually even look at his probe, by the way.
Then why does he look at the probe now? After he like shift clicks it around.
Even look at what he scouted.
This is honestly pretty weird.
He literally didn't look. You guys see that? He didn't even. I don't think he looked at
check SCB count. Yep.
The ramp. Right? Okay. He looks now. Then he just goes around my base, and he doesn't look at my SCV.
So that's super weird. You can theoretically see everything minimap, but come on. Yeah, exactly. This doesn't mean anything. No, it wouldn't mean anything on its own. So the thing is, circumstantial evidence. Sure, absolutely. When evidence is circumstantial, it's you have to take it with a grain of salt. But when there are multiple improbabilities, every additional one makes the possibility of things being true lower and lower. I mean, I think the robo is pretty goddamn suspicious. I think it is absolutely super suspicious.
By the way, guys. Doesn't look at my SCV count. Doesn't look at my gases. Yeah, this is 100% a.
Right now, it could be 111 all in.
Well, it can be this build, but it's not a build that people do. So at this point, every single Protoss player would assume.
Which this is good versus
a proxy reaper. Now, what do you do?
Okay, hang on. So right there, it got glossed over. This is the most important part. This is what makes it hacking. Almost definitely. Euthermal missed it. YouTube comments did not. We have to slow this down, way down. We're going to go 0.25 if we can. Where's the thing? Playback speed.
Player would assume that it is indeed
Look at where he looks.
Now what do you do?
This is camera hotkey spam. Does he ever camera hotkey spam at any other point in the replay? Thought he looked at the middle?
This player would assume that it is indeed a proxy reaper. Now what do you do against?
I don't know. This is
Proxy reaper.
this just looks like camera hotkeys to me, but the order of it is super weird.
Proxy reaper.
So right now we're following. He goes, this would be F3, then F1, F2, F3, F4,
Now what?
and then F5 after jumping back to his base. It'll be easier if we can see replay. I mean, I don't have replay. Lambo said to me a few days ago, this guy is just bad but doesn't think he Mac packs. I do F1, F5 quite often. I don't know, man. I've already seen too many perfect responses. You need way better proof than this. An actual investigation. I honestly disagree. I actually disagree. I think the fact that he's beating players so much better multiple times and losing to players so much worse. Exactly. If it's account sharing, then that's already grounds for a ban. It's already grounds for a ban. 100%. And if you're account sharing, but account sharing and map hacking isn't the same, well, what's the intention of the account sharing though? That's not even, you can't compare those things special. Because both of them are undermining. So stealing and killing are very different than account sharing and map hacking, because they're both undermining the competitive integrity of the tournament. And you know that your opponent is doing something untoward that is... You know that your opponent is doing something untoward that is undermining the integrity of the tournament. To me, the punishment for this would be the same, that he's banned from tournaments. That's it.
What do you do against a proxy reaper? It's actually very simple. You just take your...
Thermi slurring his words is very funny. He's got a program doing his macro and camera keys. Pig looked at a replay last night from Pigasaur, and the dude is normally sub 80 APM, but he does his camera hotkeys in 2 seconds. Hey, I agree, Seb. I agree, for sure.
Your Nexus, because
I
it's
agree
just
with
a
that
Reaper,
100%.
right? You take your Nexus, you make the Zealot, that's the right call. You make the Zealot, build the Nexus. If this is a proxy Reaper, this guy is dead, okay? 100% dead. And he should know
I
this.
actually
One base.
I actually agree with you, Thermal, on this. This is actually a very valid point. You are in a terrible position against Proxy Reaper with this setup. And there are many, 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 many instances where he guesses correctly in even if it's a 1 in 4, even if he's guessing correctly 1 in 4 times, the fact that he's doing it over and over and over again. We're gonna do some very, very easy, quick stuff. Okay. We're gonna do the old calculator. So what is the odds of guessing 1 in 4 correctly? Once? 25% of the time. Cool. He does that once. Okay, but now let's increase it. Well, now it drops to 5%. Or 5%? Yeah, 5%. Okay, let's do it again. Oh no, we gotta do factor. Times 2. Nope, what are we doing? I'm doing this backwards. We gotta divide. Herpaderp, herpaderp, herpaderp. Yeah, we'll do, 1 divided by 4. And then divide by 4 again. Because he's, once again, that's 1 out of 4. Ah, yeah, 0.25, 0.25, 0.25. Yeah. Times 0.25. Nope. Divided by 0.2. What? 0.2. What am I doing? What are we doing? Times 0.25. There we go. So now we're already down to 1% chance. You misclick. Yeah. We're all over the place. This is just the 3rd time. You make an investigation of all those games. 4 times. We're now below 1% chance of this happening. Five times. 6 times. 7 times. 8 times. 9 times. And we'll make it an even 10. We're already here. We'll times 100 to make it. This is the percentage chance of someone guessing 1 in 4 correctly 10 times in a row. 0.00009%. That is how often that happens, that you guess 10 times in a row correctly. Gonna take a look at. So that was, by the way, that was the that was the like end of the series game. Did you Thermal go over the other games? Did he go over the Banshee game? I don't know that he did.
Also, no stick.
I don't think that he did. Thank you, Cat OK, for the Prime resub. What was weird about that? No. I wanna see. Well, I just want to see. I didn't look at the analysis of that one. The thing is, like, for me, the impossibility of this player. So, okay. So here's the other part of the other side of the coin, special, is that someone that is willing to do something like account sharing, which is very clearly, it doesn't matter whether that's in the rules or not. You know it's a dishonest move. They lose the benefit of the doubt. So if you're doing something like account sharing in an official, like an actual tournament perspective, like you no longer get to be assumed to be innocent. That is removed. It's no longer innocent until proven guilty when you do something that is breaking the rules like that. But it's two different things. For sure. I understand what you're saying. I think then you ban him for that reason? I think you just save the time and you ban them. By the way, thank you very much, Sergeant Sadsack. I'm so sorry I missed the raid. I appreciate it. You got to actually investigate. For sure. But what does force 1 month of playing tournaments on stream? Honestly, I think you just ban them for account sharing. If anything. The thing is, it is like a super weird. It's just a super weird situation overall because there's too many instances of weird decision making that just don't make sense. Where like a player does something imagine they did that to me, but you're in good standing though. You're in good standing. But people aren't talking about just banning you, special. They're not talking about like stuff people have been suspicious of Perceive for quite literally months. And tournament organizers are not talking about banning anyone for like without any proof or without any suspicious stuff. And like the other thing is, special, you're not dropping maps to like 3.5k players. To me, that is actually the most suspicious thing of all. Is you, like that just does not happen. The games that Pig analyzed from replay were legit. He noticed that the guy was watching minimap. There were half-second reveal on a minimap and perceived notice and responded to that. Juanito never played me. He'd drop a map real fast. Thank you very much, Rex Store, by the way, for the tier 1 reset at 5 months. I'm sorry, but if you beat herO Hearthstone one game with map hack, you're not losing to a 3.5k. It's not happening. It shouldn't. It shouldn't possibly be happening is the thing. Do you actually have any proof? Like, once again, it's circumstantial. It's circumstantial. I know that. But, like, whether it's... Like I do think that the individual needs to be... Like, they need to say something. They need to respond. Whether it is account sharing or whether it is hacking. Either way, it's... You shouldn't be competing in tournaments. They shouldn't be allowed to compete in tournaments. It is a big difference. Wonder who, though? ASL ain't here. That's the thing, is it needs to be the tournament organizers on an individual basis saying, hey, you can't do this. And I know that that's like... It's tricky and it's weird, and like, where do you draw the line? But it's a super, super strange situation. I can rule with an iron fist. They call me Rainer Mansk. Or Rextor Mansk. My brain auto-completed. Max packs his niece. So, if you are... But, okay, for sure, that's why you got to be careful. But if you are doing something dishonest in the form of account sharing, you are circumventing the rules of a tournament. You are purposefully misleading people. And it is similar to using a barcode on the ladder where you have an informational advantage and they don't. You can't do research on an opponent. So ultimately the punishment is the same. Like, it's... Like, once again, like, it's extremely confusing and very, very strange. And, like, ultimately not really possible. Like, this, to be honest, the Aligulac page alone is such an unreasonable... It's such an unreasonable thing anyways. And like is he playing Terran right now? Like, is he playing Terran against Rex in the Kung Fu Cup? And then also playing Terran against Roxas? Like, Terran taking a game off of Young Yakov. This was definitively not a Terran. This was the one that Hearthstone posted about on his YouTubes. On his YouTube. Aren't opponents constantly researching each other? I thought it was expected. Doing research on people? Yes. The races are just wrong. Exactly. But that alone already tells you that it's like there's not as much attention being paid to this. As there probably should be. Let's look at aeronautic. Like a legal act rating alone. I don't know. It's just this is it sits very wrong with me that someone is doing this. I'm gonna be that guy. They don't care. I don't know. You played against me the other day, and you were not taking it easy. You're not taking it easy. And if the illegal act is correct, then perceive can't possibly be anywhere when we played. Just on ladder the other day. On your barcode. Or was it your... I think it was your barcode. Well, one of your barcodes. I don't know if you have multiple. Oh, sorry. No. It wasn't barcode. It was your... What's the AI one? Whatever you have it as. Bum, 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 bum. No. I don't think so, Juanito. I genuinely don't. Like, that just does not make any sense. We can take a look at the Hearthstone game, though. Like, we can take a look at that, and we can see what that looks like.
The low ground that he's building, they help defend, but I think actually helps him in the defense. I have a third immortal on the way.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. So okay, special. I would not be. I want to make this clear because I think what you're getting hung up on is you're thinking I would just accuse people of map hacking with no proof. The problem for me is there. So right now there's two options, right? Either this player is map hacking or they're account sharing. Right? Is there any possibility that they're not doing one of those things? Genuinely. looking at their Eligulac, is there any possibility that they're not doing one of those two things? Is it possible that they're somehow above board? Because I think it is not possible for them to be fully above board. Because at a certain point, pro players would start noticing, and by, I should say, any reasonable possibility. Could be looking at casting stream during games. That is a third reasonable possibility, that he's just stream cheating. But just looking at losing to a once again, like a sub 4K player. What are you going to do about stream cheating? How do you prove that? I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do about stream cheating. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. But if that's the other option, that still is something that would be ban worthy from a tournament if you're doing it on a consistent basis. Right? I think losing to a sub 4K player is the weirdest outlier because someone who can beat pros with map hacks shouldn't lose that game either, right? Exactly. Exactly. Let's see this game. I mean, we have to go back to
player perceive.
This one.
Perceive is a little bit different if you compare him to most other people. He has his own way of doing things. And although people often in life tell you, your own way is the best way, don't listen to what other people
map hack alone doesn't take sub 4K to beating Rogue. That's exactly it. And like, that means that the most likely scenario is account sharing. But at that point, they are using their account sharing to like bamboozle opponents. Like it doesn't make sense, and it's ultimately dishonest in a way that shouldn't be welcomed or allowed in StarCraft 2 in the competitive scene.
If I would listen a little bit to what other people have to say, because the way he plays StarCraft 2 is kind of deranged. A little bit of advice and listening perhaps to that advice, I think would significantly improve this guy's gameplay.
Do we even know what his perceived skill level? That's the thing.
That I don't
if
think
he's using it
anyone
to
who
mask what his true
understands
skill level
high-level
is, that's like already incredibly dishonest. What top player did he beat? Supposedly, like 7 of them. Rogue, Solar, Shameless, Percival. Only one map. But still, that's the other part, Rextor, is like, what is going on? I agree with that one. That's also like an additional level of weirdness, is who is account sharing with this person, and like, what is their game plan? Like, what is the point? MMR wise, that's the thing. They don't play apparently on this account. Nah, special. No, it's definitely sus. It's very sus. As a singular game, it's not that weird. My theory was that it's a social experiment. Honestly, I could see that. I could 100% see that they're trying to like bait someone into an accusation, but like, for what purpose? Maybe he has multiple personalities. One of them's a 6K player. One of them's a 3.5.
Will really agree with. He's pretty much.
Hang on. Okay, no, Juanito, what the fuck? What the fuck? No. You can't say I'm not going to do an investigation because I don't care enough, but also say you can't make accusations. That's... Why waste the time? Hey, I kind of understand that one, Seb. And it did seem pretty definitive. Uthermal did ban him, actually. So, okay, if I could convince tournament organizers in the face of a solid investigation. Yeah, exactly. Thermi, yeah, there we go. Thermi's right here. If I could convince tournament organizers to ban, you know, if whomever, if there was a solid investigation, would it be something, would it feel worth it to you to do this investigation? No. It's not just because he went robo on one base. It's because he, that's not the only reason. Status? No. Uthermal did ban status. He did. Uthermal 100% did. He tried, yeah. You think he's a Smurf? So then, do you think he's... do you think he's purposely losing the other games? That is... honestly, that is possible, Special. But the thing is, it wouldn't actually work because there's no betting lines on weeklies. You can't bet on weeklies. I don't think, anyways, unless someone is putting them in. You don't know that? Fair enough. I don't track that shit, anyways. Some DGen is using it to win crazy channel points. That would be hilarious. That, to be fair, we don't have any evidence whatsoever that it's that. But just in the off chance that there is, it does increase the... like, we should for sure be banning this guy at that point. Just the possibility. Do we know for sure that it used to be triple? Because I do remember there was a Korean player named V Triple. I didn't never see any... You heard that too, but I don't know... like, I don't want to get into hearsay, you know? And I know I'm saying that with, like... okay, let me see if... hang on. Let me see if I have any games that I cast of Perceive. I think I have one game. But, like, I can't even remember when it's from. If it were up to me, I would just, for the sake of avoiding the mess of it all, I would just not let him play in any of my tournaments. I would absolutely give him the chance to, you know, explain his position. Why is this? Like how are you possibly losing to players at X level? You know? What is happening there? So I'm like looking through replays right now. This is annoying. Is there any way to parse the replays and actually be able to tell, like, search through them? Oh my god. Hello? That's I love your idea, Largo Crescendo. A sting hop. Oh, that would be very fun. That's like very, very funny. I think most high-level players care deeply about tournament integrity. Thank you, Kevin. That is Hearthstone. That is what I care about. That is why I'm upset about this, and that is why I like really don't like that. There's kind of like a laissez-faire response a little bit from some people, because even if it is account sharing, that's still tournament integrity being attacked. That's still like not cool. What happened to video? I was looking through. I haven't even
what herO would be if herO
taken a look
wasn't
at
extremely good at the game. You know, you watch herO player like, oh, this guy's deranged, but then herO wins every single game. With Perceive, he kind of plays deranged, but then he doesn't win the games, which is not as good of a look as I managed to double or quadruple my probes here onto the simulator.
Well, so okay, so the thing is, Special, like you can't have definitive proof of account sharing technically. No, it's a completely reasonable thing to ask for proof. 100%. We are at a point, though, where there is no governing body for StarCraft 2. Hotkeys, APM patterns, hotkey pattern usage. So it's super easy to do for the account sharing. So then at this point, we just need to arrange the replays. You know, we just need to get them. Yeah, basically. It's just very annoying. Very, very annoying. Do we have to even, like, bother with it?
And to quickly fix that, I decided to go with a proxy robo. Proxy robo, it's powerful, it's strong.
No, for sure.
And
It's
most
fair.
importantly,
Absolutely.
it's very easy to execute. Now, today the Cup had a special server rule. So the first game would be played on West, the second game on Central, the third game on West again. It alternates every single week. So this is a bad server for me. So I decided, you know what? If I'm going to have very high ping, I'm just going to proxy robo because it's much easier to kill someone with a quick cheese if you have high ping rather than having to play an epic macro game with blink and that type of stuff. Now, Perceive here is not building a pylon on the low ground, which didn't necessarily surprise me. Most people, when they scout, they don't get a pylon on the low ground because they are afraid of proxy robo. Usually when there's a pylon on the low ground, they end up losing that pylon. They lose 100 minerals for free. So I see these two adepts go past. I'm like, ooh, interesting. You forgot to kill my probe. Big mistake. Because now I get to see for free what the hell's going on.
Sorry, so I've had a thought. If someone purposely was throwing games, let's imagine a scenario where instead of by the way, it looks like Hearthstone is wearing me as a hat. That's funny. If we have a scenario where the player is purposely throwing games just to mess with others' perception, it's not a match fixing thing, but it's literally just trying to screw with like the rating and like screw with people's perception. Okay, yeah. I think so too. I think that affects the tournament integrity, and I also think that should be banned.
I noticed my opponent didn't build a wall, or at least not in the traditional sense of a wall. Usually you wall your ramp. This guy walled in the middle of his base, trying to keep pretty much nothing out, which I personally believe was quite surprising. Now I end up losing my probe, and I see that his adepts returned home, so I'm not afraid of adepts hitting my main base. And on top of that, I also know he's opening up with an oracle, so I build a battery.
I also told Hearthstone this, but I really enjoy this particular format of video. The thing is, this is just a Hearthstone video. Check out Hearthstone stuff. Subscribe on YouTube. It's nice to watch something where it's like a little bit more relaxed. You don't feel the like frantic intensity of the game itself. It lets you be a little more chill. It's nice.
Very quickly, I have this probe patrolling this area, and rather than starting with an immortal here, I decide to start with a prism. So the prism allows me to spot the high ground and maybe shoot at stuff. Like a pylon or, well, maybe even an elevator onto the high ground. A lot of other people here maybe would have even added in a third gate. I honestly was considering adding in a third gate and going for like a more aggressive all-in. If you're playing against Stargate, this can be honestly quite powerful. But I decided, you know what I'm going to do instead? Rather than straight up killing my opponent, I'm just going to keep the natural completely contained. Then I'll expand and I'll force my opponent to all-in into me. So I just sit here, you know, I've done my little proxy robo shenanigans. I'm just gonna sit down here, kill that pylon, have a good time. Now, with my prism here, I can check, hey, what unit is building out of the Stargate? I see that there's a Void Ray coming out, so I'm very happy with that. I give it 5 stars. This is the one advantage, by the way, of not having buildings at the ramp, is right now I can't be shooting at buildings because they're too far up. So I guess that is an advantage.
This is kind of just
position. You're
you know,
probably just going to straight up lose the game. Perfect
that was
pro
really
pool
nice.
here. Sentry is helping out as well. He's going to try another time, but I preemptively pull probes to block the stasis ward. And after some phenomenal gameplay out of me, to be honest, like, it has to be said, it has been phenomenal so far. I decided to just add a third gateway at this point. I have a bunch of batteries. I have an observer on the way as well, which is going to seriously help me seeing what the hell Robo allows them to build. 2 things that are necessary to break out. 1, a prism, 2 immortals. Because usually the Hearthstone in this situation has a high stalker count, and thus immortals are very good. And prisms are necessary to evade the power of the force field. Now, something that Perceive here is planning on doing is hoping that I miss a force field, which honestly, in the current shape that I'm in, props to that plan. It might work more often than you'd imagine, but with the high ground vision of the observer here,
This one's
I
fun.
have about a
That's
7-second window
really
in which
funny.
I can respond to any move, so I'd be surprised if I miss it. Yeah. So you see he's just kind of hanging out there.
It's
Probably
some
going to wait
good-
for the next
good
Void Ray and then
commentary.
decide to push down. I know that he's going to try flanking me with a stasis. This is a classic move. I just force field this. I can probably...
So that right there is like, I feel like the fact that they've put a stasis behind the army, that single move, that level of knowledge of StarCraft 2, that single move is so relatively high level that they couldn't possibly lose to a 4K player. That singular move is a tactical, a level of tactical awareness and understanding that is so it's impossible that this player would lose to a sub 4K player. It would never happen. That, of course, with the fact that they're macroing well and blah, blah, blah. So, like, you agree that this leads more to an account sharing? I think it definitely is more likely. Well, I think this one is more likely to be account sharing. It's not that mind blowing. It's a good move. It's not that crazy, but it is too high level. You lost to a diamond player once in a Zotac Cup? Once. Not multiple times. And you weren't beating multiple time world championships in maps. Once in 15 years. This player has lost multiple times, supposedly. Multiple times to the same 4K player. And also multiple times taken games off of world championship caliber players. I remember that, Orden. I remember that. That was cool. You beat Dark in an ESL Open Cup. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. That was cool as hell. Once. Anything can happen once. Absolutely, basically anything can happen once. Once. Not 7 times. Probe Scout beat Zest with cannon rushes. He beat Zest with Void Rays. I genuinely don't see a world where someone is doing this many times This is Roxas, by the way. This is the now Roxas actually did take a game off of Bulmy. He was very excited about this. Very, very excited. Young Yakov, Harstem, Thermi, 2-0ing Fiat, like two-0ing Zhao Se. Taking a game off Railgun, dropping a game to Patches. Patches has some builds. Once again, taking a game off herO. Patches is wild. That guy's psychotic. He sure is. That one is actually one of the least crazy results. Even if this was triple, I could actually see this happening. I could see that happening for sure. Well, we would need, the thing is, we would need to see this replay. Did anyone cover this one? Versus 4.5 players. If he's if he's playing like off race, but so that's the other side of the coin, right? If you know your opponent is a 4K player, you might play off race. If you know that they are actually a 6K player, then you will not. And there's the tournament integrity. So you need to be able to know who you're playing against. Otherwise, the informational advantage is not fair. And we come to basically the same conclusion that like what this player is doing is it's just unfair. It's fundamentally unfair. You disagree? Why? What you just said is a contradiction? I'm not talking about hiding builds. If you play off race, your opponent doesn't know your skill level. That's not entirely true in StarCraft 2 anymore. And at any rate, they're choosing to weaken themselves. Now, I personally think that's a little bit foolish. You might be having some fun with it, but I think it's a little bit foolish, potentially. Ultimately, it's a really weird situation anyways, and it's kind of one where I feel like we need to it still should be addressed. Let's take a look at the video again.
Probably force field this forever, but I decide rather than doing that to just go and kill. I still have 3-gate kill on the Oracle quite yet. He now accidentally flies, hoping he was slower than he really was. So I don't get the kill on the Oracle quite yet. He now accidentally flies back. I do get the kill on the Oracle. I still have 3-gate production and I have a lot of sentries. So I'm going to end up losing that one Stalker over there. Then I'm kind of holding this ramp. He flies too far forward with his Void Rays in some weird move command. His Adepts are not in this army. Guardian Shield is doing some serious work. He loses all of his key units. I have all of my units pretty much remaining. I start a 4th gate. I start a Twilight Council. I add another Stalker as well as a 3rd gas. A little bit of a chrono here on the workers. Because the one thing I really need right now against this one base all in is a couple more workers. Despite already being up about, 600 minerals in income a minute. I decided to just attack into him because being safe is for losers and being aggressive even when very far ahead economically is much cooler. So I decided to just kill him in the middle of the map so we can quickly go into our second game, as this was an absolute disaster for my opponent. Now, usually whenever I win games in this convincing a manner, I get a little bit cocky, and I had it happen to Perceive. You know, I had this happen before when I played against Perceive. I would win the first game really hard, and then the second game I get super cocky and I would lose. So I remember thinking at the end of this game, oh, it's really important for me.
So, once again, how do we know that this is triple? Like, I don't know. How do we know that this is triple? Oh. Like this, it's already a little bit weird that they kind of like disappeared as a player and then changed their name. If this is indeed triple, and like I'm genuinely just very confused about this whole thing, and like what is the angle for this player? Like what are they trying to do? What are they trying to achieve? It's not illegal to change the name. No, of course not. Of course not. But if, once again, if they're like account sharing, that is like not allowed. Like that is definitely not allowed. And if they're purposely losing games to weaker players to like mask who they are, that's like a really weird thing. It is something Koreans have done when they were in the army. Yeah, I think I've heard of that one, actually. I think I know an instance of that. But that one I wouldn't get into, and I don't know for sure. But that one, there were a couple. Yeah, I think there's a Terran player named Sigh, S-I-G-H, that no one really knows who that was necessarily. We'll just leave it at that. They just kind of showed up to a bunch of Exxon Cups that I casted, and they were very, very good. They were very, very good.
To not get cocky and just continue playing, you know, safe and solid cheese, pretty much. That's what I was thinking. So I recall the Observer back home. I thought the only thing I could lose to is potentially Dark Templar. So I get the Observer. Doesn't have any... He has no unit stasis with that, but this is practically impossible. This is also often the mark of a player that doesn't entirely understand what the hell is going on.
Is this the DB Cooper of SC2?
Whenever they stay in way too long after they've already lost. And I know a lot of... Whenever I say this type of stuff, people in the comments always go off. It's like, oh, you should always try your best, and you know, like, you never know if you can make a comeback. It's like, no, I actually do know whether you can make a comeback, and he can't make a comeback. It's like literally impossible. You should just leave the game and save some time. And he has more time to practice again and get better. So people always pretend like there's no downside to staying in games indefinitely. Like, and when, at what point is it okay to leave? Like, he still has 20.
Yeah, like this is kind of weird too, honestly. Winnable. I'm genuinely very confused as to like what the game plan is here. Like, this isn't necessarily suspicious, it's just really weird. Why not back up the ramp? I mean, it's... They're already dead. They're already just completely dead. Thank you, Captain Gaynor, for the Prime resub at 4 months.
2 workers right now. Should he not leave right now? Maybe Now, I decided to go for the age-old logic of
He was dead anyways.
never
Yeah,
change a
100%.
winning team. So when I entered the second game, the only thing I had to figure out was the position of my proxy robo. I already knew exactly what my strategy was going to be. Proxy robo.
So
and this time I wanted to...
there is something to be said. Special, your previous comment just made me realize something. I can't say what it is, but yeah, that definitely is what it was. Okay. Huh.
actually play more one base versus one base. I got excited by the thought of it. Sometimes you win and then you're like, oh, this was fun, but this could have been more fun. That is the exact mindset you shouldn't have in tournaments. You should just be happy with winning. So despite giving myself a mental reminder at the end of the previous game that, you know, winning is more important than having fun, pretty much the reverse of what people always say is the Olympic motto. What is it like? Participating is more important than winning. You're not going to tell me that any Olympic athlete actually believes that. Like, they much rather win than just participate. It's just... Like, I also rather participate than not participate. But if you're participating, you want to freaking win. You don't show up there to defend the honor of your country by going freaking 0-10 in the group stage and being sent back home on a plane, kicked out of the Olympic village.
Oh my god.
Because you ate too much
The
McDonald's.
rants are so
Like,
good.
It doesn't make any sense. So it's the same in StarCraft too. Like, winning is more important than participating. I'd rather win one tournament a year than participate in 15. All right? And then win none of them. Lose all of them. 0-10. Also, StarCraft 2 tournaments are just open to sign up. So in StarCraft it makes even less sense. At least for the Olympics you need to qualify. So, you know, there's at least some prestige to be gained just by joining the event. Like the Wardy Cup Open 85. Like, my mom could sign up. Like, you know, my mom is most likely not going to win. I don't think she's ever played a game of StarCraft before. All right. Yeah, Perceive here with some insane strategy. So basically didn't scout, goes for pylon on the low ground, and then gets a robo on his own high ground, adept into Stalker Sentry. Now this is the type of build that is legitimately good against nothing. Except Proxy Robo. It's okay against Proxy Robo. But it is such a terrible build order. I wish I could explain to people who don't understand high-level PvP how bad this is, but I can't really draw an analogy with anything in real life, because it's so unrealistic. Like, it is such a... Oh, he's building batteries out. 2 batteries. This is so... Like, it is just bad. Did he actually not scout at all? He scouted the other side of the map and didn't see anything. And both batteries are on the low ground. Look at this.
So, okay, this game right here. How do we explain this? How do we explain this in a normal circumstance? Special. Explain! What, like, how are we... How are we possibly justifying double battery on the low ground? Like, this is... Oh, this is Perceive's POV. This is Perceive's POV. How are we justifying this? Like, this is why I'm like very suspicious, because I've watched this before I watched the Euthermal video. This setup is his usual way of defending in every game, except that he didn't do it in the previous one. He put the pylon on the high ground. This is perfect versus what he played the previous game? Yeah, exactly. But he didn't scout. There's no way for him to know that he's going up against the same build from the previous game. But this is completely terrible. It's completely terrible. It is the gamble of gambles. This is such a crazy gamble. It's terrible versus Robo 2, not gonna lie. It should be. It should be. Oh, I just remembered where my replay is. It's not on NA server. I have one of Perceive. Any battery for a Nexus is awful, to be honest. Yeah, and 2 batteries, not 1, 2. You don't want a battery if you saw 6 stalkers on the map coming at you? He didn't. He didn't see that. That's not what he saw. That would be something if he saw that.
This legitimately makes no sense, because he's not even defending a lead. He's getting a 3rd gate blindly as well, Immortal into Prism. Imagine if it was a fake proxy pylon. He would have just lost the game. He is building 2 batteries now. Like, I remember watching this and thinking to myself, this guy might be, you know, I was like, oh my god, he's a cheater. Who does something like this? But then immediately the thought hit me. If he was a cheater, he would just do a better build. Like, he probably thought of this build as like some good catch-all thing. Like, he gets the counter-attack if it's a Stargate from my side. But it's just terrible. Like, there's nothing good about this. There's legit, like, there's no redeeming qualities in this.
But then he micros the probes away. Like,
build order.
This is, once again, either the most confusing... Like, this player just doesn't make any sense. Like, at all. Like their existence is genuinely an enigma. And I truly, truly want to know... Like, more than anything, I want to know what's going on. Like... What is happening with this player? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
None. I legit can't find any. I can just go home right now and be up in minerals. Instead, I'm adding a Stargate.
Gotta put into context, Harston did same build
position.
game 1. He can just be gambling. Absolutely, he can be gambling. And you can guess right on the gamble once or twice. Or 3 times. Can we see APM comparison? I don't have the replays themselves. I will have to collect a lot of those replays. He didn't guess right on game 1 though. Once again, that is the ultra confusing thing. Is this player then cheating some of the time? Like, are they... Like, what is the... What is happening, basically? His APM did 80 to 90, and when he fights with his army, has 300 APM? Is it scripts? So, okay. Yeah, for example, like, here.
Nothing good about this. There's legit... Like, there's no redeem...
Like, microing the probes away is... Like, that was really high level. Like, that was incredibly high level.
Catch-all thing. Like, he gets the counter-attack if it's a Stargate from my side. But it's just terrible. Like, there's nothing good about this. There's legit... Like...
How can a player that just did that also be bad enough at the game to drop 2 shield batteries on the low ground? If this is a real player and there's everything above board and it turns out that they're literally not doing anything wrong, they are the greatest contradiction. I would like to see his selection at this moment. I also would. We'd have to get the replay. Steadfast thinks pulling probes in 2026 is MMR gates. No, but I do think pulling probes like that is a very high-level move. Can we see the selection?
The cheater.
I don't
he
think
would
we
just do
can,
a
but
better build. Like, he probably thought of this build as like some good catch-all thing. Like, he gets the counter-attack if it's a Stargate from my side, but it's just terrible. Like, there's nothing good about this. There's legit, like, there's no redeeming qualities in this build order. None. I legit can't find any. I can just go home right now and be up in minerals. Instead, I'm adding a Stargate. My robotics facility is in an awkward position, by the way. Like, the routing of my units is really awkward because I made a mistake. Like, I put it, well, it's not a mistake. I put it on the top of the map. On the bottom, it's easier because you can straight rally it to your prism and go into his main base, which makes things simpler. So I see him moving out here. I'm like, oh, this is freaking cool.
So this the prism sees Harstom's prism.
Immortal that's halfway across the map. I have a Void Ray that's starting right now, so I try to kind of do something here in his main base. Not really working out. He's also coming back with some sentries. I have a third Immortal on the way. Right now...
No. Falling Ninja, that's why this player makes no sense. Is the fact that they're doing things that don't make sense. Like, basically nothing of what they do adds up. Like they're doing certain things at a very high level and other things at an incredibly low level. Like, to the point of insanity? Maybe he's an AI. I unironically am wondering, is this like an AI? Like, is that something? And like, if it is, we shouldn't be letting an AI play in tournaments. You know? Like, they shouldn't be allowed to play in a tournament. But like, it's freaking weird. The whole thing is just beyond bizarre. That's another good point, True Legend. Like, we don't know if they're cheating some of the time. It is entirely possible that they are all above board. That this is not anything necessarily definitively like wrong, but it's no, but even just understanding that special would mean that you're never going to lose to a 4K player, a sub 4K player. You have to look at everything in context. You're not doing that unless you are purposely throwing or account sharing. There, you won't be able to have that level of dynamic understanding unless you're also doing something additionally sus. I don't know. We saw Bulmy lost a map and he's a 5K player. For sure. Once. Everybody can lose once. Everybody can lose once. I'll say it again. Over and over and over. It can happen once. Protoss is strong. Got to remember that. Yeah. No, I think I think Bulmy beating Percival is very impressive. And I could also see him losing a map to a lower level player who does a weird all-in once. I just can't see it happening 7 times on both ends of the spectrum.
He has 2 Immortals. I'm going to get 3 and a Void Ray. It's 24 workers still versus 24 workers. But I'm just ahead. I'm in a much better position than him. Like, I could just expand at this point, and then whenever he moves out, I counterattack and have the Void Ray to deal with his Prism as well. So here I meet him in the middle of the map, and I find this weird. I'm like, what the hell is he doing? This is deranged. Then I meet him with my Immortal, and this Immortal is actually in some trouble too. I'm like, uh-oh. I decide to just turn around to see if I can kill something, because I was afraid of him force fielding. And I go for a sentry plus battery defense on the high ground, and for a full-on base trade. Now, this is potentially a little bit idiotic, because it makes things, you know, much more dynamic than maybe they should be. But I thought, you know what, I think it's going to be a fun time. I'm just going to get a couple of force fields here on the ramp. Poof. First one completely misses. And then I realized, wait, he has a Prism. He can actually just try and kill my stuff. He also has this weird wall in his main base, which I don't think actually helps him in the defense. My battery now finishes up. I'm planning on killing his Prism, which works, by the way. He only has 2 Stalkers. But he also has a bunch of sentries, which actually do really well against batteries because they kill shields really quick. So my Void Ray goes really freaking low. I'm in his main base, though, having a good time. So we're both killing each other's units. I have some cash left over to start a Void Ray. I'm happy with that. I decide to send my own Void Ray, and I'm like, wait, if I just hold, if I keep my air unit alive, I'm freaking cooking. But then I don't keep my air unit alive. I also start losing this fight in his main base. And I'm starting to realize that despite him playing the worst build order that I've ever seen in my entire miserable life, I'm about to drop a map to him. And I'm not happy about this. I wish I could show you my face, but I didn't record my face in the moment. So, very frustrating. I tap out with the GG, and the score now is 1-1. Now, as a result of that previous game, I thought to myself, I tried to imagine being my opponent. I was like, okay, imagine you just played against a proxy robo, against someone that did proxy robo twice in a row. And the second time you defended with a build order. You'd probably want to play that build order again if you think he's doing the proxy robo once more. So I decided I want to bait the same terrible build order, but instead of sucking balls, I'm just going to win the game instead. A significantly better plan, in my mind at least. So that was my plan here. Once more a proxy robo. Look, I never said I was the most creative. I just said I was the cheesiest, alright? And that's definitely true. So we go for the double gas, late scout, and I'm mentally preparing to deal with this crap. Because it also frustrates me when people hold stuff with bad build orders. Like, it feels like it's personally insulting. I know he's not actually personally insulting me. It feels that way. You know, it's like you failed your opponent by not killing them. Because now Perceive might actually believe that his build order doesn't suck. Well, we all know, because I told you guys numerous times, that this defense is terrible. It just doesn't defend against it. Like, it just doesn't do anything. I don't understand it. I'd love to like hear the logic behind it, but that would force me to speak with other people. Yeah, I'm not the most sociable guy, so don't want to put myself in that situation.
We know because
People
I
often
told
say
you I
that
hate that
too,
so much.
You know, do things that make you uncomfortable. But
yeah, I get what you're saying there, but it does. He is right, honestly. Building shield batteries before Nexus on the low ground creates basically it creates a liability. Is the captain the hacker? He is not. He is not. And I put a question mark. We're trying to figure it out. We're trying to honestly, more than anything, I'm trying to figure out what is amiss. What is the weird scenario? Like, what is going on? Because there's something going on.
I'm not there for it. I'm doing things that make me comfortable. And proxying a robo on the top side of the map
That's
makes me
not fair,
comfortable. So you
highly
see, I learned
dodgy.
from my mistakes. Previous game I had
Absolutely.
it on the side where the main base was.
He knows his shit.
So it would be over here, the comparison, right? And then if I want to go into the main base, I have to rally the Immortal through the middle of the map like this. It's going to be freaking terrible. But with this, it's way more enjoyable. I like it way, way more. So that's what I'm doing pretty much over here. I'm like, okay, I do the things that I enjoy more, which is proxy.
Yeah, that's not reasonable.
His main base is on the
Hearthstone
top side
knows
as well.
his
I still want to scout because I want to see, like, it's really easy to confirm if this is a similar thing as well because there's a third pylon on the low ground. So here.
So I can't perceive Noah's shit? If he knew his shit... yeah, you are... Actually, no, I'll continue highly dodgy. This is perfect. This is perfect. I don't have to do anything. The pro players are... They are telling you in no unclear terms why this is insane, what he's doing. MaxPax doesn't spank him every single game. Hearthstone actually went 1-2 versus MaxPax in the most recent series. And was actually probably in a winning position in Game 3. I actually personally think Hearthstone has a better understanding of PvP. Not better execution. I don't think he's a better PvP player, but I think he has a slightly better understanding of PvP than MaxPax. I'm sure I'll catch flack from that, but I personally think if Hearthstone executed at the level of MaxPax and they played and Hearthstone had his game knowledge and strategy, I think Hearthstone would beat MaxPax a lot. But I think MaxPax would then adjust to it and it would come closer to 50-50 again. People just like to gaslight? Ah, that's true. That is true.
I'm like, wait, he's not doing the same thing. No third pylon on the low ground. And I see that he decided to go for an even larger wall. He's like, you know what? The wall in my main base wasn't long enough. Let's add a little bit more. So he decided to add a bit more. I decided to run away with my probe. And he built...
Honestly, the two probes mining from the low ground is like also very weird. And okay, bear with me for a second and tell me if this is insane. These two probes mining from the low ground actually make me feel more like it's an AI.
My main base wasn't long enough.
He's on 24 probes. He's at 16 of 16. And so he starts sending the two probes down to the natural.
Let's add a little bit more. So he decided to add a bit more. I decided to...
It is known amongst pros that it is better to mine with the extra probes in the main. Even if you don't triple stack them, you will still get ever so slightly more efficiency. If you triple stack them, you'll get a decent bit more, like making sure that they don't bounce around. His wall slows down the long distance mining a lot. It does. It does, actually. You're right. But, like, it's a weird... I'm not sure if that's true, actually. Triple stacking or that it's more efficient to mine in the main than long distance mine. If I recall correctly, long distance is about the same. It's just a bit less safe. Oh, okay, okay. Interesting. Yeah, no, I definitely You would know better than I would for sure. I think once again it might depend on like if you can triple stack it. It is not a good move though. That's the thing. That's like very much something that an AI would be trained to do.
Run away with my probe, and he built a pylon on the low ground. So I now have seen everything, and I know I'm pretty much playing against the same thing. Now, you could say, Harst, are you going to switch it up? Yes, I am going to switch it up. I'm going to open up with an Adept to that. So one of the weaknesses of this build, actually, is that it's going to suck against harassment, because you think that the batteries on the low ground that he's building, they help defend, but they're defending nothing. So really, the only reason the batteries are there are now to defend themselves. So the moment you build batteries in that location, you have to defend those batteries because you have an investment there. Does that make any sense? Like, imagine there's no pylon or a battery here. He can just sit in the main base and have a jolly old time, you know? Now that he's built the freaking battery and the pylon on the low...
I just want to go back to the wall again. What the fuck is this? He built an escalator on the minimap in his main base. Like... It's... just super bizarre. Yeah, but special, like the fact that he was able to like use the warp prism, lift up over the force fields, like the level of the plays he was pulling off in game 2. You're not gonna drop multiple series to a once again, sub 4K player. You're less and less convinced that this is a cheater. But then what is it? What is like, what are they doing? Like, where are they gaining the data to make these moves? Swapping accounts or throwing for money? All of those things, though, would be reasons to remove a player from a tournament, or if they're using scripts or AI or something. Like, also something that should have you removed from the tournament, like any tournament. I'm just. I mean, for me personally, I'm a puzzle solver, right? So I want to know what it is, and I know that there's a good chance I won't be able to. Even if I got access to all these replays, and maybe I'll try and do that, and you know, figure out what's going on. To find the account sharing, you just need replays, and it's easy to tell. It should be. It should be.
Ground. He has, like, you know, he's units. He needs to defend this with units, which means that the main base is going to be less secure. Like, this is why I don't understand the build. So I'm pushing forward with the stalkers, like, hey, I'm gonna attack into your pylon battery, and then I drop adepts into the main base, and he's completely out of position, and I just get a bunch of free worker kills. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, and here the game theoretically is over already, because I kill, like, freaking, what is it, 6 workers. I then wasn't sure if I could actually hide my prism in the top right, or if this was in range of the units. So I flew there and kind of prayed, which is always a very good strategy if you're not certain. Here I see no units. I'm like, okay, I can maybe get another worker kill. And he shows up with his units. I pick up my adepts like a beast. Pop, pop, pop. Put them inside of the prism and push the prism away. I'm following this up with a Stargate. So pretty much it's the exact same thing as in the previous game. I built a battery already preemptively in my main this time. Because, you know, fool me once and that type of shenanigans. I'm not going to be fooled again. I also have a double immortal drop that I can send in. And this is this is exactly what you're supposed to do. So basically, is you build a Nexus on the low ground. You have a Stargate at home, which you can build Phoenix or Void Ray. It doesn't matter, just so they can prism harass.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Juanito, you're responding to the guy. Yeah.
The moment you see your opponent push out, you go in with the double Prism Immortal. So then there's two decisions they have to make. Either they leave 4 Stalkers at home to deal with the double Prism Immortal. Then you can recall the Prism once his army arrives on your side of the map. Or they send everything across the map. You go in with the double Immortal in a Prism. He loses every single worker, and you can give up your natural, so you just defend the main ramp. Like, this is really easy as all. That's why playing 1 base versus 2 base in this situation is practically impossible. And this is why I think Stargate is so important as well. Is because it allows you to push away the prism. Impossible.
But also, okay,
the double his arm leave.
Hang on, let's
be fooled in my main. As a very good.
Let's compare.
I then doesn't make any out of position.
Okay.
And I just get a bunch of free worker kills. It just doesn't make any sense to me. And here the game theoretically is over already. Because I kill like freaking, what is it? 6 workers. I then wasn't sure if I could actually hide my prism in the top right or if this was in range of the units. So I flew there and kind of prayed, which is always a very good strategy if you're not certain. Here I see no units. I'm like, okay, I can maybe...
So the probe pool there... yeah, I don't know. It feels... It feels very human in that scenario. Any chance of a poll to see if chat actually thinks he's cheating? That one is... I mean, yeah, we can do that, but I think it's going to be... Bane Supper. Nice. Well done. I think it's... basically cheating. I think it's very confusing once again to try and like figure out what is happening with this guy. Like the behaviors are I think it's more the lack of knowledge plus some of the moves he makes that seals the deal. He is not legit. So what it feels like is we simultaneously have, okay, imagine a human being. They are 30 years old. That means every portion of their body is 30 years old. That means they have a 30-year-old arm, 30-year-old arms, 30-year-old legs, 30-year-old brain, 30-year-old head, 30-year-old feet, 30-year-old everything. What it feels like is this player has, in some aspects, a level of experience that's like they've played the game for the first time 2 weeks ago. And then other aspects are like 10 years of experience. And it's like very, very confusing. It's called Archon mode. Except that you can't do Archon mode in competitive tournaments. Like, it doesn't really... If you go on any longer, Pig might wake up and give his responses here. It just doesn't really make any sense that this is like... It doesn't make sense. Okay, here's what doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that it's a player that is trying to win every game. I think that is what it feels like. And apparently Clem said something similar last night, where it felt like it's a really good player trying to play bad. Which, like, if they're doing that, then that is also still messing with the competitive integrity of the tournament. And, like, why? Why would you be doing that? Like it's just like, why? It's like the Joker, man. Like, why is the Joker doing X thing? And it's like, well, he's just trying to fuck with Batman. And it's like, well, we don't want that. I would do it. Now you're Harvey Denting and you're saying you're Batman. It's me. I'm the Batman. Some 2-base Mass Infestor sounds very fun. To be fair, Critical FPS, he said that Perceive is triple who had some sus stuff about him. I mean, Euthermal's here. He can say what he said. But it's also in the video, exactly what was said. For me, that was a super, super weird one. There's a moment where he chrono boosts out an Immortal. Like,
We get another worker kill, and he shows up with his units. I pick up my adepts like a beast. Pop, pop, pop. Put them inside a... This is exactly what you're supposed to do. So basically, is you build a Nexus on the low ground. You have a Stargate at home, which you can build Phoenix or Void Ray. It doesn't matter, just so they can Prism harass. And the moment you see your opponent push out, you go in with the double Prism Immortal. So then there's two decisions they have to make. Either they leave 4 Stalkers at home to deal with the double Prism Immortal. Then you can recall the Prism once his army arrives on your side of the map. Or they send everything across the map. You go in with the double Immortal in a Prism. He loses every single worker, and you can give up your natural, so you just defend the main ramp. Like, this is really easy as all. That's why playing 1 base versus 2 base in this situation is practically impossible. And this is why I think Stargate is so important as well. Is because it allows you to push away the Prism. If you want...
And then we go double Prism.
To move across the map, you need a Stargate.
Which is actually like a very... Like, this is actually a really cool play that he does.
He decided to go for 2 Prisms. I had never seen this move before. So that means he has less damage output than me. Because he is going to have 1 Immortal versus my 3 Immortals. And I also have a Void Ray. I was very confused by this, but I was
What's
interested
cool about it? What he does with
out.
it,
so,
I think is pretty cool.
I have a probe that is on the other side of the map.
I don't necessarily think it's good.
In the path
but I will say I do think it's cool.
And I see the Prisms coming out. I send in the Immortal. It's important to check if there's units at home. I see no units at home. So at this point, the correct move would be to give up my own natural. I warp in 2 adepts here. Like, I'm going to kill like 15 workers. So that means I'm going to be up 15 workers if I just hold my main base. But I decided that I wanted to see how this double Prism shenanigans was gonna go. And before I knew it, he's already in my...
So this is what's cool about it. He actually uses them to carpet bomb. I actually think that's cool as hell. I think this was a very, very inventive, clever little move. It doesn't work, but I still think it's cool. It's bro is aura farming this entire game, not gonna lie. Honestly, this part is like a pretty cool move. But like...
my main base, having a good old time. I cleared the first Prism, but this genius brought 2. And all of a sudden the game actually feels pretty scary. There's like units on the low ground, there's a bunch of units on the high ground. He's warping in behind me, inside of me. It feels uncomfortable. But with 3 batteries and a Void Ray and a Pro Pool, because I have 30 workers, and another Pro Pool and another Void Ray and a battery on the high ground, the game is actually fairly one-sided. Like, I still could theoretically also recall this Immortal in the Prism after I've completely destroyed every single worker, but I decided it's better to shoot at an Assimilator instead, so I continue doing that. I kill the second Prism, And with that, his hopes as well. He decided to stay in
Honestly,
until he lost the final probe. So 52-0 supply. GG gets called, and I win this year to stay in. Every single tier on the house. And a pride of me, low ground, this G. And before I knew it, that I wanted to see how this double prism shenanigans was going.
so like the concept of what he does here is like, it's a very neat and creative solution, which like, this is a very outside the box concept, you know? But like, it's not exactly, it's not a good solution. Maybe this is why he loses to 4Ks. Let me see exactly what Ragnar's Roxas. Okay. To be exact, his MMR is 3,400 currently. So it's actually it's actually a fair bit lower than, and I feel bad because they're you know, they're just had a thought, could this be an AI? That right? I don't know. Like, some of the stuff that somebody built it and is trying to learn, it kind of feels that way. Like, it feels that way more than 0. Like, just the, Oh. What are we doing here? There we go. Honestly, just this wall alone. I want to see when Hearthstone sees it for the first time. Just this wall alone feels, it does feel like an AI. Like, this does not feel like how a player would play StarCraft. Like, not a real human. I will copy this wall, actually. Hell yeah. The thing is, I'm not even saying I would necessarily... Like this feels like what a generative AI would come up with. You know, it's not too bad, honestly. No, I actually think there's some merit to it. But there definitely isn't merit.
Let's add a little bit more
To it, and then putting probes long distance binding the natural. Right? Like... Like, this is... Like, this legitimately, I struggle to understand what the game plan is. I don't know, it just seems silly. Maybe? I don't like, I'm genuinely trying to wrap my head around this. Like, they've dropped one. They also lost to Hupsaya 2-0. Although I do think Hupsaya is pretty decent. I don't think that's like... I don't think that's the insane part. Yeah, like who is Max Moore? I mean, we don't really know, but the only competitive map they've won seems to have been versus Perceive. They're currently ranked 37 in Russia. So most of the ones that say Terran, if not all, are not actually accurate. But like, so there are some players that I could see messing around. Some of the pros. But I can't really see that for like Solar. Like, I can't see Solar doing something. Like, he's too solid of a player. He plays too seriously. I don't know. Yeah, I want to see if I can collect some replays. Yeah, like, let's see who is Quack Attack. So, this is Quack Attack. $3.4K player. Diamond 2. Like, I don't even, like, how, like, this is not, like, I don't see this happening where a legit player that is trying to win is losing to players like this. I don't know, man. It just feels... Are you just looking for random perceived replays? Sure. Sure. Actually, I might have one. I forgot. I should have one. Winter Madness. Ah, okay. I have one where Percival and Perceive played each other. I remember casting this, actually. I remember being a little bit confused. More than a little bit confused. Okay, so let's take a look at this. We're gonna follow Perceive's camera from the very beginning. And we're gonna... Oh. Well, first we're gonna crash StarCraft 2. That's fun. Are we gonna crash StarCraft 2? No, we're not. We're not. Okay, cool. Okay. Do I have... Okay, we do have battle report with this one. Cool. Why is he always playing Percival? I remember thinking this was a super, super weird game and being confused because it felt like Perceive was dead for a very, very long time. And he just stayed in the game. So right now... So what is he doing? He's like... Check his camera hotkeys making. Yeah, it's really fast. That alone is like very strange. But that's kind of just it. It's just strange. There's no rule that says you have to spam your APM all the time. That's more of like a habitual thing. But then it dropping to 0 for even a moment feels weird. Oh, you know what? We should... I just realized I want to show hotkeys. Can I only do that on the original? I might be only able to do that on the original AI. Yeah, I think so. That's annoying. Yeah, good to see control groups too. Exactly. That's what I was thinking. I can possibly do that, yeah. Just annoying because they have to restart StarCraft 2 and then go back into the replay and blah, blah, blah. Then disconnect. Uses no army control groups, not even F2. Wardy just did a drop of like 600 replays, by the way. True, yeah, he did. Yeah. I don't know that he would have any from Perceive, though. Wait. Okay. That was kind of weird. Wait, hang on. Okay. So he splits one probe. Then sets 6 hotkeys for his Nexus. And then hotkeys, a pylon, and a gateway. Wait, okay, look at what he's doing with his hotkeys. Okay. It's normal, it's just weird. It's just a weird thing to do. And he set his location hotkeys very, very quickly. And then hasn't looked at them. What is he looking at there? That was one of the camera hotkeys. Yeah, that's just so weird. So the funniest thing is that is like the mirrored opposite of where you thermal proxied him on the other side. Bro, let him play. What is this? It's weird as hell. It's just strange behavior. Oh, okay, sorry. We accidentally hit E. Let's look back. Let's look back. You make your own account with weird name? Are you planning to lose to sub 3.5k players? I'll try my best to play like a map hacker. The thing is, I don't even know that they're playing like a map hacker. They're just playing really, really, really weird. Like, genuinely super, super confusing. It does feel more like an AI. Now they're hotkeying a probe. So Nexus, Nexus Core. That's fine. It's a little weird, but once again, like, whatever. Weirdly placed battery, it means you can't, or pylon, it means you can't fast warp at the natural. Blind battery after a gate nexus is not crazy. I'm more so just trying to, like, figure out what, like, how they play, honestly. Around 155, camera was moving while mouse clicks were happening. Wait. Really? Sorry, what do you mean? tried before. Yeah, so I 140? Okay. Is there anything that they're doing? Probe? 148 expansion probe, okay. Same camera hotkeys as U-Thermal game, by the way. Yeah, that's what it seems like, right? Sorry, are you saying, yeah, I'm kind of confused by what you're... Look now? Yeah, I don't really see anything here. I'm like very confused. I don't think there's anything. That just could be an effect of the replay, to be honest, started. I don't think there's anything like weird about that. For whatever reason, replays can't catch all, like, can't catch everything sometimes. Definitely Captain Canada, definitely. You thought you saw it again now at 150? The probe is disappearing off the minimap because that's the one that's hotkeyed is going into the gas. That's all that means. It is like weirdly low APM though. Can you click that thing on the left? Control X or whatever. Oh. Clear selection? Sorry, what? Build, yeah, the natural is very bad building placement for sure. Like, I don't know what this is for. Oh, so you can see when he selects. Okay, so this. Yeah. Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you.
Engaging the enemy.
on. What did we just see there? Okay, yeah, we saw the attack. He starts up charge. Builds the pylon in a weird spot. Micros back the sentry. Okay, cool. That seems fine. Even Roddy wouldn't approve this building setup. It's a little all over the place, for sure. He didn't look at his hallucination, by the way. But he did... Wait. What the hell? No army control groups? No. So that means... Wait.
Engaging the enemy.
So we F2s and then on hotkeys. He F2s and then on hotkeys the hallucinated Phoenix. Okay. He does it with very low APM. I do that too, to be honest. Yeah, for sure. But I think your APM might be a little bit higher, Gugus, than the 101 current, and also just... So far, this is like... technically
Research complete.
acceptable, I guess. I want to see if at any point he then looks across the map. Because he hallucinate scouted like a while ago. Well, a little while ago. The hallucination has expired. He also hasn't used his camera location hotkeys in quite some time. Okay, there we go. Okay, he glanced very quickly at the main. But he's already started charge first, gone double gas, and built a robo. I remember watching this game when I cast it and being like... I don't know why else, like how else to say it other than angry. Like I just remember feeling angry while I was casting it. Because it felt like I was watching someone that wasn't trying to win, really, for like a while. And then they... not at this point in the game. It wasn't until later. You'll see... maybe suffers from OCD and does weird things. So that's a theory. Immortal is not crazy. In fact, it's good against the 3 racks. No sane mind would come up with this building setup. Okay, I kind of want to see... yeah, no army hotkeys. But, like, he's just staring right where he needs to be staring, basically.
Research
So at the beginning of the game, opponent set the camera hotkeys. Right? He looked at one of them once. In the euthermal replay, he cycles through all of them, which happens to be exactly where the proxy is. He does weird things with his hotkey 4 probe. Yes, that so you're seeing it blink out, right? And then come back. It's because it's jumping into a gas. So when it goes into a gas, it no longer appears as like a unit on the map. Yeah. Yeah, that one's actually normal. Yeah. But good spot. Also, welcome, Gro Papa. Hey, thank you, Ragmuffin, for tier 1 resub at 60 months, 5 years. My man. And now Perceive just goes back to just staring at this spot again. Why is there a depths on my screen? Doesn't little bro have charge? Right? He started charge. He finished charge. It's done. He's warping in more adepts. Also notable, I think he's using... Is he using Idle Worker? To... So he starts +1 weapons. He grabs a probe. Builds a pylon. Builds another one. Starts blink. And then uses idle probe to build another terrible wall.
Base is under attack.
Doesn't cancel the Nexus. I don't think. I'm pretty sure he just loses it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait. Does he? Hang on. Trying to look at the money right now.
Base is under attack.
Huh. So he gets the cancel.
Base is under attack.
But, like... He cancels it with 1 HP. 0 shields and 1 HP. It literally doesn't appear as a selection. Now, that's another symptom of replay. Is you can actually miss... you can like miss the selection. Like you lose frames in replays sometimes. Oh man, I'm so confused. We're finally warping in Zealots after making 5 Adepts. Perceive the goat cancels at 1 HP. Yeah, literally 1 HP. He spots the army on the minimap. Now you guys can see on the minimap that Percival loaded up. This is where it feels like he's not at all cheating. Am I crazy? No, he lost the Nexus then at the 3rd. What is wait, hang on. Sorry, I know I like keep jumping back to this. I swear the money goes back up by 300 though. Oh, no, this is way after that. The Doi. No, no. Too far back.
Is under attack.
So he gets the money back. Okay. All right. Yeah, he did get the cancel. Oh, now hang on. He's now put his army on a hotkey.
Base is under attack. Research complete. Research complete.
Biggest conclusion from these analyses might be removing Protoss. Not gonna lie. Heh. This is okay. This is a weird one. He was winning by a lot, actually. Yeah. This is the same player who 2-0'd Fiance, same hotkeys and everything. So this move is
Base is under attack. Research complete. Research.
so he sees nothing. Now this could just be a gamble. Let's take a look. He only moved the Stalkers up. That's a perfectly fine move. Right. Right when the medevacs lifted up. The moment... So here they lift up. You can get lucky once in a game for sure. He gets very, very lucky. But you can get lucky in a game once. Does he ever attack or only sit back? I think in this game, he only sits back. No scouting for army, 0 obs. Correct. He lost to a drop earlier. He sure did. He sure did. And that was where the game went from being really good for him to really bad. And this time he's just putting Stalkers in position. I'm kind of with Seb. This is just a scathing indictment of Protoss. Oh, man. Look at that retargeting from Percival. Goated. So then it's the pro players that are... They're the ones to blame.
Mineral field depleted.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right, Juanito. It's just... I don't know. It's really goddamn weird. There's no way around it. It's weird. Like SimCity, there's things that are being done that just don't make any sense, like at all, you know? It's the weirdest stuff. I don't know. Super confused. Super confusing. It's not weird to do nothing well. It is when you still lose. But then, like... Or sorry, it is weird to do stuff super weird and then still win. Against, once again, pro players. Yeah, I don't know. It's nothing if not hurting my brain. What was the APM? Low. Just low. Tiring. Disgusting. No, it was like yeah, I was like close to 100. Close to 100 APM. Why are we acting like he's beaten tier 1 players? Brother. Let me show you the tier 2 players that he's beaten. Rogue. Not a tier 2 player. Percival. Also not a tier 2 player. Where's the solar game? Solar. Not a tier 2 player once again. herO. Not a tier 2 player. Like, these are S-tier world championship caliber players. And I would argue that many of the players that you're saying are probably tier 2 are not tier 2. I don't know, man. Yeah, Percival's not a tier 2 player either. What's the story with his perceive? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. How does the game look when the pros don't do stupid stuff? Isn't it Captain Picard that says you can do everything right and still lose? Yeah, that's the thing. We'll have to look for some of that. Azura. Yeah, no, maybe this is the instance where someone... When did Percival become tier 1? When he qualified for GSL last season. Personally, I think it's a lot longer than that, but... Yeah, exactly. I would be interested to see how he possibly beat Shameless. That's the thing. It's going to take some time to, like, collect these replays and stuff. Honestly, yeah, it is entirely possible that this is just the weirdest scenario and everything is above board. But, like, it doesn't feel like it. It doesn't feel like it. Judging by my game versus perceive, they're good at spending their money. Exactly, which is why I'm like... They're weirdly too high and too low at the same time. In ways that don't make sense. Like, they spend their money well, but not on the right things a lot of the time. Maybe it is a player that is trolling and being like, I can get super far with Protoss playing as boneheadedly as possible. I don't know. Spends money well because he's staring at his base the whole time. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It is like... They could legitimately just be the most confusing case in StarCraft history. And, like, if they are, kudos to them. But, like, sometimes the army movement is bizarrely sharp. Yeah, I don't know what to make of it. I don't know what to make of it. The jury's out. It's going to take a lot of... In 5 years, he's going to be an urban legend. You mean after he's won his 4th world championship in a row? Heh. And people are like, how did you know he was proxy roboing again? And it turns out this whole time, he's actually just been psychic. He's actually just been a genuinely psychically linked individual. He can see into their mind. That's the thing. He's not cheating in a sense. He can just literally read people's minds. Oh man, what a what a weird day. Yeah, I don't know. It feels super, super strange. So final conclusion, AI? Nah. That's not the same. That's not the same, T-Lob. That is not the same at all. herO miss micros sometimes. herO overburdens himself sometimes. He also has competed at offline tournaments for many years. We know for a fact that this guy, everything herO does can be explained in some way. It's oftentimes mistakes, but you can always explain herO's decision-making or mistakes. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just genuinely... genuinely confused. Maybe it's herO trying to learn to wall and use hotkeys. Oh. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. All right, we're gonna rate up Trigger. I'm too tired to play. I apologize, but we're gonna rate up Trigger, and yeah, enjoy the Canadian Protoss. Jury's out. Who knows at this point? Who knows? It's going to take a fair bit more digging. As it is, when will we be back? I'm helping a friend move on Friday. And is there something on Saturday? I can't remember. Either way, stay safe, everybody. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of your day. Yeah, I'm going to see if I can collect up some replays, but we'll see. We will see.